Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready.
So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my beach. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give
arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Yeah, I do need a new stream intro video. I think this one is maybe just a little too long. I know people are like, "Oh my god, it's so long," but it's designed to get people to come in. This one's starting to get to the point where people leave. Then again, YouTube just drops viewers constantly. So it's hard to tell if it's actually people leaving or if it's just YouTube trying to serve ads to you guys and then your ad blocker kicks in and then you disappear or what. The metrics on YouTube aren't that reliable. I love the intro. Yeah, but it's like so much crazy shit has happened. I don't have ads, sorry to tell you. Well, I mean, you either have ads, don't have ads because you pay for YouTube Premium, which is fine, right? I get a small portion of that money, so like doesn't bother me. Or you have an ad blocker, and if you have an ad blocker, like I support you guys using an ad blocker, but it does kick you out of the concurrent viewers sometimes, and it also slows down your CPU and makes the stream laggy. And then people will be like, "Oh, I'm getting some lag." It's like, yeah, you're using Brave or something. That's what happens. How was yours guys' weekend? I have issues getting super chats and stuff when there's no ads. Like the ads really aren't helping me that much. They do help me in the algorithm. Like if I get rid of the ads, like for whatever reason, YouTube will really derank the stream. Don't look at me. I don't mind the intro, but I sit here for 2 hours prior, so maybe I have lower time preference. I worked this weekend. How was yours? It was fun. I took my younger brother to go see the new Demon Slayer movie. It was pretty good. I hadn't been to the theater in a long time. I mean, I've been to the drive-thru with my kids to like see old movies or whatever, but like that's different. Good. The Weekend Kid turned 1. Hell yeah, dude. You don't mind waiting for good content? Yeah. That's another thing I've noticed is if I stream every day, I like lose a lot of people. Which people keep saying like, oh yeah, you got to stream like 4 or 5 days a week. Like that's how it grows. You'll get boosted in the algorithm. And like, I think people are still operating off of like COVID times when everyone was locked at home and had nothing to do. Like I've noticed like if I stream like 2 or 3 times a week, you guys hop in, you're like, oh shit, Fabian's live. And like you catch up, I make more money. I get more, right? But like when you stream fear of missing out. I think that's part of it. But also I just think you guys are like, most people are just too fucking busy to watch somebody. I mean, like obviously Hassan and people that have like a bunch of meats as their primary audience, right? Just like people that like live in their parents' basement and have no job and have no education and have nothing but their identity as a leftist. Like, yeah, sure, they can stream regularly. Problem is you don't have enough material to support that streaming. I mean, that doesn't matter. Like, have you watched any large streamer? They just do a lot of reactions. But I mean, like, the problem is if you just do a bunch of reactions, your content starts suffering, kind of what you're saying, right? Because, like, who wants to hear me explain some libertarian policy that I explained 2 days ago? You know what I mean? I don't know. We'll see. That's not true. Nobody has caught on yet. It's persistence. Can I explain the nap again? Mielo. I mean, like there's a select group of people that have nothing to do that would watch every stream for sure. I feel like there's a lot more people that it seems like they tune in when the streams are, when there's only like a couple streams a week. And then, I mean, like, yeah, but people that are engaged in chat and people that are here as soon as the stream starts, probably not representative. But maybe I'm wrong. But it feels like when I look at the numbers, like when I do multiple streams back to back, I get less donations and I get less views. And when I space them out for a couple days, I get more views, more chat engagement, and more donations. Did you know Trump is just a 90s Democrat? Yes, I said that on Twitter. Well, I appreciate, yeah, what I do is not that important. If I get big enough, maybe one day it'll be that important. Explain how Trump is a 90s Democrat. Yeah, I did like a really small tweet making fun of Short Fatted Taco. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It was literally just like 3 points. I mean, I could list them off my head, but what I'm doing right now is I'm forcing you guys to engage with the fact that you're missing out by not following me on Twitter. Can you explain Lindsay versus Sargon part 79? No, I'm not getting into that. Underrated reincarnated as a slime tweet earlier, by the way. Yeah, Binks gets it. Dude, people are paying this millennial chick like 30 grand to name their children. And I was just like, that's retarded. And then I just grabbed a picture of Rimuru Tempest from that time I got reincarnated as a slime, I think is the full title. And was just like, it's like, meanwhile, this guy will name you for free and give you powers and give you new powers when you evolve. Yeah, Dev was like, make peace with the fact that you guys are not actually Democrats from the 90s, and you have in fact radicalized rightward, which like is somewhat true. It doesn't matter that Bill Clinton wasn't woke. The left me equals no, MAGA is doing things the 90s Dems would never do, would never have supported. And then I was just like, MAGA are literally 90s Democrats. Tipper Gore was the head of this satanic panic in bringing musicians to testify before Congress to censor art. The 1994 crime bill was Democrat-led. Most of the border wall was built by Bill Clinton. What exactly would the Democrats have never done? And of course, you know, Dev didn't respond to this one. But it's like, oh shit, I forgot to change the sub goal. What are we doing tonight, boys? Fighting. We'll do battle bucks. We'll do battle bucks, boys. There we go. Resetting the donut goal. Who's Tipper Gore? Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife was the one that was like at the head of like the music review process, right? Like, and like you know, like putting putting ratings on music so that parents could be aware of like, you know, whether or not the album featured explicit content or like, you know, had a lot of like bad things in it, because there was this belief that like from the satanic panic that well, actually I can do you one better. Like I can do you one better. Dude, $20 right off the rip. Let's go, dude. Thank you. So like I just want the clip. Here we go. There you go.
To some parents in the 1980s.
So here's from I'll probably get a copyright strike on this, but whatever. I get a copyright strike on literally everything. That was not what I meant to do. There we go. So like here's like a little blast from the past of like 90s Democrats.
Dee Snider of Twisted Sister was the most dangerous guy on the planet. This was when metal met its first organized attack. Twisted Sister and 8 other metal bands were placed on a list called the Filthy 15 because they're
the Filthy 15, right? So here we go.
Twisted Sister was the most dangerous guy on the planet. This was when metal met its first organized.
So Judas Priest, Motley Crue, Prince,
attack.
You know, Def Leppard was a big one. Twisted Sister, obviously Madonna and Cyndi Lauper. Black Sabbath being below all of them is wild, but whatever.
Sister and 8 other metal bands were placed on a list called the Filthy 15 because their music was deemed offensive by the Parents Music Resource Center. Dee Snider was summoned to testify before the U.S. Congress to defend his music and his life.
So I don't know if they're going to get into it, but Tipper Gore and Al Gore had this belief that like hair metal band people were like absolute retards and degenerates and like, you know, potentially worshiping Satan and were destroying our children and destroying lives and leading to mass shootings and leading to like the fall down of society was heavy metal music and it was evil. And most people in their minds that didn't live through that think, oh yeah, this is when the Republicans were crazy. But yeah, they pulled tons of people and did congressional hearings to defend their music and why it wasn't per se free speech. And these were Democrats. Like Republicans were also working with them. Make no bones about it. It wasn't purely Democrat. But like the 1994 crime bill where, you know, it's like both Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden called black people super predators, right? And like, you know, and it's technically they're talking about like repeat offenders. They're talking about, you know, a section of the community. But like they were hardcore tough on crime, tough on immigration. Like watch videos of like Democrats in the 90s talking about immigration. And they're like, they're stealing our jobs. They're fucking over the working poor. Corporations are bringing them in to fuck over the American people. Like they were literally like Yeah, like it's like the idea that because conservatives are tough on crime and immigration and draconian on like immigration and ICE laws is like these are things that Democrats never would support. It's like that's literally what 90s Democrats did.
Was a
Sorry, I had to skip. I'm trying to avoid copyright bullshit as much as I can. I'll probably get it anyways. But anyways, this is Dee Snider, lead singer, Twisted Sister.
pretty insane time for Twisted Sister. We were hearing bits and pieces about this
So there you go. There's Al Gore's wife at the head of everything.
Parents Music Resource Center and Tipper Gore, but not really registering because we were getting protests and religious groups at every show. So just another parent group that, you know, was putting Twisted Sister on a list of targets.
We have always talked about the positive aspects of the music industry, but of course, the highlight has been on the excesses that have been allowed to develop as we have tried to focus our concern on those excesses.
Somebody approached our office that they want the Senate committee.
What did Twisted Sister even have that was vulgar? It wasn't so much that Twisted Sister was super vulgar, though it was vulgar for the time. But they had like that "we're not going to take it" thing. Like they saw that as like, especially if you watch the music video, like it's a kid. It's like a rebellious kids rising up against their parents, and so these people are a part of the problem of like the degenerating youth. I mean, it's like this goes all the way back to like really like you want to understand this phenomena. There's a movie, maybe we'll watch it. I'm willing to bet this movie is just on YouTube. Yeah, here we go. So this is from 1955, right? This is a theme that has been repeated in American politics over and over and over again. The concept of the degenerating youth losing their values, rebelling, right? But like this, in this form of art form, Rebel Without a Cause is really talking about the aimless youth that no longer match the values of the past. But there, it's kind of like as like a negative light. Whereas Twisted Sister was kind of in a positive light. And so it was, you know, that kind of stuff.
Is having a hearing on censorship with the PMRC and wanted to know if I would come and speak. Now, my view of it, when I heard it, was they want me to carry the flag into battle. Hell yeah. Braveheart, baby. Braveheart wasn't even out, but that sort of mentality. Give me the fucking flag, man. Let's go. I knew.
To be fair, this was before my time. This is 1984, right? But I lived as a child in the tail end of the Satanic Panic.
That they were, like everybody else, grossly underestimating me. I knew that they viewed me as just another dunderheaded rocker, and they would bring me in, make me look like a fool, and I would help their cause. They did not know that I off denim, I make up left for nobody. These people, these guys have to back pound and like a gazillion times like a bad.
So like, and the best thing he did, the best thing he did was he brought in his speech in like notebook paper and like folded up, and like he trolled the fuck out of Congress.
He'd bring his homework to school on the days of land.
Target of accusations. Person addressing, since I seem to be the only person addressing this committee today who has been a direct target of accusations from the presumably responsible PMRC, I would like to use this occasion to speak on a more personal note and show just how unfair the whole concept of lyrical interpretation and judgment can be, and how many times this can amount to little more than character assassination.
And I am just tearing apart everything that they've accused me of, disproving without beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything they've accused me of has been wrong, false, and they are scrambling. They were saying that Under the Blade was about sadomasochism and bondage. It was about my guitar player's throat operation.
It's not really a wild leap of the imagination to jump to the conclusion that that's about something other than surgery or hospitals, neither of which are mentioned in the song.
No, it's not a wild jump, and I think what I said in one part was that songs allow a person to put their own imagination, experiences, and dreams into the lyrics. People can interpret it in many ways. Ms. Gore was looking for sadomasochism and bondage, and she found it. Someone looking for surgical references would have found it as well.
Miss Gore was, you hear them like, oh, the 80s and 90s, like respect for politicians was at a weird all-time high. Like you guys, especially you Gen Z people that have grown up in the Trump era, like you don't understand just how much it was like, oh, you can't say certain things about politicians. They're sacrificing for our company, for our country, and the vice president's wife. How dare you say that? But like, Listen to the crowd react to him saying that Tipper Gore was looking for sadomasochism and bondage references.
Experiences and dreams into the lyrics. People can interpret it many ways. Ms. Gore was looking for sadomasochism and bondage, and she found it. Someone looking for surgical references would have found it as well.
Yeah.
Like the crowd starts like you hear people like, oh, I can't believe he said that, right? Like this is an entirely different world. Everything pre 9/11 was different. Yeah. It's just, this is the era of like, God bless America, we will fight communism, right? Like you couldn't, if there was even an inkling that you were a socialist as a Democrat, oh, dude, you were done. You were done, right? Like, like we were still in the Cold War. Pre-COVID was a different world. Pre-COVID was a different world, but not that much different. The difference between pre and post 9/11 is night and day. The difference between pre and post COVID is like, it's a different world for you guys that didn't live through pre 9/11. But like the changes that occurred pre and post COVID are just minuscule compared to the changes that occurred pre and post 9/11. Pre 9/11, America was completely asleep. And like the thing is that 9/11 coincided with the popularity of social media and online spaces. So like the level of like indoctrinated everybody was pre 9/11 was at a level that you cannot fathom if you are Gen Z. Like you can intellectually know it, but you can't experience it. Nowadays, we have Hakeem Jeffries boomer Mexican jokes. It was a simpler time. It was a simpler time, but it was, we were still doing a lot of evil shit. There was some bad stuff going on. We were warned, so we're all generations prior. We saw this and we are awake. Yeah, I don't know. Just talking about, dude, 9/11 literally changed everything. It changed sitcoms. It changed news media. It changed the way people gained information. It changed the political disposition of the people. Post 9/11 was also like those few years in the Iraq War was like the last push of conservatism. Like as millennials became adults, we that like lived through that, we were like, no, you got to remember, like pre 9/11, if you were a conservative, you were 100% for bombing some country in the Middle East because we need to spread democracy. I heard something about Botswana offering citizenship for 75K plus fees. Am I wrong for working towards it? There's a lot of places in the world that you can buy citizenship for like $20,000, $30,000 or $100,000 or $1 million. And like some of those places don't extradite. So you'll notice that some people have citizenship in, so like Belize, for example, is a place rich people have citizenship in, just so that if they feel the need to flee, they can flee to that country and they're already a citizen of Belize. The generations post Gen X are just our guest. Dude, Gen X, I hate Gen X more than I hate boomers. Gen X are the most useless fucking generation. Boomers ruined everything. Gen X just went along with everything. They didn't do anything. Like, I have more respect for boomers destroying this country than I do the Gen X that, like, have no idea and still have no idea what's going on. Are my parents boomers or Gen X? My parents are Gen X. But also, my parents are really young, right? Like, so when I was born, my dad was 19 and my mom was 18. Right? Like, so I was like an accidental teenage pregnancy. My sister and brother are 18 and 16. Right? You know what I mean? Like, so like, or I guess you could say my half brother and half sister, but still. 18 isn't teenage pregnancy, dude. Well, first of all, they were conceived. I was conceived when they were 17 and 18. Second of all, 18, 19, and 17 all have this cool little thing the word ends in, right? Called teen. What? Like, when is the peace deal going to be signed? I have no idea. Man, I'm not predicting shit. I hate when people try and predict shit, especially in the Trump era, because it's like everything in the Trump administration is like just, it's very chaotic. Nobody knows what the fuck is happening. I always assumed you were a couple years older than me. I'm an elder millennial. Why? Because I got some gray. I got a little bit of gray on my sides. You assumed, or is just, do I look that unhealthy? I'm 30. I'm almost 35. I don't look a day over 30. I definitely look my age. I don't look 40, right? I don't look like I'm like 40, but I think I look 35. Like I've got some gray. I've got some bags under my eyes, you know? No, honestly, I just thought, I remember you saying you were older than that. Must have misremembered. You don't look old or anything. You look mid-30s. Yeah, like I feel like I look my age. I look like the amount of viewers that we have right now. And I'm looking at the concurrent viewers, which is 38. Oh, God damn it. It went up. Fuck. There's only 13 likes. All right, boys, 39 now. Oh, fuck. We're aging rapidly. All right, so a good 20 of you currently here have not liked the stream. Maybe, you know, right? So fucking like the stream, boys. Like, share, subscribe, but mostly just like. You know, whenever the hype button comes to my channel, click that button too. You know. Every like equals 1 year younger. Let's go. I'm 18 now. Yeah, click join the Discord for the go live notifications and to hang out with the community. Follow me on X for banger tweets from time to time and shower thoughts. How will censoring social media impact dolphin law? Well, as of right now, dolphins aren't using social media, so I think we'll be okay. Reading about living in the 60s and 70s is nothing like actually living it. I mean, I didn't live through the 60s and 70s, obviously, but like I would assume it's the same as living through the 90s and the early 2000s, right? Like, you know, like one of the things, like one of the, like there's just so many things that you guys, like, it's like you like you can just look at like high school footage from camcorders from the 90s and the early 2000s. And like, there's like one fat kid. You know what I mean? Like that alone is like wild. It's just the difference in like obesity is like is like immediately present in the images. And when you look at the 60s and 70s, it's insane. I saw Zulu on Twitter shied away from your dolphin law. Shame. Dude, Zulu is afraid to discuss dolphin law because he knows I'm right. He knows I'm right about dolphin law while he consistently tries to fight against veganism. He is improperly and collectivized dolphins with other animals. It's a shame. It's a shame. He's not a real libertarian because he doesn't agree with me on dolphin law, but we will convince him. What is anarcho-tyranny? I've heard a couple people say that, but it feels like a mismatch. Anarcho-tyranny comes from, oh God, it's not Mencken. I don't remember where the term comes from. I can't remember off the top of my head, but basically anarcho-tyranny is a form of government designed to create lawless anarchy, as opposed to naturally occurring anarchy, via them getting rid of checks and balances or getting rid of the ability for people to respond to lawlessness. So, for example, the United Kingdom is many of their policing practices is without a doubt an example of anarcho-tyranny, right? Where there's a two-tier justice system where you go to jail for mean tweets, you go to jail for protesting, you go to jail for fighting back against the government or protecting your property, but Muslims can consistently get away, right? Like they get a slap on the wrist or don't get in trouble for grooming gangs or for violent behavior. And so like that is what anarcho-tyranny is. I'm trying to see I'm looking up now to see who coined the phrase. Oh my God. Who coined it, bitch? Samuel T. Francis? I don't remember him being the one that coined it, but that's fine. Maybe somebody else popularized it later or something. 12K people a year arrested in the UK for online comments. Yeah, like that's what yeah. Fuck England. I don't know that we have a fuck England segment for today. I mean, I have some stuff, but I like the boom 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 boom, hit them back to back to back. Like we have some well, you know what? Since we're talking about anarcho-tyranny, I'll get into some anarcho-tyranny. These are some things I was discussing, but unfortunately, this is not the anarcho-tyranny that I'm going to show is not in England, it's in America. So this is the case of oh God, what is the man's name? Can't remember the father's name. But this is going to be an excerpt of a video of a father reacting to the fact that his son's killer, who was brutally murdered, has been let out of prison after 10 years. And this is here in America. This is a perfect example of anarcho-tyranny in America.
He stood up with me on top of him, just stood up and threw me 10, 15 feet across the room and went after her.
Dean Tipton says December 7th, 2015 is a night that changed his life. He says his children woke him up. He then...
2015, mind you. 2015 is when this occurred. This man is getting out of prison.
Found a man attacking his children.
And when I got to the top of the stairs, he attacked me. He come at me with the knife.
The night took a tragic turn with the loss of a life, his 6-year-old son, Logan. Dean says immediately after Logan's death, he lost his will to live.
I laid in bed. I gave up. I gave up on life. I gave up on my family. I gave up on everybody. I just wanted to die.
In the years since, the family has done their best to cope, but mentions they are mentally and emotionally scarred. And they are hurt that Ronald Exantis
I ran into some conservative British person in a dream. Oh my God.
Will no longer be behind bars.
Everybody deserves a fighting chance.
I've talked about the digital ID situation with Keir Starmer and his like new agenda or whatever. It's not new agenda, new revival or something speech at the Labor. I mean, like the digital ID. I think what's scarier than digital ID is the CEO of Palantir and other people now talking about how we need a new age of government. And these people are, like Peter Thiel, for example, like he's the one that brought up, JD Vance and stuff. And how what we need to get rid of rights on data and have the government collectivize our medical data, our like we need digital IDs, we need metadata, we need medical data, we need data from advertisers and everything. And then the government needs to be in control of all of that data so that it's not sold to other countries. And talking about how like we're no longer going to use passwords in the near future because we'll have all the data that we need on you to know that it's you when you're on your computer, based upon like, the types of words that you use and how quickly you type and what your typing patterns are and things like that. And so like digital ID is like a logical next step, but like what comes after that, after we accept that, is going to be like, yeah, essentially living in cyberpunk. God, we're gonna actually be literally 1984, but cyberpunk. Funny enough, cyberpunk released as a alternative to Dungeons and Dragons in 1984. Cyberpunk also, for the record, adequately predicted. Like, I understand that like CD Projekt Red wanted to make Cyberpunk this very anti-capitalist game because they're wokies, because all the games industry are wokies. But if you actually like read the lore of Cyberpunk, and like the tabletop and stuff, you'll know that it is anti-corporate in a lot of ways. But there's a lot of things that they like that they accurately depicted. Like one of the things is like when you look at the lore behind Cyberpunk, what they describe as like being the downfall of American society was that a bunch of people would be race and gender obsessed, and that they would water down and give more and more government power in their obsession with race and gender, and that this would lead towards more and more corporate power and more like government power together. It's like oh shit, they in the 80s they accurately depicted like wokeness as like being the big problem, and like none of that shit exists at all in the Cyberpunk game. There's not a single reference to any of that lore being in the game whatsoever, because you know it's got to be anti-corporate, which means kind of wink wink nudge nudge communism is good
to have justice for them, and it's not.
I've had my talks with God, because I'm not afraid to tell you all. I told the court, if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man. I will kill him where he stands.
Yeah, I hope. I'm not saying I hope he kills the man, but I am saying if he does kill the man, I hope Trump gives him a pardon. But yeah, I mean, like, so because this man is criminally insane, they have decided to release him on the streets after spending less than 10 years in prison after his conviction, and roughly 10 years with him in since the crime in 2015. So Ronald Exantus is now being released, unless somebody stops it, as having served his time in good behavior after breaking into a home, beating a father, and brutally murdering a child. So this is also America. And so like this is in the same state as Irina. And I don't want us to forget Irina, but I want us to also recognize that this is becoming a widespread problem, that the state has taken our right of retribution and restitution away from criminals, and keeps letting criminals back out onto the streets. I'm not going to spoil this because I think Logan Federico tells this story better than I tell this story, so I'll react to it, but I've already seen this. I'm already aware of the case, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, when you want to know what is anarcho-tyranny, this is anarcho-tyranny, since you asked.
How many of y'all have kids? I'm just curious. Here's what I need you to do. When I tell you this story, think about your kids.
Also, the woman in question that was murdered, beautiful girl, beautiful blonde girl, all right? Now, I don't know if that matters to you, white America, but it matters to some. Let me get that out of the way.
Think about your child coming home from a night out with their friends, laying down, going to sleep, feeling somebody come in the room and wake them, and drag her out of bed, naked, forced on her knees, with her hands over her head, begging for her life, begging for her hero, her father, me, that couldn't be there. She was 5'3". She weighed 115 pounds. Bang! Dead. Gone. Why? Because Alexander Devontae Dickey, who was arrested 39 goddamn times, 25 felonies, was on the street.
We're going to continue this. I didn't want to interrupt that. I know it's hard for some of you guys to watch, but that's anarcho-tyranny. When someone is arrested 39 times for 23 felonies, send the clip in Discord. That's powerful. Yeah, sure. And this is the same place, you know, where Irina's killer was released over and over and over again, and was an obvious problem. That's an example of anarcho-tyranny. When the justice system gets rid of your right. So over a 10-year period, he served some time here and there, like a month here, couple months there, but over a 10-year period, he was arrested 39 times. 23 of those were felonies. And he just keeps being let back out on the streets because tough on crime is evil. And guys, don't you remember the 1994 crime bill and how it was super racist against black people, and things like that? That's anarcho-tyranny, is that you're not allowed to go take care of this motherfucker. You're not allowed to lock this person up. You're not allowed to ban this person from polite society. Instead, the justice system, which has a monopoly on violence, is going to take these people in and then over and over and over again give them a slap on the wrist until they brutally murder someone. And then even when they brutally murder someone, they might be out of prison 8, 9, 10 years later because, you know, they're crazy. So they can't be punished for their crimes. So we're just going to let them back out on the street to kill another kid.
How about that? How good are we doing for our family? How good are you doing for your kids? He should have been in jail for over 140 years for all the crimes he committed. You know how much time he spent in prison? A little over 600 days in 10 years. He's only 30 years old. He was committing 2.65 crimes a year.
Well, hold on. He was caught committing 2.65 crimes per year. He probably committed more crimes than that, like a whole lot more. But yeah, so this person spent less than 2 years in prison in 10 years for 23 felonies and 39 arrests.
Since he was 15 years old, but nobody could figure out that he couldn't be rehabilitated. Well, you'd have to put him in prison to see if he could be rehabilitated.
Brother, I'm not blaming you, Nico Pluto. If you are in an ANCAP fucking libertarian hardcore like hardcore anarcho-objectivist live stream learning about politics, you're a fucking outlier. You're not the typical Gen X asleep at the wheel that knows nothing about politics and is just now getting into politics because of Facebook memes and their favorite MAGA hat wearing fellow Gen X, you know, trying to copy Rush Limbaugh dude on Rumble. Okay? You're not a typical Gen Xer. Like you're not the ones I'm talking about. I'm generalizing a fucking generation. Trust me, you're not the one.
To see if he could be rehabilitated. Isn't that the idea of prison? But no, my daughter wanted to be a teacher. She finally figured it out 2 weeks before she was executed.
I want to talk shit on this man's daughter. This is a very emotional statement, but like if she's been undecided in college, she's probably a bit of a party girl. Hot blonde girl just figured out that she wanted to be a teacher 2 weeks ago. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I don't fucking know. Just throwing that out there, but you know, fair, but I mean, like, she's dead. I don't want to talk ill of the dead, and certainly not on the father, but I'm just pointing that out.
Executed. And I haven't heard a damn word from Byron Gibson in South Carolina. Not one word. 4 months, no.
Once you kill one innocent person with the death penalty, you then listen. I don't support the state engaging in the death penalty. Okay, that's not my support. I don't support the state engaging in housing or punishing criminals. But insofar as they have stolen our right to restitution, stolen our right to engage in justice, then yeah, like we need to do something. Okay? And I'm certainly not going to be one of these fucking like Alice DK people that's like, oh, you should just get a gun. What's wrong with you? How dare you support the police state? I'm not fucking supporting the police state or the death penalty by the state. Okay. But I am supporting that if you're not going to let us engage in justice, what you don't get to then do is just let murderers and rapists and repeat felons that constantly cannot figure out how to function in society back out onto the streets and then make a bunch of fucking laws that protect these people so that we can't discriminate against them and get them the fuck out of our communities. That's anarcho-tyranny.
Word from Byron Gibson in South Carolina. Not one word. 4 months, no communication. His biggest concern was that he was pissed off about my interview and how I made him look on the Fox News channel with Trey Gowdy. How pathetic is that? That we're letting our 22-year-old kid visiting friends. It's all she ever wanted to do was visit friends. And she literally was executed while on her knees begging for her life. Her name's Logan Federico, not Irina. And
is it illegal to discriminate against criminals? Genuinely don't know. It is illegal to discriminate against criminals. It depends upon state to state, municipality to municipality, whether or not you can discriminate against them in hiring practices. But it's definitely illegal in most places to discriminate against them for housing, right? So a lot of places have housing, especially if they receive any form of state funding, right? So if you have areas where there's like rent control or things like that, they can't be discriminated against. Also, yeah, I mean, like it's going to be a case by case basis on what specifically we're talking about and what like county, city, state, etc. you're talking about. As a federal law, is it legal? Is it illegal to discriminate against criminals in hiring practices and housing? No. You can legally discriminate housing, employment, and even financial aid for college. Again, that depends on where you are. And that depends on what types of jobs you're doing, right? Like, you know, like some on the other end, right? There are some things where you must discriminate against felons, right? Things that would require a firearm, things that would require security clearance, et cetera, et cetera.
you will not forget her. I promise you. You will be sick and tired of my face and my voice until this gets fixed. I will fight until my last breath for my daughter. You need to fight for the rest of our children, the rest of the innocents, and stop protecting the people that keep taking them from us. Please. You have the power. We put you in the power to do what you have.
I know this is really shitty, but I just have to say it. I've seen pictures of her, and the fact that she couldn't remember, she just figured out that she wanted to be a teacher while she was like bouncing around on what she wanted to do in college. She looks like a party girl. I'm just saying. I'm not saying she deserves anything to happen to her, and I'm not saying that it even had any influence on this current murder. I don't think that it did. Well, I'm just saying.
Have to do. We're asking you, we're begging you all to stop this. 39 crimes in 10 years, 25 felonies. Can anybody here explain to me, well, how possibly he could be on the street? Possibly be on the street. How is it possible? I could sit down in a room and I could explain the whole process of how it failed, how South Carolina failed, Logan. Okay? How lack of communication. What y'all did, you woke up a beast and you pissed off the wrong daddy. Because I'm going to put it out there. And I'm not going to be quiet until somebody helps. Logan deserves to be heard. Everyone on this panel.
There's something really sad about it. I mean, like, I hope it leads to some level of change, but like, I mean, cool, you're going to be real loud about it. None of these politicians care. And at best, what you might get is a conservative swing towards tough on crime, which will come with other unintended consequences, right? Like it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario, as some of you in the chat are kind of pointing out. But nevertheless, this is exactly what you were when you were asking what is anarcho tyranny, like what are some examples of it? This is anarcho tyranny. This is when the state takes away your right to justice and enforces upon you having crazed people, a very small portion of the population, mind you, right? Like when we talk about like, oh, 1350 and shit like that, recognize that like these are criminals that like kill people and do violent crime. They're repeat offenders, right? Like this is like less than 2% of the whole population of people that are actually engaged in this shit. What makes this anarchic? Dude, no paradigm. Stop being an autistic. Stop being autistic retard right now. I love you. I've already explained the definition. It is not like the term anarcho-tyranny is referring to a state of lawlessness that is enforced by the state. Is the term itself a contradiction in terms? Yes. So is the fucking state. Right? Like it's not you keep harping on the fact that it's not anarchy. Stop. Right? Like it's just a term that people use to describe it. Like, come on, buddy. 2% are young black males, not 13%. Yeah, I mean, overwhelmingly, you're gonna be talking about males. You're gonna be talking about people between the ages of like 15 to 27. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were the same person asking after I already explained the definition earlier. I apologize if I got that wrong. It's not literally anarchy in the sense that we would define anarchy or what anarchy means. It's anarchy in the sense of like lawlessness, which is not anarchy. If a thief prevents a murderer from killing me, that is a good thing. Criminal is justified in preventing other crimes, even if they should be punished for their own crimes. Well, I don't know that it's necessary. It's not so much that like it's good. I mean, like, yeah, sure. But it really, you're right. But the distinction here, or maybe the important detail to remember here, is it's not about who is committing the act of stopping someone. It is about the fact of when someone is a criminal, they do not have rights. They cannot argue for their rights. They are stopped from arguing for their rights. They are stopped. Like, now, obviously, a thief is not stopped from arguing that they have the right to their life if they're not fighting in any capacity. But a murderer cannot argue for their own life. They cannot say, I deserve to live. I mean, they can utter those words, but they cannot legitimately justify those because their actions have already proved that they do not believe in that. Their actions already prove that they believe in might makes right and power. And therefore, anyone can take their life. Be that a criminal, be that an innocent, be that it doesn't matter who they are or what they've done, because that person can't argue that that ought not be done against them until they pay restitution and retribution. Or at the very least, restitution. Retribution we can get into the weeds of like whether or not retribution is allowed under criminal justice. I tend to believe that it is, but it is a debatable point within within anarchists and objectivist philosophy. But without a doubt, until they pay restitution. Once you end when you take a life, you forfeit your rights. Once you end someone's rights, your rights die with theirs. I mean, rights don't die. Like, I don't. You made it kind of spiritual, but sure. I was arguing with an Alice the K type of person who defended anarcho-tyranny because the state is evil. Yeah, I mean, I'll say it. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Those type of people, what they engage in is what I call philosophical masturbation. Like, they're not actually engaged in tying their theory to the real world and trying to reach a better place. What they're engaged in is isolating variables, ignoring context, like what I would call the fallacy of context, when there are principal elements of the argument that affect the argument, but you ignore them and you try and isolate everything in this like yes or no scenario, and then they don't tie anything to the real world. And so when people are like, oh, well, the state doesn't have a right to exist, therefore, you know, cops shouldn't stop murderers, and it's actually good that cops let murderers go, and you should just get a gun. It's philosophical masturbation. Their only goal is to look based on Twitter for their friends. It's performative virtue signaling, just like lefties. It's no different than Bill Burr talking about how billionaires are evil people and then taking $1.5 million to go to a comedy festival in Riyadh for the Saudis, right? Like it's all performative bullshit. It's not real. These people are not real fucking ANCAPs. They're performing ANCAP because they want to be based. Do I believe statute of limitations should be a thing? I think statute of limitations probably should be a thing in terms of a pragmatic reality of like what companies are willing to enforce, right? So like if you have genuine proof of a crime, of like murder or any crime really, right? Then you owe restitution. But if I am an insurance company and I promise your rights, right? And I promise to defend your rights, I'm probably going to put in a clause that puts in a statute of limitations because it's just not pragmatically or financially feasible to try and go through every accusation of a crime with limited evidence that happened decades before, right? And so it's like, I don't think statute of limitations ought be a thing if you have verifiable hard proof or anything. But I think that like, I do think that like it's a pragmatic thing where it doesn't make sense to try and prosecute like grocery store theft from 15 years ago. Both because those people have changed and most people's opinions about those things have changed. But also just because of limited evidence and like, you know, how much money it costs to run trials and whether or not it's worth it to run trials, etc. So like if I was Geico of like in protecting your rights, I would say as part of the contract, you know, you pay me this much a month. Yeah, anything 10 years or older, unless it's murder or unless you have, you know, a strict standard of evidence, we're not going to engage in trying to protect your rights and go out and prosecute other people. Should I get arrested for what? Nobody cares that you're high. Other than the fact that like it's kind of a loser thing, like nobody cares. The longer things go after the crime, the muddier the evidence gets, so the less valuable the restitution, thus putting a monetary incentive on solving crimes early, correct? I mean, I don't know that the restitution becomes less valuable, but it does become less valuable to attempt to prosecute it. So in practice, yeah. Everybody in chat needs to call EOD 696 baby girl. All right, chat? I've heard that he gets mad and he wants to block people if you call him baby girl. I need everybody in chat to @EOD 696 and say, sup, baby girl. How you doing, baby girl? How you been, baby girl? Do not endorse. Do not get me blocked. No. You started it, all right? You fucking deal with the consequences of saying some shit in chat. I love you, EOD. You got me something from Target. It's real nice. Is it the old school Target where they used to sell like the trans and the kids t-shirts and shit? Like, what do you got? You got some woke shit from Target for me? So-called free thinkers when Fabian Liberty issues an instruction. You can be a free thinker and a follower at the same time. Funny thing is he can't block mods. Yeah, but he can block Chris. Chris isn't a mod. I hope that girl's father gets justice for his case. Dude,
I'm gonna be real with you, man. Even killing somebody is not justice, right? That's restitution, but it's not that's retribution, but it's not restitution. Restitution would require bringing his daughter back to life, letting his daughter go to finish college, become a teacher, having grandchildren, being able to live that life, being the father and the sire of a family and a legacy, and like every moment with his daughter has been stolen from him. I mean, yeah, sure, I hope the guy fries, but I mean, assuming he did it, but there is no justice when someone is murdered. You only get a portion of justice at best. All right, boys, there's 40 people watching. We've even lost some viewers, all right? Like when dude was going hard, we were at 45, and at least 17 of you, minimum of 17, haven't liked the stream. Like the stream, boys. Now, one of you leaves? Okay, I see how it is. I'm not liking this stream. I'll leave. Like and subscribe. Get some super chats in. There's something. I appreciate the super chats. I do. But liking is free. All right, let's continue on with some. I don't know. Would you consider this? I don't know if you would consider this anarcho tyranny, but I would definitely consider it. What the fuck? So here we go. Here's my home state, boys. Have you commented on Admiral Gibbs versus Destiny? I've only seen like one or two clips. I kind of want to talk to Admiral Gibbs about it, but I can say this: I've seen like two clips, and in both clips they were shared by like DGG, and they were like, "Look at Destiny owning," and like Admiral Gibbs looked like he was winning the exchanges in the clips that they were showing of Destiny owning, and then it like cuts off at the right moment to make it look like Destiny won, and I'm just like. I don't know, man. Looks like Destiny might have got cooked by Admiral Gibbs. But I'd have to see the whole thing to really know. Like, I didn't watch it. Yo, 420 TV, thanks for the gifted sub. Matt C, I don't know if you're here, but, welcome to the team of being able to have a cool little coin next to your name and talk shit and chat and some emotes. I'm a Destiny fan. I think Gibbs has some points to make, but Gish gallops a lot. Yeah, Gibbs, hold on, pause. Gibbs does not gish gallop. He rambles. Destiny gish gallops, right? So rambling and gish galloping are not the same thing. Okay, so let me explain the difference so you can understand for everybody here. Rambling is when you talk too fucking much and you keep repeating yourself, right? Like that's not a logical fallacy. That's not a fallacious form of argumentation. That's just being overly verbose. I'm guilty of this. Sometimes I have to do this and I have to reiterate my talking points, right? At the beginning and at the end so that the people listening can understand, because I know they're often too stupid to understand what my arguments are. And so I have to be verbose just to make sure that they fucking get it. What Destiny does is gish gallop, right? Gish galloping is when you have more than one argument, usually a string of multiple arguments, right? And so what you've done is you've created, let's say, 3 or 4 or 5 arguments. And then when it's the other person's turn to speak, or when the person finally cuts in, they have to deal individually with a bunch of rapid fire arguments. And then their Gibbs is you, but baster. Sorry, not sorry. Go fuck yourself, but also appreciate the $12.50 of funny money. I appreciate it. It's like $2.50 real dollars. So like Destiny will like ramble a bunch of, like not ramble, but he'll say a bunch of different arguments. And then you look like you're monopolizing all the time, and you look like you're not letting the other person speak if you try and go through every single one of their arguments. And so what ends up happening is you have these quips, these weak arguments, or these attacks that go left unanswered, because you made like 4 or 5 arguments in a string together. And what Destiny will often do is he'll gish gallop and he'll make several arguments, and then what he'll do is he'll then try and hammer you on one of his arguments and really try and force you to stay on one argument and move the conversation based off of whatever his strongest argument was. And then you have all these unaddressed arguments, so it looks like Destiny or whoever the person was gish galloping made these really good points that the opponent couldn't address because the opponent is like bad at arguing. Furthermore, the other thing that Destiny will do when he gish gallops is if you try and go, if he can't find anything, he'll wait until he can find it. So when he makes 5 arguments, right, you can go through the first argument and he'll just sit through it. And then he'll go through the second argument and he'll sit through it. And then he'll get to the third argument. And then he has found on your third argument a way to subvert the conversation away from the other 2 unaddressed arguments, or to just like bring up some bullshit that doesn't even make sense and then beat you to death with weaponized stupidity, distracting and subverting in that domain. And then the gish gallops. So that's why gish galloping works, is because your typical normie just sees you making quips or arguments that never get addressed. And then, and because they never get addressed, they like hang in the mind is like, ooh, he made some good points there, even though they could be really bad arguments. Gibbs does not do that usually. Gibbs is just ranting and can't shut the fuck up because he's like mad about some shit and he's repeating himself. But it does sometimes lead to a gish gallop, right? Because you might make more than one argument in that argument and then be like, oh, hold on, I'll let you go. And then he just goes on and on and on. But he tends to just rant. It's not the same thing. And when Destiny does it, it's very intentional. When Gibbs does it, it's just because he's all worked up. You know? No tariffs are bad because the government does need to protect us, or okay, whatever. But again, thank you for the funny money, Shrek Eyes. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You're always here. You know, you're one of the few people that's always here, and I appreciate that. A Brazilian real, okay? I'm making fun of anybody that doesn't use US dollar. Do you think I'm a big fan of the USD as a libertarian channel? Do you think I'm super hardcore, like, oh my God, the US dollar is so amazing, when I have multiple rants on this channel about the US petrodollar and getting off of the gold standard, and how the fiat currency we use is a horrific thing that has allowed for a fake economy because we export our inflation to the rest of the world, and it's one of the problems with like diversity, equity, inclusion, and ESG, and girls having fake email jobs and HR jobs. Like, dude, I hate the US dollar. I'm just gonna make fun of anybody that doesn't have the US dollar when they pay because it's funny, and because their currency 99% of the time is not worth as much as the US dollar. It's just funny. Relax. I don't care. I know fiat is death. I'm doubling down on Bitcoin and my family thinks I'm nuts. I mean, it depends on how much of your net worth or savings you have in Bitcoin. Like, I think investing in Bitcoin is a pretty sound strategy. But like some government regulation, some new tax, there's a lot of things that could occur that could destroy that money. So if your savings aren't diversified in any ways, then yeah, that would be really fucking crazy. But if you have like less than 40% of your money in Bitcoin, I don't think you're crazy. I think that's probably a sound investment. And, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm not a financial advisor or anything. Like, central banking digital currencies come out and Bitcoin tanks because it gets like regulated and taxed to death, and CBDCs come out and you've got like 80% of your wealth in Bitcoin, then like, yeah, your family will be right. What you did was crazy. It was a poor investment strategy. But anyways, we were going to talk about fucking what's going on in my neck of the woods. Let's view the original, boys. So this is here in Virginia. Democratic candidate's abhorrent text threatens to shake up bellwether Virginia elections. So if you're living in Virginia, you know that you cannot escape Abigail Spamberger, who is a former CIA agent that's probably going to be our governor soon. running for Democrat. And Earl Winsome has very limited money, campaign funds compared to DNC, money and NGO money and all the corporations and the CIA and all these, pretend not status organizations, which are most of these days. Spamberger, that's her name, Abigail Spamberger. She's a spook that is likely to be the next governor. But Jay Jones, Virginia's Democratic nominee for Attorney General, mused about shooting then Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert in text messages from 2022. Now, Politico really buried the lead here, right? Because what he really mused about was not, I want to shoot these people. I'll put this in the chat and I'll simplify it. But what really occurred was that he mused, genuinely what he mused about was killing Todd Gilbert's children, shooting them, and then hoping that the mother of the children will watch the children slowly die so that they will then change their political beliefs once they see what gun violence and their hateful rhetoric have caused. 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot, James wrote. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Right? So we got to leave either Hitler or Pol Pot. I'm guessing since it's Democrat, Pol Pot. And what's really crazy about this, Ralph Northam, didn't he get impeached? No. He got censored, I think. Not only would people defend this guy, all of the Democrats are silent and or defending and maintaining their endorsements of Jay Jones. Here we have current Speaker of the House of Virginia.
So we need to understand something. We have to be mature in our thinking and how we vote. We can't get distracted because they want us to get distracted by a text message here or something else. Stay focused.
Now, you may wonder what's the context of that is that he is describing how we need to stay focused and how we need to just kind of ignore all the noise. We got to get these Democrats elected. Even when those Democrats are calling for, hoping that they fantasizing about killing the Republican Speaker of the House's children in front of their mother and hoping that they slowly die and the mother can watch them slowly die so that they can understand how their hateful Nazi rhetoric, I don't think he used the word Nazi, but just think not really a big deal here. I think Nico needs to be institutionalized to the nearest loony bin. What did Nico say? What did I miss? Hey, Fabian, how are you? Last time I saw you, you almost passed out on the Raging Tomato. Oh, shit, I just realized I don't have live chat on. You guys have been hidden in live chat. I haven't seen it. My bad. Pass out on the Raging Tomato panel while spurging out. I hope you're doing better. What do you mean spurging out? I don't spurg, brother. I have righteous indignation for all of you evil socialists, both left-wing and right-wing. But was I sick that day? Yes. Was I tired because I was streaming super long? Yes. But it was a good opportunity to meet some new people. I'll be back on Raging Tomato next Monday. Should be debating, presumably, should be me and, I gotta check who this guy's name is, Speakeasy. We'll be debating 2 lawyers on jury trials and why we believe juries are retarded. So it should be fun. I live in an independent city with independence. Independent is such a fucking, sure, fine. But anytime I see independent, I just go oh, okay, cool. Tepid Democrat. Got it. Liberal. Wait, you wouldn't do a jury in an ANCAP society? If juries proved to be effective, so the entire premise behind a jury, obviously we'll get into it more in the debate. But the entire premise behind a jury is that they work because you live in a high trust society. And that you have a well-informed, not low IQ, reasonable community of people. juries are anything but living in a high trust society, non-biased or well-informed, especially with the increasing complexity of law. So there may be ANCAP societies where arbitration firms decide that a jury seems to like work. But I would say more likely than not, juries would not beat out, whatever would not be the best way to do arbitration firms. Jury seems to beat out no jury. What are you saying? Like vibes? Have you ever served on a jury? No. And if I did, I would honestly go through with it, but I'd probably get kicked out. Like if anybody Googles me, they're gonna kick me off the jury. Like, because I'm the most obvious spoiler candidate for knowing juror annulment. Okay, you're just repeating yourself, 420. I get that you're high, so you're kind of retarded right now, but like, just being like, jury good. Because jury good. Common law, jury good. Like, maybe you have an argument, like, bring it forward. That's fine. They won't Google you for selecting. That's not how it works. Cool. Russia and China are falling apart. They will soon be the 51st and 52nd states of the USA. Dude, I hope not. I'd rather just let them fail and then figure their own shit out. I do not want our government managing China or Russia. I mean, obviously, I don't think that's bound to happen anytime soon, but even if it did, I'm not in favor of that. Imagine a fucking billion Chinese getting to vote in our presidential elections. Like, Jesus Christ. Cool, 420. Jury selection is going to be different in every state, and it's going to be different depending upon the case. If I'm in a capital murder case, they're going to take it more seriously. Like, you're just saying shit. In Ancapistan, without a jury, would it just be private judge who decides which lawyer is right? I mean, it will be whatever system is most successful, as far as arbitration firms are concerned. Like a majority of, again, there's probably going to be a council of elders, covenant communities in Ancapistan. But if you're talking about like a major city where rights enforcement agencies are handling shit, most cases are going to be handled by the insurance companies. They're not going to go to court. And the ones that do go to court will go to a non-biased third-party arbitration system that has already been previously agreed upon by those insurance companies. And if that system wants to fucking use a fucking jury trial because they get better results out of a jury trial, because that society is capable of utilizing jury trial effectively, then they'll use a jury trial. And if they want to use a magistrate ruling or something or whatever, that's what they'll use. I tend to think that uneducated jurors that have to be paid in some part by their service, that are pulled randomly from the population, are almost certainly going to be less effective than either professional juries or, or magistrates or things like that. I very well could imagine a situation where an arbitration firm has professional juries, right? Has people that are lawyers of some sort or are like half lawyers, half citizens that are then given take a course or something and get a certification to be a professional juror. And then they maybe they have a time limit on the people working there. So they pay really well, but they only pay you to work for 2 years and then they cycle in new people. Right, there's a lot of different ways that process can go. But as it stands right now, when we are talking about trial by jury in a liberal democracy, we're talking about taking retarded people, forcibly bringing them in, and then these people not understanding basic shit and having to be spoon-fed what the law actually is multiple times, falling asleep during court, not understanding what's going on, and then making vibes-based fucking, decisions, even and having to ask the fucking court over and over again for clarification on what laws actually mean. Like, it's a retarded system that kind of made sense in like colonial America and even the 1800s, when the typical person that was selected for jury duty was like someone that was an actual member of the community. The laws were simpler and people had a better understanding of the law. Like, there's a reason that there's a cap on damages for that juries are allowed to award, or the judges are allowed to award, but especially juries in like civil litigation against large corporations and insurance companies. Because literally fucking juries will be like, yes, they deserve $10 billion because fuck Geico, right? Because people are retarded and biased as fuck and like uninformed. Like, we literally have to find ways to rein in the retardation of juries. Could juries be more or less as democracy applied to arbitration? I mean, you could make comparisons, but I don't think it's fundamentally democratic. I mean, like, yeah, you could, like, you could juries be seen more or less as democracy applied? And then you corrected yourself with seen, but it was fine. Yeah, juror annulment's a thing. In my Ancapistan society, we'll have enlightened ginger magistrates such as Liquid Zulu. We'll give them a big wig and gavel. A jury should nullify pot charges every day. Yeah, if I was on a jury for like weed charges, I would engage in jury nullification. Did you watch 12 Angry Men? No, I haven't watched it yet. I don't think Zulu needs the wig. No, we're putting Zulu in the wig. Gingers get the wig. Nobody wants to see that disgusting, beastly red hair. You rewatched Memento yesterday? So good. I haven't seen Memento in a long time. How would you feel about having professional juries whose job is to be a jury member and have more knowledge? I literally just... Capital Science. Were you getting hit with ads? I just described how I could see a scenario where professional juries with like that have to get like a certification might be better than just a magistrate's ruling or something. Fuck free speech. Free speech only exists because the state exists. Like, as an ideal, it's a fine value, but it can go too far. Right? Like, what we need is private property rights. We don't need free speech rights. Insofar as free speech is freedom from government intervention, then yeah, I'm pro free speech. But like in an ANCAP society, there's not really a good reason to have free speech. It's stupid. Free speech doesn't even exist. Your speech is suppressed all the time. Well, I mean, it's an ideal, right? Like, obviously, the government's existence always encroaches upon people's rights. It's just the nature of government. Well, it's the nature of the state, right? Like, so obviously, our free speech rights are consistently abused. So free speech for an individualist person should be property rights to say what you want. Well, like, what I mean is, like, let's imagine we're in Ancapistan, but Twitter still exists, right? Like, I don't think that you have a right to free speech, right? What you have is you have private property rights. Now, the right of free speech, as defined in the Constitution, is protection from the government. But the problem isn't like we need free speech. The problem is we don't need the state to exist, right? So it's like, the right to free speech is like one privilege the government grants us supposedly with a piece of paper against all the other abuses they will inflict upon us, that says, but we won't encroach this one. right? Like the issue is not we need free speech rights. The issue is that we don't need a state that has this presumed justification to violate property rights. Like, so in Ancapistan, right, you'd have the right to say whatever the fuck you want on your property. Obviously, you wouldn't have the right to say what you want on other people's property, and this may include like some type of common law around noise ordinances, right? Like you shouldn't be able to randomly decide to take a megaphone right at your fence and like scream the N-word over and over again at your black neighbors. But that is still your property. You still have that right, and that's something I would rather handle with like an HOA or something. If you don't want people doing crazy loud noises and shit. But like once it gets to the point of like damaging your eardrums, then it gets to the point where you're actually physically assaulting someone despite the fact that you're doing it from your property, right? But like in Ancapistan, if you're on Twitter should have the right to compete with other social media companies, where some social media companies ban OnlyFans whores and some don't. And some ban, what they consider to be hate speech and some don't, right? Like what the real problem we have with free speech is government protections via Section 230, combined with the fact that, we've seen the Twitter files and all this other shit where the government and the CIA and FBI and CISA and NGOs and shit that are funded by the state have all of this influence and control over social media. But in a truly free market, right, you wouldn't have this protection. So if Twitter becomes if Twitter fraudulently says, oh, no one can say cisgender, but then they let some people say cisgender and some people not say cisgender, well then their terms of service become fraudulent. And then if people get, kicked off of Twitter because they said cisgender, but really this is like a rule that's only enforced, selectively, and that they never actually follow. Or, for example, they have these super vague terms of service, and really they're just like Twitch, where you can, if you're Hassan, you can say whatever the fuck you want, but if you're a conservative and you say anything negative about trans people, or hell, if you're Destiny and you say anything negative about trans people, you get kicked off of the platform. That would be a form of fraud, and we can discuss whether or not you have a case and figure out your municipality, et cetera, about whether or not those companies are engaged in fraud. But at the end of the day, companies should have a right to say this type of speech isn't allowed on our platform, and to get rid of that speech if they so desire. Like the freedom of speech thing is really just kind of like it's not a contradiction. You have a negative right of freedom of speech from the government, but it's only because you have a right from all coercive acts by the government. Freedom of speech is just this special little fun thing that they give you that they pretend is sacred, whilst they violate your rights with taxation and wars and housing regulations and, and a billion other different laws that, slow down progress in your life and liberty. What about general public? Public property shouldn't exist. Public property is a contradiction in terms. Public property is not property, it's fake property. Requires coercion to exist. You cannot have multiple owners of a single property and then say that you're engaged in an ethical system because you've just created conflict by creating multiple owners, and therefore it fails to be legitimate property. Like, I want to do heroin at the playground. Other people don't want heroin needles at the playground, and they want to fucking go to the playground without there being heroin addicts. Well, if it's public property, we're both owners of that property. Now there's a conflict. We both want to use this scarce resource towards opposing means, and there's no means of reducing or solving this conflict other than the state or whoever is managing the public property to enforce the majority or democratic will against someone else. They're either going to violate the rights of the heroin addict, or the family is going to have this public property that they're a part owner of, that they're taxed for to maintain, that that exists, and they can't use the park because there's fucking heroin addicts at the park. Somebody's rights are being violated. Scott, I know you're an anarchist, but you seem to dislike liberalism and the American project. I don't dislike the American project. I just think that the American project has failed and that it has gone in the wrong direction. I have immense respect for the people, for the founding fathers. I just think that the founding fathers were grappling with human liberty and rights. They, you know what I mean? Like they were trying to create a government that abused rights to the lowest degree. And I think that we should have gone further, and we should have taken the philosophy of liberalism and constitutional republic that was set up by the founding fathers, and with new discoveries as such, objectivism, anarcho-capitalism, Austrian economic theory, etc., that with those new discoveries necessitated moving further and further towards anarchism. I don't begrudge the founding fathers for grappling with the Enlightenment values and the idea of individual liberty and getting it wrong, but getting it more right than anybody else before them. What I have a problem with is all of the expansions of the state, despite all of the philosophical proofs and evidence and growth that have shown those things to be contradictions. I think if the founding fathers were here today, they might not be anarcho-capitalists, but they would certainly be minarchists, because minarchists basically believe what the founding fathers believe. And I think if they were to encounter the philosophy of anarcho-capitalism and anarcho-individualism and Austrian economic theory and things of that nature, I think most founding fathers, Madison would probably be like some weird neocon or something, right? But a lot of them that were hardcore Enlightenment thinkers would be on our side. And they certainly would be like, holy shit, we fought a war over a 3% sales tax over tea, and you people aren't doing shit when your government is taxing like 60% of your fucking wealth. What the fuck are you doing? All right. So I do want to talk about this little thing before we go, because I think this is fucking wild. Now, you don't get a lot of, I'm sure we're going to watch this video, and as a preface to this video, know that as soon as we're done watching this video, Slope is Dope is going to hop into chat. Okay? Slope is Dope is going to hop into chat. Are collective stocks or stocks collective ownership, as defined by the state right now, stocks are a violation of property rights. But there's no reason that a company cannot create contracts that say if our value increases, we will pay out dividends. There's no reason to say that people can't invest in a company and then get a return on their investment based off of contracts and some evaluation of the value of the company. But as it stands right now, the idea that companies can forcibly buy a majority stocks and have voting shares and take over a company and things like that, where they actually get this part ownership of a company, that is a violation of property rights. But we're about to watch a video, and as soon as this video is done, Slope is Dope is coming into chat. Scott got to summon him saying that alone. I'm just saying, because this is fucking wild. We don't do a lot of anti-Israel shit here, boys. All right. Like, I don't have the same pro fucking Israel opinions as these weird fucking neocon accounts. And like, you know, I'm pro Jew account, but I'm not fucking Dave Smith. But this shit is wild.
So something I would like to raise, which was actually my first published paper, was how you and the Likud party are cut from the same ideological cloth.
I can't make it louder unless I use like a volume increasing app that I forgot to reinstall.
As Trump and the GOP.
Was I ever a groiper? No. I was a communist. I was never a groiper.
Cloth as Trump and the GOP in America. And so specifically with Charlie Kirk's assassination, who was a big mentor of mine, who's my first mentor in the space, evangelicals, from all my research, evangelicals are the reason that Israel has been supported.
First of all, who is this lady? Like, she breathes. It's like she just exudes psyop. And of course, oh, Charlie Kirk was my mentor, but I don't know who this person is. And then we really need to hammer that Likud and the American GOP are basically the same thing, and they're formed from the same ideological basis. Like, fucking get the fuck out of here. Like, no, I'm not fucking supporting you. I'm not supporting Likud. Fuck Israel. It's a nation state, and it's not my nation state. So fuck off taking my money and your influence and my my government.
In public sphere outside of just Jews. So with Charlie's assassination and with the kind of trajectory that we see with like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel. What's our backup plan to be strong, like outside of the diaspora?
Does anybody else see a hot blonde talking about politics and immediately just get filled with rage? I'm not saying I am a misogynist, but I am saying that like I have a hard time believing any hot blonde that talks politics is anything but a paid shill. And here she is, whoever she is, proving that's absolutely what she is.
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, you talked about the woke right, and you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're loonies.
They're not any different. If the woke right, again, the woke right is just such a stupid fucking term. Like, I understand that there are elements of socialism and there are elements of the same friend-enemy distinction. Like, there are going to be similarities between, you know, different political movements. But if woke means critical theory in praxis and in philosophy, then the woke right is a contradiction in terms. Like, that's like, these aren't right wingers if they're the woke right. If they're critical theorists, but for their own race, that's not woke right. That's just woke. That's just critical theory. That's just fascism. And it's such a fucking, it's a Mott and Bailey to the extreme degree, because there are a few people, like, you know, Nick Fuentes might be an example, right? In some of the things that he says, that are right-wing socialists in the sense that they are, you know, which is also, I would say, a contradiction in terms. But the whole political fucking spectrum has a lot of issues. Right wing means nothing once right wing socialist is a thing, but I use the term to differentiate those that are, you know, pro social family values, etc. People like Connor Points and things like that. But you notice that they're just socialists. But again, like, it loses any functional ability to describe what woke means. And it is used and coined and pushed by people like fucking James Lindsay, where you can take someone that is legitimately woke, that is, you know, considers themselves to be on the right, but I don't think that they actually are right wing, but we can talk about what defines right. But then what ends up happening is James Lindsay's on Twitter quote tweeting me like I don't know, like 2 months ago, and he called me woke right because I said, and I quote, if thinking Reagan was a bad president makes me woke right, I guess I'm woke right. And then he's like, yep, look at the woke right. This is exactly what they are. He's part of the woke right. It's like, I'm an anarcho-object. I'm fucking an atheist. I'm an extreme anarchist. I in no way, shape, or form. I am so much more opposed to socialism and communism and fucking and critical theory than James Lindsay could ever be. But I'm woke right because I think Reagan made mistakes, such as the expansion of the immigration policy in the way that he did it, or the expansion of the Social Security in the way that he did it, or the horrible fucking things he did in South America, and the list goes on and on and on of all of the failures of the Reagan administration. It's just a Mott and Bailey that just it's the liberals' new magic word. It's like when fucking BLM people are like, yeah, but redlining. It's like, okay, redlining has nothing to do with the topic that we're talking about, but you just brought it up randomly because you have these magic words that you spout that shut down conversation and get your own people to be like, woo! And it's hilarious to watch James Lindsay and people talk about friend-enemy distinction. You know, like that's not a thing in all fucking political ideologies and tribes, right? Like, it's this special thing that only fascists have. It's not. But it's just like, it's like, dude, you're doing that. You're trying to use the magic words to shut down conversation.
But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States, that is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we?
He's not wrong on this part that there is like Qatar and other people have spent money on bots and bot farms and boosting and, you know, funneling money through things like tenant media or shit like that to try and boost opinions that are anti-Israel. But he's absolutely wrong that we go, okay, so therefore we have to do the exact same tactics.
Fight back. Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community, they're very important.
I love it's our influencers, right? Like I love like how it's so crazily transparent that the biggest myth that has persisted before all of the, you know, influx of like anti-Semitism, anti-Israel sentiment, right, is that the Jews completely control the media. And so BB is like, we will control the media and we will make sure that we will influence you and we will set up, you know, campaigns and pay off algorithms and petition platforms to silence you. And we will, you know, put fake influencers in front of you that are psyoping you. And by the way, you know, yeah, like fucking what?
And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well, okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, you know, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is class.
Followers. I love too how they all say he's about to say TikTok, right? Hold on, let me just finish. Right, so TikTok. He's saying the most important purchase right now is TikTok. But when you listen, that entire group, they say the most important purchase is followers. So everyone in that room, except for like one or two people, is just admitting that they're engaged in bot following accounts, that they're engaged in finding people that have small channel. Like they're not even hiding the fact that all of these their influencers and the other people's influencers and all these NGO influencers are just buying people follows so that these large YouTube accounts and large X accounts and large TikTok accounts are astroturfed with fake followers and bot follows. That's what they say. They all collectively go, oh, followers, yes. The most important purchase right now is that we violate the terms of service of every one of these platforms but they're not real TOS, so that small accounts can be pushed down and we can boost the voices with fraud. They're all just admitting that they're engaged in a fraudulent PSYOP campaign to destroy the ability of small creators to be able to engage in political speech online by having these other accounts just magically have 100,000 followers. It's like, I can tell you, I'm not getting bot followed. The 2,700 approaching 2,800 YouTube subscribers that I have are all you guys. Okay. But it kind of makes me wonder, you know, how many subscribers does Not So Airtight really have? How many subscribers does Destiny really have? How many subscribers does Counterpoint's 40K channel really have? Oh, they really have 100,000 or 100,000 people really super hardcore interested in watching, you know, him make make Connor make a new bolter and like poorly and like break down the new fucking, you know, Amazon video of fucking, you know, Warhammer shit, or half of those people just bot followed because some company, First Project not Project Veritas, Progressive Victory, and now Midas Touch, which has raised millions upon millions of dollars to defeat Trump. Like how much money did they spend? They're paying him $4,000 to go to Tim Pool each time. They're paying him to go on Tim Pool, right? Paying his rent and then some for the whole month to do one appearance to get crushed by me and then get invited back. How many of those followers are real followers? And every time you have this massive influx of bot followers on these accounts, the gap between a small account and a large account, both in the algorithm and in perception, grows. And everyone's like, oh, Fabian Liberty only has 2,500, 2,700 followers. He's a nobody. And it's like, yeah, well, maybe if fucking people weren't botting like crazy, all these other people would have 20,000 instead of fucking 100,000 subscribers. And maybe I'd be doing better in the algorithm because I wouldn't be 5 times larger in comparison than I currently am. And I'd have 5,000, 10,000 subscribers. Who fucking knows? You can't know when Israel is openly admitting that they're all just botting, following the accounts they're paying for, and that everybody else is doing it too. I just had a thought of your Heroes of Capitalism series. You could do another series called The Enemies of Capitalism for those who actively fought to shut it down, real villain list types. That could be fun. I don't know.
TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential.
I hope it goes through that we can control TikTok.
And the other one,
fucking
what's the
insane.
other one? That's most important. X. Exactly. Very good. And, you know.
They just went, cesspool. X is one of the places with the most free speech, and it's the most anti-Israel fucking platform there is. It's almost like, the most free speech platform has the most anti-Israel sentiment, which leads me to believe that it's more likely not just NGOs and astroturfing that has made people anti-Israel, which is certainly a part of it, but I wonder how much of it is organic. If I was going to assume that it was more organic than bought with NGOs that people don't like Israel, then I would assume that the place with the most free speech would be the most anti-Israel. Funny that.
We have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot, and I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight, okay? Give direction to.
As part of this meeting, by the way, it's not in this clip. Well, I'll say it afterwards.
And give direction to our non-Jewish friends, or those who could be our Jewish our friends. Are we going to succeed with everyone? No. Will there be a strong counterpoint? Yes.
But as part of this program, they're talking about writing checks of up to $7,000 for posts. Just for posts. You can make one 60-second TikTok video that's pro-Israel, and if you're a large enough a following, which of course was bought with bots, then you can get up to $7,000 for supporting Israel. Like that, like, guys, like 90% of these people are all fake. Like overwhelmingly every large content creator in the political space is bought and paid for by some NGO or some activist firm because it's the new media. Dude, right? $7,000. If you ever see me being super hardcore pro-Israel, no, I got bought out and $7,000 was my price. It's fucking insane. All right, boys, I'm going to switch my camera off. And then turn on my virtual camera. Oh, fuck. Let me just update it now. Hopefully it doesn't crash the stream. I didn't think about that. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, boys. All right. Start virtual cam. Why is my browser not having access? What are you talking about? I literally just gave it microphone. Why does this happen literally every time I open StreamYard? Oh my God. All right, so my fucking mic works. Every single fucking time. No matter how many times I give it permission, like every time I cut off my computer or something. Like privacy and security. No, I'm not using Tor. Privacy and security. Yeah, it literally says that it's allowed access to my camera and microphone. But it won't give access to my camera. Like, look at this shit. Allowed camera, microphone, StreamYard. Why does it keep saying that it doesn't have access? Camera. What the fuck? All right. I'm just dumb. All right. I was just having a boomer moment, boys. It was saying because it doesn't have access to that camera because another program is using that camera. But yeah, I'm just an idiot. All right, boys. Dude, how do I mute this sound? I don't want his waiting music. Is there a way to do that? Whatever, I'll just mute it on your end. So you don't have to hear that shit. Boomer wanted fancy stuff without looking at tutorials. Look, don't. Shut up. Scott is too scared of tech guys. He ain't using Tor. I've used Tor before. It just was... I haven't used it in a long time. So maybe it's better, but last time I used it, it was just incredibly slow at everything. And so it was just like, it wasn't worth it to me. I was like, because I'm not doing anything on my fucking computer that I really need to be, that I feel the need to be that like that I feel the need to be like that private. And it's like Tor was way worse than like a VPN. And so I was just like, all right, fuck this. Maybe it's gotten better and I should try it out again or something, but I use like was it Purple browser, like Tor browser, so that I could like keep this stuff separate. So I would like just use that browser to like try it out. And you know, I would use that, like, let's be honest, I would use that when I was sailing the 7 seas, cut on a VPN and cut on Tor, and then sail the 7 seas. But then it was really slow at downloading shit. It was like, all right, we're gonna take more risk. It's doing this audio thing again, but there's nothing I can do. It's StreamYards. It's like your audio bit rate. Change your audio bit rate. And it's literally just StreamYards. StreamYards is like, I swear, StreamYards is going downhill. All right, I'm going to take a piss and I'll be right back.
Proving that he's white. I appreciate you, friend.
I don't mind. I don't care what you do or don't do with when it comes to giving me credit for shit.
Oh, okay.
I just like to fuck with you sometimes.
Oh, fair. That part's true. Yeah. I hope all you both are doing well. Yeah. Corey's not here to stall for time.
Sorry, I was just like fixing my screen around your banner and
No,
like what needed to fit on the screen and whatnot.
Yeah. I think the banner is just good for, so people can see what's going on.
It makes sense with your stream, right? Because hold on, let me cut my camera on and off. It seems to be. There we go. Is that better? There's still a weird lag.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm gonna cut my virtual cam on and off.
On StreamYard, it was fine in terms of lag. I didn't see any, but I could be wrong.
It might just be me streaming to StreamYard and then StreamYard through the internet to me and back. There's like a weird lag that is like kind of geeking me out that's normally not here. I'm gonna join. I'm gonna rejoin.
Okay.
I don't care. Take my cookies.
Just some golf thing.
Testing.
Looks like.
Yeah, I'm still lagging weirdly, but whatever. It is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. I'm just gonna have to constantly watch myself on screen with like a half-second delay from what I'm doing, which is really awkward. So, when you go to certain places and like they're like put the headphones on, and then you can hear yourself with the delay.
Yeah.
And then they're like, dude, you'll get used to it. It's fine. And it's like, I won't. This sucks. Like, stop this. I don't want this.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I'm muted. Testing. I don't look muted.
Yeah. Lactoid, like that shirt kind of reminds me of like one of those fraternal order of the police symbols, Maybe you weren't telling me something.
I thought about that. I thought about becoming a cop. Sometimes I still think about it.
And then you remember the money.
They pay people with law degrees pretty well in some areas.
Really?
Yeah, and officer discretion, right? So I'm just like not going to arrest people for like a bunch of shit.
Okay.
And
I don't
legally
know.
I can do that. Look, I'm diverting my resources to more important things, right? Which is not going to include anything that I don't believe should be a crime, unless of course I'm mandated to. Which, by the way, the things that you're mandated to arrest for are things that I do think should be crimes. So we're good. We're good on that front. Right? That makes it easy.
I wonder what happens when some punk, right? Some like Antifa, blue-haired, nose-ring punk, like gives a lactoid a little bit of lip. I wonder what happens then, huh?
I might arrest them for the weed that they have on them. Just them, though. Right.
But yeah, we're still waiting on people. That's why Corey said he was going to be late too, actually.
Wow. He makes fun of me all the time.
Why will it not?
Yeah.
I'm figuring out what's going on. It won't let me use my stream deck or my capture card. Sorry, it will only take my virtual camera. so I then have to run it through OBS. And I was wondering what was happening, but it just keeps saying, oh, it doesn't have permission. But it has permission on every other time I'm here, and it has permission to use cameras. So what the fuck is happening? There we go. What the fuck? Okay. Fucking StreamYards. All right.
Gibbs, can you turn the noise gate up a little bit in your end?
Yeah, we can hear you breathing.
Just a little, just a little bit.
Your labored breathing. He was jogging. Before
I do have a question for Gibbs though. When he's ready, I know he's setting up. I don't want to stress him out.
Be like 2 minutes. I'm trying to.
Yeah, no problem. I fixed the brakes on my motorcycle, by the way. Oh, so much better. I was riding around them. They were dragging them quite a bit for like a month.
Just tell Corey when he comes back. It's like, yeah, for a month I've been riding my motorcycle with broken brakes. I've just been bobbing and weaving in traffic.
They weren't broken in the sense they didn't work. They were broken in the sense that they were dragging on the rotors. So as I was going down the road, you could hear.
You could just lose control because they're dragging a little bit. And I'm teasing.
Yeah, well, but you can hit, but regardless, it was made a very obnoxious noise, right? And it wears down your rotors, and it causes your engine to have to run harder. It's it makes turning a little bit harder. It sucks, right? And I tried a bunch of different things.
Taking 40% of the screen.
It's also I don't think the right banner, is it?
I'm sorry, what are you talking about? No, I wanted to talk.
Did I get sent the wrong prompt?
No.
Well, the banner and the bottom of it is a good
It's not 40%.
third.
It's a good
or more
30% of the screen.
It's a
It's
lot.
not 30% of the screen. You guys can't tell.
The banner itself is only maybe 15% of the screen, but then there's this huge gap
you mean
between
the empty space? Well, no, the empty space is for if there's other people who come in, right? It's it's leaving space for another row.
Prime likes his banners.
That's not what's happening.
Prime likes his banners.
100% of it. It's when someone else comes in, the banner won't move, right? But if we have, oh my God, someone's typing very loudly.
Oh, that's totally me. Sorry.
Yeah. So
I gotta get used to it still.
When there's a third row of individuals, right? It'll move us up a bit.
Yeah, we'll get even smaller, and then there'll be a new gap.
We won't get smaller. We won't get smaller. This is this thing, right? But the banner won't move. The banner will be there, and yeah, it's just leaving space for that accommodation.
I don't know what's happening to my surely not racist chat, but for some reason, everyone keeps demanding that you explain black fatigue. I don't understand where this. Prime. They just keep going top left. Explain black fatigue, and I'm just like,
I got a book.
But what is happening? Did the Groypers all come in at the same? I'm pretty racist, but I'm not that racist that I'm socially awkward in my racism. You know what I mean? I'm the nice kind of racism. I'm the subtle kind of racist.
You're the facts and statistics.
The kind of racist that
racist.
You're the kind of racist that hangs out with minorities, right?
Right, I'm a Charlie Kirk racist, not a KKK racist. You know what I mean?
There we go.
You've cut the banner off your end, yeah, so that there's fucking something on the screen.
Oh my God!
Oh, my bad.
Right.
I didn't.
It's fine. I don't even know. I'm not even sure what black fatigue is. I think I've heard people
really
throw that term around, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. If I would just be guessing. I tried.
There's sick of black people and their problems and their whining.
So,
that's the
yeah,
black.
I mean, it's mostly just.
I wouldn't address that.
It's mostly just racism, but a good example, if you want to have if you want to be charitable with the concept, right, would be the creator of Boondock Saints. When he gave a speech years ago, and he was talking about how white people are tired and how the moral currency of blacks as victims is kind of gone today, right? They're white people, in the 1960s and even in the 70s, there was a lot of white guilt around our past, our history, our actions, and those of our ancestors and our family. But now, in the here and now, this you owe me, your people did this, you're bad, you have to, and the creator Boondock Saints, right, then gets into the black community and you know the problems of violence and things like that, and like the tiredness of it. That would be like, if you watch that speech, I would think like what he is saying is probably the most charitable interpretation you could get of black fatigue. But mostly it's just an internet meme to be like, we're tired about black people.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have. I was completely wrong.
Prime
but-
is actively not online, and so any meme or any social discourse, it's just off his head. He's here for the fucking panel, and that's it.
I'm here for the politics.
I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm following shit online so that I can do streams and reactions and whatnot. So I'm not like obviously that checked out. But like people will be like, "Did you hear what happened with this guy on Not So Erudite stream?" And I'm like, "Fucking no!" Like,
Well,
what
you're
do
not
you
a
mean?
drama slop guy.
I'm like, I'm not following these people. Fuck Not So Erudite. She's a piece of shit. Fuck Destiny. He's a piece of shit. Fuck
Although I did
Connor.
see what happened
He's a
on
piece
her
of
stream,
shit.
and it was
right? Like
it
these are
was pretty
horrible,
funny.
disgusting human beings. It's so
Oh,
cool.
who, the
You can
Indian
show
guy?
me a clip.
Yeah.
I saw the
that was
Indian guy
hilarious.
thing. And then I'm like, but I don't understand the
killed me.
context. And I'm like, who muted who? What happened? And people were like,
I'll
you're
give-
not
I'll give you some
following
context.
No,
the 17
Scott.
bullet points.
Scott,
I'm just like,
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
it's pretty
know.
easy to like.
You know,
it's pretty easy to intuit what's going on, right?
Well, you know what's funny? I just had this thought while Fabian was going on that epic rant right there. I had this thought. I was like, it's amazing how lately I've seen people do these AI like conversations where they just add a couple words, and everything he was saying there could have been changed very contextually. If he just said "I would" instead of "fuck this person," and just put "I would" and then put that in front of all it, we would all got canceled tonight. So watch out for
Dude,
these AI.
have you seen what Sora 2 is capable of? Dude, you can I can put your Twitch channel in Sora 2, right? And say this person's likeness and image, have them stealing something at a Target. And it'll just give me a CCTV footage of you stealing stuff at Target. And like it will sometimes you can see artifacts if you give it like a very simple sentence. Sometimes you'll see like the random like Cyrillic letter somewhere or something, like something fucks up. But like if you're specific enough with it, you will not be able to distinguish between actual CCTV footage of like you that is real and the fake one I made with AI that is like you stealing shit.
Is that like so? You just said
I'm saying you don't even need that. You could just put in whatever words and it'll use your voice.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess where I was going with this is like, because I think that we're starting to like, I mean, yes, AI is getting better, like kind of this thing, but it's also we're like, getting the chance to like, we've seen it real time. People are like learning to what to pick out, like, hey, maybe this is AI. And I think part of like what's scary is if people do just like small things, it's much harder to like pick out like what's the fake. And so whenever you're like, oh, fuck this person, fuck this person, fuck this person, and like someone goes in there and just adds the words, I would, and then like just clips that like in there, it's kind of scary because you can use such a small little AI.
I hear you.
And, like, really,
I think you're
like,
wrong. I hate to say it, but I think like we're 6 months away from like, unless you use a tool like, you know, investigating officers or PIs or like certain people have, that you're not going to be able to distinguish between the real person's voice and the AI modulated voice, and it really doesn't matter. And like, I think that might actually be worse what you described, because it'll be juxtaposed with your real voice and might actually key you in that it's AI. So I'm not sure.
I usually feel like just like if you can make little changes to like an existing video, like maybe you're right. I don't know that I'm not a computer scientist, right? But like I think a lot of times if you just the less you do, as opposed to like make a video from scratch, I like completely where it's like, oh, we know that they were on this panel or whatever, and like I don't know.
Editing an already out there video is probably more convincing than making a video from scratch. For
yeah,
sure.
I agree. Yeah, but like I don't know. It's I just added a random.
I do see a lot of fear mongering.
Derail.
I see a lot of fear mongering with the AI stuff. Like I saw, oh God, what is that biologist that's like a hardcore turf? I can't remember his name, Christopher or something. And like he was talking about like the fear of not being able to distinguish between real AI videos on social media platforms and whatnot. And it's just like the way I feel about it is like the bulletproof vest is necessitated by the invention of the bullet. I don't have this deep sense of dread that like AI videos are going to be out there and indistinguishable from reality, because if X isn't retarded or if YouTube isn't retarded, 6 months after it becomes to the point where it's kind of is indistinguishable, they'll have an AI algorithm first that'll look at the behavior of people in chat and linking it with news stories and things like that. That'll just give you a rating that says this video is likely or not likely AI. And then a year or two later, you're gonna have AI programs that are really good at distinguishing better than the human eye what is or isn't AI generated content.
Sure, but very similar to that, like the bulletproof vest didn't nullify the bullet. It provides some protection, and while for news stories, perhaps like that's going to be easier to fact check.
Mm-hmm.
What I think is going to be something interesting, and it's going to be a little bit of a lag time, I think, for this. But a lot of evidence, for example, in courts, relies on if you have video evidence, it's kind of seen as like very powerful evidence, right? I captured this guy
it's better
on
than witness
CCTV.
testimony. Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I got him on CCTV, shooting somebody, right? Or recording, right? I've got an audio recording of like a lot of the the laws that have the RICO laws that have been very effective at bringing down the mafia. A lot of that relies on like audio recording, wiring,
right,
and getting that stuff. And once that becomes clear, that can all be faked. What this is going to generate, I think, is a very strong.
What is reasonable doubt? Yeah.
Right, because now
I can reasonably doubt it's AI. Like, where's your
proof if
AI?
I exactly if you record if you got something on a recording of me like admitting to a crime or even a video of me doing a crime, what's my defense? That's AI. It's not me. It's very well done AI,
reminds me of?
But it's not me.
You remember the Kyle Rittenhouse trial where the judge and the jury, no matter how much it was explained to them, could not fathom because they were all retarded because that judge had a room temperature IQ and so did most of the people in the jury. They could not fathom that the prosecution. Well, he could. It took him like 20 times.
He was a boomer
because he's a boomer. Yeah. Maybe not room temperature IQ. That's fair. Just like unaware of technology and how it works. That like, hey, this zoomed in video should not be admissible because it shows fake AI generated images of the perpetrator attacking Kyle Rittenhouse showed Kyle Rittenhouse in a different direction than it is when it's zoomed out. And the prosecution was doing everything they could to push this cell phone AI generated, cleaning up or AI interpolation.
Generated? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused.
During the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, they were trying to prove that he had a reasonable like means of escape and that like he like turned and like raised his gun and that he like and not that he didn't react to someone charging at him, but instead he was going to try and murder the person. And one of the pieces of evidence that they wanted to use was cell phone footage that was zoomed in that was using Apple's interpolation, where it's like trying to clean up the image. And that was the only piece of evidence that contradicted all of the real evidence that he was in a different position with the firearm. But he was like zoomed in and super grainy. He was like, see here, it actually shows that he was facing the other direction at this time. And like the defense had to try really hard to get the judge to understand that this isn't real footage. It's zoomed in and Apple's technology is trying to clean up the image. And when it cleaned up the image, it like put his arms and the gun in like a different direction and like added stuff. And so it was adding things that weren't there that made it look like his firearm was raised in a different direction than it actually was. And like it went through and then it wasn't, or I don't remember exactly. I'd have to look into the case again. Maybe you remember better. Maybe you were following it better because I don't know.
I remember what you're talking about. I don't remember what, but if I remember correctly, I think that was excluded. I don't think they were allowed to bring
but it was like that's right. It was excluded, but for the longest time, it looked like it was gonna go through, and the judge was like really having to think about whether or not.
I think it finally clicked for him.
It finally clicked for him, like after the defense argued like the second or third time, and this was like during the process where they wanted to bring in like a new TV that was bigger so that it could show that brought in. And they were like, what the fuck? You're trying to bring in fake evidence.
And this is sort of what happened. So like in the OJ trial, right? They had like just rock solid DNA evidence against the guy. But a lot of people at the time didn't really understand DNA evidence. And so it didn't hit with the jury as much as it does today, right? And I do think you're going to see a potential lag time with especially older juries where they're going to see footage that could be AI generated and they're just going to take it as real. All right, that's going to be kind of
like
scary.
they do on Facebook right now.
Like they do on Facebook.
And then also,
and that stuff's not even good.
And then also, there's probably going to be a gap when we do develop technology that can accurately prove whether or not something is AI or not AI generated, or at least with a reasonable degree of certainty.
And they're going to doubt that.
They're going to be like, nah, I don't buy that. AI could do that. Yeah, there is going to be video evidence is going to be difficult. That is going to be
Yeah.
Wait till we're all transhumanists with fucking cyberpunk eyes.
to clarify something that was said before, there was like a clip on Twitter of a not so erudite stream, and so she stands up and leaves. Like she's like, "Oh, just get on cam, and then I'll run to the bathroom," just like you do, Prime, right? "Oh, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. You guys behave."
Yeah.
And so she stands up and leaves, and then immediately this guy, like in the thickest Indian accent, just starts like ripping on Destiny and calling him a pedophile and like going into it. It's very funny, and then he gets banned like pretty quickly shortly thereafter. I highly recommend watching the video. It made me laugh.
Ripping on. Oh my god. Yeah, that's.
So you said you wanted to ask me something, by the way. What was?
Speaking, I saw your performance, Sir Gibbs.
I only
looking
saw
like
clips.
a bad guy, looking like a bad guy from John Wick, showing up and laying down the whoopings in real life.
Can I tell you, as someone who hasn't seen the debate, let me tell you this. I saw 2 clips of it on Twitter because I didn't even know that you were debating Destiny in person. I refuse to debate Destiny
in
whatever.
person.
I'm not. Yeah, like some of it. And
nice.
Yeah, nice. Hell yeah, Gibbs. And then both of the clips were showed by like one. I can't remember the account, but it was like a pro DGG like orbiter thing. And like both of them, you still looked good. And I was like, damn, this must have been a fucking beat down if they're like selectively grabbing clips, bragging about Destiny owning, and like it's cutting off right before you make another response to it, and you still look like you're crushing him. I was like, God damn, this must have been really bad for Destiny.
Yeah, I like when I was going through.
But I don't know. Maybe you got stomped. I don't know. Who knows?
No, I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident I got the win. Actually, like I'll even break down kind of like a quick analysis. I thought before we went, okay, all right, like obviously he's at a disadvantage. He's just taking. He doesn't know what the debate topics are beforehand, right? Like, and I had 2 options in my head. I was either A, we're gonna go for some wild like topic that like we're just gonna get a bunch of clips on each other. I was like, that'd be good. Or I was like, B, I'm going to pick something that's super in my wheelhouse that I know I'm going to just keep hammering over and over and over and over and over again and like look decent. And I picked the second one. I went in there with like kind of the ranching topic, and I knew that it was not going well for him whenever he tried to explain to me how they were automating fence digging. And I was like, yeah, bro, I if I had to wager money, I don't know that you've dug any fences in your life, and you're talking to a rancher about how to dig fences and what a post hole digger looks like. I mean, I don't. It was. I knew that was probably not a good line of thought. He's, pretty good at like a generalist. And then I also noticed whenever he asked, so I we kind of did the main topic and it was kind of slowing down. And then the Pengbird asked, on the last 5 minutes, he goes, well, do you have anything else? So then I was like, okay, I think I've got my dub. Let's open this up a little bit so he can get, his content or his arguments in. And then that one got pretty entertaining. There was some good laughs in the crowd. I think we both had some good clips. But yeah, I think resounding success. In my opinion. I mean, I don't know about what y'all thought, but yeah.
Yeah, like I said,
I think they're good.
I didn't know that it was happening. I just saw it. I was like,
you were the way you were dressed though. You genuinely look like a John Wick villain. Like you walked in the velvet, like it's all velvet, right? It's a velvet suit.
It's silk, but yeah.
Silk suit. Incredible.
Legit. Silk suit is legit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
I was like, and the other thing is like the showmanship. Like, okay, it's prime time on a Thursday night, guys. Like, if you're gonna go somewhere on the weekend and you're doing an event, like, why aren't you like dressed up? Like, it's good for your branding. Even if I look like a jackass, you're gonna be like, look at this guy's fit. You're gonna remember that. People are just gonna look you up. I don't know why people don't do that more often, especially in the debate space. I also think wearing a suit in general gives you an air of like legitimacy for like when you go to do speaking events. Like, I'm gonna trust the guy in the suit somewhat more than I see the guy in like a t-shirt, like in blue jeans, unless it's like, with a bunch of billionaires. I don't know why that is, no offense, but like, I think it genuinely gives you an air of respectability, kind of thing.
I mean, I think a suit can provide.
Tell that to
ethos.
Zelensky.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Well, I was actually just about to bring up Zelensky, but yeah, it depends on what it is that you are trying to sell, right? So in Zelensky's example, he's trying to sell the concept that, like, you know, of war, and the concept of like being a general and being a soldier, and that this is a fight, right? Like, he doesn't want to, he's not trying to, like, it's like, this now isn't the time for respectability in suits. Now it's the same thing with, like, it's the same thing when you saw, like, you know, Democrat politicians and Republicans used to do this. The older people here will remember, right? The Gen Z won't remember. There used to be this, like, you'd see Obama, for example, he would go give a speech somewhere in a suit, and then he'd go talk to like a factory somewhere, and the suit jacket would come off, and the sleeves would get rolled up to your elbows.
Yeah,
like the dude's fucking doing factory work at the hydraulics plant or some shit. Like, he's just there to talk to people, right? But it all depends on what it is that you're selling. And like, I do think like, you know, wearing a suit, wearing good clothes can sell that ethos of that. But sometimes, you know, sometimes you want the opposite effect, right? Sometimes you want people to undersell yourself, right? As like, oh, I'm just a normal streamer. I'm just like everybody else. I'm just a dude in my basement, right? And then just utterly cook the other person. Against Destiny, maybe that's not a good idea, but against somebody that feels the need to dress up in a suit, that is like, I'm a professor of economics and I'm going to debate you. Like, if I was going to go debate some communist professor of economics on econ, some economic issue, I might show up in sweatpants and a hoodie. And people are like, look at this joke of a guy. And then it really makes them look more pathetic, because I'm very confident that in an econ debate against a Marxist, I'm going to utterly fucking cook them the entire time. And then it makes them look even worse, because I'm just a streamer guy from a room somewhere. I'm not like a business suit econ professor like you. So, I mean, it just all depends on, I mean, like, there's different ways to play it, right? And, you know, or Hassan, right? Hassan is constantly, you know, wearing goofy ass designer clothing that makes him look like he should be at like a runway, you know, with a bunch of fucking degenerates.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think
that is a little that's his branding,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, and like, I think that's.
But that is, yeah, it is better than that is dressing up.
Like, I think it's important. I don't know, branding wise. Go ahead, Prom. Sorry.
No. Sorry, I didn't see this. I didn't know. But I'll take Lactoid's word for it.
I watched it. It was awesome.
Okay, yeah, I'll take Lactoid's word for it.
Gibbs was on it.
Okay, yeah, I'll take all your words for it. That he cooked Destiny, Bad Faith.
I don't know if he cooked him, but Gibbs was on it, man. He actually had a, you know, Destiny has a way of running away with things, and Gibbs handled him pretty well, I thought.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say he manhandled him.
The biggest thing that I think you did well, and this is hard to do in a public debate if you're actually there in front of a live audience, is you didn't get caught on anything where like you stammered or took like some time to think. Like, you had a response ready to go for every question right away, which made you come across very confident.
Yeah, awesome.
Well, thank you.
Speaking of in person, you know, Lactoid, I've got this event coming up next month.
I've heard.
Yeah, are you going?
You should come out.
Probably not.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm going. I never go to shit like this. I'm going.
We'll be there.
That's awesome, dude.
Everybody's invited.
Nice
I feel like
deflection.
Lactoid isn't
That's
the go
awesome.
out
I like
type.
that for you. Yeah, I mean, like
That's good shit. Hey, I think Scott brings the heat. I think he would do well in an event like that.
Yeah, but he needs an opponent.
Nuke debate 2?
2.0, yeah.
We had a struggle to find something that we would like be able to substantively disagree with over the course of several hours.
I'll tell you what, y'all are about to be having to do, probably going to be having to do the DCS here, Contender Series, eventually once, probably next month after all this.
Yeah, I think I'm against average debate enjoyer for my first.
Yeah, I think that's your first one, yeah. And then Tavia's got quintuple, so it'll be good. I'm excited.
So,
maybe y'all can have round 2.
It was funny last night. I had this guy that I kind of bludgeon him about the head occasionally, and and I told him I don't like him. I actually don't like this guy at all. Like I've tried really hard. I just don't like him.
Wait,
and he's
who?
like,
That's the worst
Grid
insult
won't
I've
let
ever
me-
heard. I
Grid-
tried really hard to like you, but man, I just don't.
I just couldn't get there, man.
This is so
And,
much worse than like hating somebody for a reason. It's just like, dude, I genuinely tried, but just I don't know if
I have.
it's the way
I've
you
genuinely-
look
I'm
or your
just not
personality
likable.
or you as a human or your soul or whatever's behind your eyes. But it's just red flags
I
everywhere,
just don't
man.
like
I don't
it.
know.
I just don't like it. And I've
Kill him
given,
with
and so
kindness.
I told him. So he was like, "Well, I was gonna go, but Grid probably doesn't want me there." And I'm like, "No, you can come. I don't care. It's free for all. You know, I still don't like you though, but you can still show up. I mean, it's not like I'm not a leftist. I don't ban people I don't like. So you know."
So I'd like to, well, congratulations on everyone on anything. As no, but as usual,
yeah.
as
Oh,
usual,
thanks.
as usual, I'm out of the loop, so I don't know what anyone's talking about on anything. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I remember you mentioned that you were part of an in-person event and you were doing like a pre-show type thing.
Yeah, for
previously,
DebateCon 6, yeah.
Yeah. So I remember that part.
We had a
but
good show
everything
too,
else,
Brian.
What'd you say?
I said you also got to tell them we had a pretty good show the other night too.
Oh yeah, we did. It was an enjoyable talk with my friend Gibbs. We were on different sides of should the Israel the U.S. drop a support for Israel. I thought Gibbs and I had a good conversation. Unfortunately, that bitch ass pussy Tyler was around. He's a bitch, and it. You know. It is what it is. But
Tyler, here's how I feel about Tyler, right? Since you think he's a bitch. Here's what I've noticed about Tyler. There are not too many people that get into politics online just for the love of the game. That's that's how I feel about Tyler. Like Tyler doesn't actually give a fuck. He doesn't have any strong political opinions in any one place or
does.
another.
He's a strong.
I think that's changed lately.
He's a Zionist. What are you talking about?
Maybe,
He's
but
like,
it seems like he's in it for the love of the game. Like it seems like
initially, yeah.
You're machining your voice. Is that me or is that it?
Me?
Might be.
Is my voice machining?
You're saying me?
No, not yours. Yours is fine. Scott wasn't.
Oh, Scott sounds
I'm
good to me.
hearing you in someone else's speakers somewhere.
I don't know. So maybe it's just on my end, but like, all right, it's fine. If everyone else can hear Scott perfectly well, then keep going.
Well, you were saying I'm wrong. That like I don't.
Yeah, you were explaining
like,
that
I haven't
Tyler's a
followed him.
bitch.
Yeah,
I was just saying.
Tyler's
It
a-
seems like he doesn't. I don't know. When I notice that I would think maybe 90% of people that are large accounts with large followings, right, are already bought and paid for by some NGO, activist organization, money of some sort, right? Like when I see Bibi Netanyahu and he asks his table of influencers, what's the most important purchase right now? And they all collectively get the answer wrong because he was looking for TikTok, and they all say followers because the entire table admits that Israel bot follows all of their accounts and that everybody else is doing it too, and they know that. When I see somebody that's in it for the love of the game, it's almost like they're transparent in that they're just there to entertain and that they're just there to say whatever. And I almost have more respect for that than the overwhelming majority of pundits that pretend like these opinions are actually their deep, heartfelt, personal opinions of an ideology that they believe in and that they're attempting to promulgate, right? Because like you look at anybody with more than 100 or maybe even more than 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, or like, someone that gets over 150, 200 live viewers on Twitch, a good chunk of those live viewers are going to be bots. A bunch of them are going to be bot subscribed, and a bunch of them are going to get being paid by somebody, be it Progressive Victory or Chorus Media or BB or fucking whoever. And so it's like, I don't know, when I see somebody who's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I just kind of go wherever the wind blows because I think this is fun. I'm like, all right, I can respect that more than I can respect somebody like, I don't know, not so erudite that like is, tied to her pedophile friend because she can't fucking, because like that's where the money flows.
Yeah, so anyway, Tyler, yeah, we got you first.
I think Tyler does have strong beliefs. I don't think he got on with strong beliefs, but I think he's latched on to some. And in my
Yeah, I could be wrong
he,
on that, right? Like I don't follow
Yeah.
his content that deeply.
Yeah, my issue isn't that he like has wrong beliefs. It's that he is dishonest, right? Like just like we've had him so many like just straight up lies, right? Not just about like random like whatever topic we're discussing, but about like interpersonal things. Like he lied about Prime never inviting him on again, for example. Like stuff like this that I think is just like just makes you kind of a bitch.
I didn't know that.
I literally
I
have a
that's-
screenshot. Like it's bullshit.
AI,
No.
AI screenshot.
AI screenshots. There we go, boys. Photoshop.
Photoshop's back, baby. Let's go.
Photoshop's the dark ages, baby.
But in any case, yeah. So I don't, there's nothing to focus on, but we did have a good conversation. The reason I was trying to transition us to other topics while we're waiting here. I mean, waiting, I guess only for Corey. But you know, I'm curious where you guys are at. I'm not sure if we should make this a full topic or not. Not until something really explodes. But I am
Knowing
hearing
America
myself through
these
someone
days.
else's.
Yeah, you're
It will.
echoing like crazy.
Yes, I'm hearing myself through. I don't know where.
It sounds like you have like two mics open or something.
I definitely don't. I shouldn't.
Right. I'm just telling you what it
Yeah,
sounds
yeah,
like. It
yeah.
sounds
Yeah, I
like
know,
there's
yeah, I hear you.
like a laptop mic or something that's also on
Can we,
or something.
can we just test something? This is like a continuous thing.
Testing.
Everybody hears double.
Do you guys
I'm
hear
gonna
double
mute-
now?
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
very
hear
quiet.
double.
I
Yeah.
didn't hear
I
that.
heard it just like right at the start, then stopped.
Okay.
Because I
yeah,
didn't.
yeah. Everyone
I hear
mute.
it now.
I'm gonna mute Dan.
Everyone.
I heard
mute,
it
yeah.
on Admiral Gibbs' side too. So it might be
Everyone mute.
coming through somebody else's speaker.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I think it's Grid's
Everyone-
mic. I think Grid
Grid
has
mic.
his thing unmuted and the sound's coming through the mic.
Testing.
Or I did before.
Yeah. Okay. So Grid unmute.
Yeah, can you guys hear through my mic?
Testing.
Testing.
I don't hear it. Oh my god. Okay.
What the
let's-
fuck?
We're gonna.
I think it was either
It
through
might be
Grid
mine.
or Gibbs.
Yeah.
It's mine. Testing.
Yeah. Well, we'll slowly try to figure it out then. Test. Oh yeah, I think it might be lactoids. The moment you
Yep.
test. Yeah.
Might be.
Fucking lactoid, you fucking piece of shit.
Oh my god.
Won't come to fucking Tennessee with us. Won't
Yeah,
fucking
he will.
get his microphone
He's gonna.
shit fixed.
He's gonna.
Won't join the police force as a lawyer. I mean, all of the horrible things.
All the things.
Okay. So while Lactoid, hopefully decides to stop sabotaging my stream. Well,
There's no push to talk
Man.
here. That's like how I prevent all these issues before.
So what I was gonna say, ask you guys about is federal troops going to cities, right? We might make this a larger topic. I was saying, like, especially if something explodes, but I want to know where you guys are at. That's why I put that banner down there. The Trump administration has been stopped by a federal judge. There was some late breaking news that I didn't get a chance to look into that might have changed this, but Trump has tried to get the was it the California National Guard at first to go to Portland, and then the Texas National Guard, and then or was it Oklahoma? One of them. Anyway, he tried to get them to go, but then a judge stopped them twice, and then said, okay, now no national guards, no matter what state they're in, can go. And there might be late breaking news on that part as well. So again, if I'm giving you misinformation, I apologize. And Trump keeps saying that Portland, Oregon, is up in insurrection. Like there's an insurrection going there. That there's like such a violent crime that needs to be put down by federal troops. Does anyone support this here?
Well, I mean, in my state, my governor just agreed with our state's attorney that he can send the National Guard to Memphis. So I guess I do agree with it. I don't know about Portland because I don't.
Do you
really
agree
pay
with just because you're governor? Your governor said. Like,
Well,
because your state official said so. Like, why do you agree with it?
Well, because I don't know why anybody would disagree with backing.
I think
up
he
law
means from the legal. I don't think he's being a legal positivist and saying that it is right because the law says it is right. I think he's making the claim. I listen to my legal representatives in my state, and from the explanation given, it appears that it is indeed legal.
At least
supporting
sorry,
it.
all right, so let me
I think he's being
let me-
descriptive here. Not
yeah,
prescriptive.
let me be a little bit more clarifying. In
Okay.
Tennessee, we have a state. In our state constitution, there's a law that says that the governor cannot send the National Guard to reinforce cities or anything like that. They can't use the National Guard without except in a certain number of cases. There's a certain there's some descriptors there that have to be met. And originally, the state's attorney was kind of like, oh, I don't know, maybe, kind of, sort of. As they dug into it, now they've said, yeah, you know what? You can 100% send the National Guard, Tennessee National Guard, to Memphis to reinforce the police there and perform support role in Tennessee. Now, whether or not that applies to Portland, I don't know, because I haven't been paying attention to Portland. I don't honestly give a shit about Portland. I hope honestly, if they burned it down and rebuilt it, I wouldn't be sad. But at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any specific problem. And I actually wonder why people have a problem with backing up law enforcement as needed. That seems very odd to me. And I'd really love to hear the reasoning behind it.
Sure. Well, as needed, but they don't need it. Like the governor of
They literally have riots. Right?
No, they're not.
Am I wrong
They don't
about
have
that?
riots. No.
Am I
no,
wrong
they don't,
about that?
Yeah, yeah. But that's what Trump
Sure.
has been saying. Trump has been.
Well, it depends on what you define as a riot. Like Portland has had multiple days of protests with people
against ICE.
blocking
Yeah.
ICE facilities, but I wouldn't classify that as. I mean, it just depends on what your classification is for a riot. They have not had like BLM protests where they're like burning down and like destroying businesses.
they are doing.
It's been fairly controlled.
One of their police chiefs, or the police departments, was saying that, we watched the protests, and we literally, and the particular one he was talking about, we made no arrests. We made no arrests because no one was doing anything.
So here's
sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't realize. I thought you paused.
No, that's fine. Whatever. Which are Gibbs or Grid? Which one?
If you don't mind, Grid, I would like to jump in real quick, and then you
Could I just make the one
ahead.
point? Thank you. So interestingly enough, I kind of looked into this, not just mainly because of what's going on in my state, but if you're actually interfering with federal operations, and interfering can be anything from protesting outside to try and prevent them from doing their work or anything like that. I do believe that Trump would have the authority to send in the National Guard because to back up just the federal troops in and of itself. But the real interesting thing is that most of you keep, when people always, not you necessarily, Prime, but people, I hear this a lot, make the point that, well, the police chiefs aren't asking for it. Well, police chiefs are elected officials. They're not, they have a political, they're in the political game, and I don't know that they're the best indicator of what needs to be happening. I would be much more interested in what the watch commanders and the cops on the street have to say than what the chief of police has to say, since they're a political figurehead and not actually enforcing the law day to day. Now, that's just my opinion, but I'm interested to hear what everybody has to say. And I'm sorry, Gibbs, I interrupted you. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I mean, so all right, I have some friends that live in Portland, and they're basically saying that it's not like a riot, but they're actually taking over the area, right? The business owners can't get there, people that live in the area can't get there, and it's several blocks wide. It's not just it's more like the Chaz than it is like the BLM or like rotate kind of thing is what I've heard it described as. And I mean, I don't know that you could sit here and say that it's not needed. One, we've seen any of the places where we sent the troops, crime has gone dramatically down just because they're able to like guard federal buildings, they're able to help logistically, and that lets the police, have more.
Crime has been going, but you acknowledge that crime has been going down this entire time. We've been in a downward slope.
Well,
I'll across the board, right?
Sure. Well, no, I don't recognize that, and the reason I don't recognize that is because of the Dems' dishonest way they've reclassified crime. Right? Obviously, if we don't enforce, hold on, if we don't arrest people like in California, for example, they don't arrest people for any crime that's under $1,000 in theft. Of course, you're gonna have less crime reported. Yeah, of course, all the thefts are
These
gonna
are
be way
federal
lower.
crime
But
statistics.
sure. Well, yeah, because they're reported to you by locals. Like if the local jurisdictions aren't enforcing the crimes, of course they're like enforcing laws. Of course, like for example, if we suddenly, let's just say we all were on board with the
But
ICE,
that would also
right?
mean that you don't
But
have the actual data that like
well,
so
yeah,
if hold on, but one second.
manipulating.
If you're saying that that they aren't making arrests, right? Well then where's the data that like those crimes are
Okay,
actually happening? Like where are you getting the data that's saying
that's my point right here. So,
Sure.
all right, do you agree if, like, say, and let's just call year one, right? Year one, you have 100,000 crimes, right? And then of those, 50,000 of those crimes were under $1,000, enforcement things where they stole from a store. All right, just for the sake of this thought. And then the
Okay.
next year, the local cops is told by their city or state official, hey, we're not going to prosecute any of these crimes that are under $1,000. And so in year two, wow, crime is 50,000%, like it's 50% less than the year before. Well, it's not that crime's 50% less; it's that you have 50% less enforcement, or 50% less all these reports.
Sure,
because they
what
can't even
changes
report.
in what jurisdictions,
Sure.
right?
And what I'm saying
Specifically
is, so
have
when
like made this shift.
so when I see things like that, right, it's clear
Well,
to
where
me
do you see
the
them? Where
crime.
do you see them?
We
Is what I'm
see them
asking.
places like Washington D.C. where they openly are
Okay,
not
where
enforcing
can you
different
show
laws.
me?
Yeah, you
Like
can look this up like in a second, but I really would like to finish this point real quick, and I'll
Sure,
find
fine.
the data if you want.
Sorry,
But
I'm
like,
sorry.
so yeah, I think that when we're reframing it, I do the crime data. Yeah, but back to what I was saying about I've been told by people that it's more like the Chaz, and I definitely don't have a problem with them coming in here and saying, hey, it's time to crack the whip. Y'all are not going to sit here and attack people like this girl that was the Fox News reporter. She was an independent reporter, I think, in Fox News had on. And she was literally attacked. She has a black eye giving an interview. And there was a cop that was watching and then walked this person into an Antifa safe house and didn't arrest him. And, like while he watched, yeah, this is literally what happened. It was live on television. Like you can look this up. They literally walk him in there. And it's like, okay, well, this guy is being tangibly supported. And I think what was his name? Annie Nagano gets attacked by the people there. And they, instead of arresting the people that are assaulting him, they arrest him. And I think that, yeah, when things like that are happening, yeah, it's time to send in some federal people to go look at this stuff. And give me a moment. I'll look up to find the
If
crime
I can,
thing here.
if I can talk a little bit about the crime situation. So first and foremost, I'll set aside some of my ANCAP beliefs, right? Because that'll just derail everything. Because other than just to say these are two criminal organizations fighting each other, so I kind of don't give a fuck. Like Antifa are terrorists, and so are ICE. But setting that aside, when we talk about crime, one of the things that I have noticed is this, this increasing detachment from reality that the left has, where 10 years ago, there was this kind of demand that the left would like subvert truth, where they tell half truths, right? They would just be like, oh, well, they tell like half of the story and then they wouldn't really explain the story. Or they'd give you a truth like, like for example, George Zimmerman shooting, right? Like they'd show you a picture of Trayvon Martin 4 years before the actual Trayvon Martin situation. And then they'd show a picture of George Zimmerman where he looked whiter and where he was fatter and like try and make it look like, well, clearly it was just this poor little innocent boy with a pack of Skittles and like George Zimmerman's this evil murderer, instead of showing like the updated 17-year-old or 16-year-old, I can't remember the exact age, but the updated older teenager that was like, that clearly did attack George Zimmerman, or the fact that George Zimmerman was Hispanic, right? That was the kind of lies that the media used to tell. It was like half truths or subversion of truth. And more, I think we just see just straight up lying. And so I think we're kind of in a war now where increasingly we're not going to be able to trust municipalities' crime data at all. Like the crime data is like over and over again, I'm seeing like large swaths of minorities just being categorized as white, so that the crime data shows that white people are actually committing more crime. And like, I think there was reports of like, was it like Baltimore, where there was more people in the morgue that died from murder than murders reported. And like, it's just like, okay, like clearly something like my ability to deal with this data is based upon my trust that municipalities are doing their best to report the most accurate data. And as we get more tribal, and I don't even think it's necessarily like this is what leftism does. I think it's more of just a tribalistic political thing, where I'm just less and less likely to trust that data as it is reported anyways. But the second thing I want to say about crime and like the enforcement is like, Gibbs is probably right. Like if you send in the fucking National Guard, you're going to get less crime. And to say otherwise would be kind of silly. But it's
Then when
kind
you
of
take the National Guard out, doesn't the crime just come back?
well, so here's what I would say is that it's kind of the same logic that communists use, right? Like in Mexico or another place or in Cuba, right? Where what they'll do is they'll spend a whole bunch of government money building hospitals and building schools. And then for like 4 or 5 years, they'll be like, look, the literacy rates went up. Look, the deaths went down. Look, healthcare is better. It's like, yeah, if you steal a bunch of money from the economy and build schools, literacy rates go up, obviously. But you'll see that they always keep that like 4 or 5 year window when they're proving how communism or socialism works, and they don't zoom out. And it's like, but what other things happen when you start taxing people to an extreme degree or taking a bunch of money out of the economy? And what ends up happening is billionaires and millionaires flee your country, so you have less of a tax base, you have less productive money in the economy, you have less things.
I don't want to.
You don't want to listen to me be right?
Can I make
I'm just saying it's a socialist argument. It's like obviously this reduces crime, but what are the unintended consequences of the cost of bringing in federal troops, both financially, morally, like psychologically, etc.?
To talk about one.
That's literally what I'm talking about. You're just mad that I'm proving socialism is bad?
I don't care. I already know your stance on socialism. I don't give a fuck, right? I just want to like focus on the thing before we spiral. Right. So yes,
I'm not spiraling. I'm giving a counter argument to Gibbs.
And millionaires and billionaires are fleeing, as we can all see. All right, great. Any which way.
That's not the argument I made.
Focusing. I don't care.
I know you don't care. You don't listen, and you get mad when I start proving socialism is bad.
Oh my god, dude! Seriously, you know I don't care when you do that. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't know that I do know that.
Focus. Please.
Socialism bad.
Can I focus? Thank you. All right.
Correct.
So going back to the thing that you said, yes, indeed. Like, and that was going to be my response to Gibbs. Yes, when you bring in troops to any city, of course, crime is going to go down. People are scared, right? The general populace is scared. You know what else also decreased, right? Just people going to restaurants, people going out, right? The populace is now being told, hey, there's a war happening, right? That there's some sort of insurrection going on in your city, right? Whether you believe that or you don't believe that, one or the other, you have troops coming in, armed individuals in the streets patrolling around, right? Yeah, that scares people. So
one of the unintended consequences of socialism.
I mean, hold on. So I have a friend of mine who was just in Washington, D.C., and I'm going to read you what he wrote about it. He says, I am not a fan, and capitalize not, of having the military on our city streets. But I've been coming to D.C. several times a year for more than a decade. And for this trip, it is a completely different city. Union Station doesn't reek of piss, vomit, and weed smoke. Even the floors were clean. Police, not military, were patrolling both the metro stations as well as the trains. People walked freely without being harassed or looking harried or worried. Even single young women and families with kids. The National Guardsmen that I saw were restrained and professional, even though they like this duty slot even less than those who have to watch it happen. There are still homeless here and still plenty of protesters and tents. They didn't just wipe the streets clean, but there are no more blatant drug deals in the open, no more aggressive street people, and no more overdoses on the sidewalk in front of me, which all were regular occurrences on previous trips. And yes, I know Mussolini also made the trains run on time.
Yes, I was waiting because it's just
fascist all the time.
Yeah, hold on. Before you even do that, like I've been a Union Station plenty of times. I've gone through Union Station. I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, there occasionally you'll see homeless individuals like you do in any fucking train station, any transportation system.
Not in
anywhere.
DC. The trains are running
Not
on
in
time,
DC for
boys.
that
Yeah. But like,
I was
to
literally going to
imply
ask
that,
you.
like,
So is he saying the trains run on time? Like, fucking, that's hilarious.
So, So this idea that DC was just some drug infested crime war zone here is nonsense. I've been going to DC for
the president's neighborhood was just
I've been going to DC for I've been going through those same areas for years as well, right? Well, actually, I don't know where he's gone. To be fair, I don't know exactly what areas he's been. But specifically, he brought up Union Station. So that's what I'm referring to, right? Yeah, I've always been impressed by Union Station. I've gone to plenty of transportation hubs, right? And Union Station is one of the best ones. Like, what is he talking about?
I guess when I was there, they had an off day because when I was
How
there,
are you leftist and you
4 or 5
forgot
years
that
ago,
you
but
couldn't
it
make
did
the
in fact smell
fascist
like piss
joke?
and vomit. So
I don't care. But so yeah, like I mean, I don't know, man. Like
I hear this about cities all the time, but like
All
I
the
went to
time.
New York
And
like
people don't live in
a month
cities.
ago, and I went to Philadelphia before that while they were having the protests during the 4th of July and stuff like that, and it wasn't that bad. Obviously, there are going to be bad neighborhoods that are just in general bad, but like the downtown areas are never as fucking piss ridden and like homeless laden. There isn't shit all over the streets. Like I use the subway when I'm in New York, Chicago, when I've like been out. Like it's fine.
I think it's a
what's
city.
to be
Sometimes the
expected.
subways do smell like piss. Like that
Well,
happens.
but like that's honestly,
I mean,
Depends on the
all
day
of
you
New
go.
Orleans smells like piss.
Right,
But that's
and I'm
neither
going to
here
be
nor there.
Sometimes
honest.
they
The last
burn
time
women
I was in New
alive on
York-
them, and the cops just turn the other eye because it's not their problem. You know?
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
was-
hey, and they're not gonna, if they don't prosecute that doesn't count as a crime.
I was in New York
True.
last year, and there was literally a guy pissing through a fence as I walked by. It was the
Yeah.
craziest thing. I thought it was
I mean,
hilarious.
if you're gonna piss somewhere, piss on the other side of the fence. You know what I mean? Don't piss on where you're. You know what I mean? Like,
So
smart.
Prime. I mean, Prime. What is your? I guess what's your position? Like, do you think that this is not going to like have any kind of substantive effect on crime?
Well, no,
Not
no,
really.
that's not my argument in the first place, right? Of course,
Just
it's going to have. I've said sorry, no,
Temporary.
I'm not attacking you, to be clear, right? But like I already said, I'm not sure if you might have missed it, right? I said specifically, yes, sending in armed men, right, gangs of armed men into an area is going to scare people, so that one, they don't go outside in the first place, and two, yeah, that's going to decrease crime. Like, but that's not the point. I'm saying, like, the thing that I'm trying to bring up, the thing I'm trying to examine is if they should be in the first place. Not whether he legally has the ability to do so, right? In terms of DC, definitely has the ability to do so, right? And in terms of other cities, well, that's being highly contested, and so I'll
He
let
still
the courts
likely
figure that out.
does. He still likely does. And so, I mean, I think there's a strong argument legally, and it
But
has
sorry,
had
but
very strong effects in
before I was
DC.
going to say before you finish that, yeah, like I'm not contesting the legal ability for a president has such broad powers, right? That it's likely you can go more in detail on this when you go. Likely that he has the ability to do that. I'm saying, should he be doing this? Like, he's doing this off the idea that like Portland is almost an open insurrection. I've heard, and I didn't look into this, right? But like that was late breaking news, and I haven't looked into the article. That Trump is considering using like literally the Insurrection Act, right? He was blocked by the judge by bringing in the
Insurrection
Guard,
can be
right?
anything now, right?
Insurrection can be
Colorado
anything,
can give
though.
like
Well,
6
that's-
definitions.
Insurrection.
Yeah.
If
So we
but
can
hold on,
find a way for
I'm
January
gonna go
6th to
into
be
that.
one. It's like, you know?
Yeah, but hold on, but yeah, sorry. If you say that January 6th is, at the same time, though, if people attacking the Capitol is definitely not an insurrection, right? If we're going to say that, then what's happening in Portland certainly fucking isn't.
It's
And so,
almost like
it seems
when you
like-
give the
it
government
seems like-
power, the other party
yeah,
uses
I
it
agreed.
against you.
So I agreed. Dude, I understand. Yes, we understand the ANCAP. I got it, right? But like
Heaven
when
forbid make good arguments.
oh my God, Fred, I just like don't want to go down the route, please. We understand what your position on this is.
You want to make a moral argument, but you don't want me to argue for my moral philosophy. Got it.
Damn, Prime.
Scott, I think the problem is with your argument is that there's no resolve. Like we can agree, but then there's no
Hold on,
resolve.
let him finish it, and then I'm going to respond.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear what you have to say. Fuck, where was I?
If January 6th wasn't an insurrection, then Portland surely isn't an insurrection. is where
Yeah,
you were going.
If January 6th, I'm not exactly sure where I'm going with this now. But if January 6th was an interaction, so yeah. The it seems like, right? It seems like that Trump is trying to create the actual emergency, right? What happens when like the National Guard, right, goes to a city, stands around, doesn't do a fucking thing, maybe picks up trash, which nice to beautify cities. Okay, that's great, right? Spending millions of dollars to do that. Sure, why not? We'll stand around picking trash like they did in DC, right? They're not doing anything. However,
beautification.
Some and somehow, some way, right? An altercation happens, and one of them gets shot. Right? What happens then? Right? Like a National Guardsman, right, gets shot. Oh well, look at this look at the crime, right? Like they're fighting American troops, right?
already
I gotta send in more. Maybe we need tanks. Who knows?
That already happened. ICE agents were attacked. Chrissy Noam went to I think it was Fox News to talk about how ICE agents were attacked by like a group of 8 people that rolled up on their vehicles, and then in the altercation, ICE agents had to shoot one of them. And
they got reverse iced.
You're right.
So I mean, like their presence is there, and then the Antifa terrorists, right, attack the ICE terrorists, and then that I'm with you. I think it probably.
I agree.
I think I almost feel like they're doing exactly like you're doing. They're baiting an ICE agent to get shot, right? Like because you just pump the city full of a bunch of Antifa terrorists, right? They're all pieces of shit. Those people on the streets, they're not. Like they want violence where they feel like they can get it, and so there's a lot more opportunities for it. I do feel like they're not going as hard as Trump said he would go, just waiting for an ICE agent to get shot, so then they can really go hard because then they have the moral justification.
ICE and the other part I was going to bring in was the other federal troops,
the Guard.
But yeah, ICE specifically. I was trying to like divide the two, but I mean, in the end, it's the same, right? Like
federal agents, yeah.
And then in terms of inciting the populace, and then being an excuse for the government to ratchet up violence, right? They work the same. So I guess there's no point making that divide. But I'm sorry, Lactoid, you want to say something?
Okay, so a couple points here. Whether somebody, when you say could, I think ultimately this still is related to should, right? Obviously, I think we all agree he should not do things that are illegal. That'd be not a good thing to do. Mm-hmm. I think the law probably on, like as you said, definitely in DC. It seems like the authorization for the National Guard in Chicago and Portland and there's a couple other cities is on the basis of defending the federal facilities, the ICE facilities, which you get to do. And I'm torn on this, right? Because there's part of me is like, you see a crime decrease in Washington, D.C. Like crime is down by half as compared to last year, because what extent this had to do with that, we don't fully know. And then we also have the Democrats, when they were going after Trump, defined January 6th as an insurrection. And a lot of the definitions that we got was a very broad definition of insurrection that would fit this. Okay. But I rejected insurrection then. And I would agree, it would seem, I think this is the logical entailment of why you point out stupidity when you see it, because this is not an insurrection. I'm sorry. It's not. And I don't think that it's like, I don't, even though legally he probably is the basis, I don't like the way that insurrection has been twisted legally over time. And I don't think it's actually in, as the law is or was intended to be. So, I mean, yeah, kind of shitty. The idea of like more feds in the states, not a good thing. But legally, if the end result of what's up?
Legally, would you say it's closer to sedition?
I wouldn't even say it. To me, it's closer to a riot than it is insurrection.
But I mean the forces behind it, right? The rhetoric, the reasoning, what's going on, what's driving the riots. would you legally would it be closer to sedition?
I don't.
I have a question for you legally.
I don't think so.
I'm
I don't think so.
Curious.
Okay, I'm just curious.
No, I hear you. I don't think
What
so.
about-
I think this is what happens when you adopt such a broad definition of the word insurrection when you're trying to go after the guy you want to go after. And now this, I think, inadvertently gives Trump a very powerful argument, which is, I have a court ruling, and you guys said insurrection means this, and they are doing insurrection under this definition, inarguably. And the Insurrection Act allows me to send in National Guard when there's an insurrection, doesn't it? Well, yes. Okay, so now I get to do it. Yes. Now he gets to do it.
I'm curious though, right? Like, what is the culpability? I guess morally, in one sense, but more so legally, for like you see these protests, and it's kind of pathetic of the Trump administration and their inability to govern, because they're just so bad at it. That they haven't been able to figure out in any way, shape, or form where all this money is coming from. Because it's very obvious that there's a lot of professional protesters. It's very obvious that they have the similar signs that are all laminated in the same places. So, like, what is the culpability of NGOs, especially ones that may be getting funneled government money? Because we know most NGOs are getting funneled government money at some point.
Oh, if it's going to a now designated terrorist organization?
Right. If it's going to, and if it's specifically funding and supporting riots or blocking of federal forces that has been designated a terrorist organization. Like if they can find which NGOs and individuals, because I'm sure there's Democrat donors that have donated to them, but who's running them are usually like, no-name people with like 20,000 followers on Twitter, et cetera. But like, how's that work when you're directly funding or knowingly funding these organizations by laminating their signs, paying them to be there, et cetera?
Well, I mean, it was very recently Antifa was designated a terrorist organization, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know
Which you
exactly how
disagree
that's going to play out.
Which you disagree with?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they definitely seem to operate like a terrorist organization.
Okay, so you're for branding domestic terrorism, like groups as domestic terrorists?
That's a good question. Because then the logical follow-up is going to be, well, then obviously the Klan is terrorist too, and we have a Supreme Court case in Skokie that defended their right to march.
The Biden administration in 2021 put out a memo saying that anarcho-capitalists were a threat to democracy and
that
potential.
Is very different than designating you as a terrorist.
Right, but I'm saying if we had this habit of presidents, because every power that one president uses, the other president's going to use, the next incoming president uses against you, right? Like I think the Biden administration knew that they couldn't go quite that far, but there was definitely like, these are people you need to be on a watch out, and we were paired up with Bugalo Boys and all these other groups, and it's like how the fuck are ANCAPs like this threat? It's like, oh no, we want to seize government power to get rid of power being abused against people. It's like, oh, we're so violent. Is that because we're anti-violence, right? So I mean, like, yeah, what is, should there or ought there be a strict rationale as to what gets designated a terrorist organization?
So yeah,
and how do we go
to answer to answer the original question? Now that they are, I don't know what steps the administration is going to take when it comes to people who fund them, because there are a lot of restrictions on funding terrorist organizations. I was okay with designating the cartels a terrorist organization, but and initially the knee-jerk reaction is like, fuck Antifa, right? Because they are violent, thugs that attack people in the streets and like are entirely aimed, in my opinion, on shutting down expression using violence, which is like the classical definition of terrorism. But, right, there's a big but there. Designating domestic organizations as a terrorist organization, to me, could be and might be simply being used or could be used as a circumvention of the First Amendment protections of those organizations, right? So like, Scott, let's say, Trump designated Antifa a terrorist. Let's say President Gavin Newsom comes in next time, God forbid.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. That's what I was asking.
And the Libertarian Party is now a terrorist organization, let's just say. I mean, that would be like pretty terrifying.
Yeah, it would probably be something closer to like Oath Keepers. You know what I mean? They're a terrorist organization. despite the fact that the Second Amendment gives us a right to a well-regulated militia, right? Like the Second Amendment specifically says we're supposed to have militia organizations that are just as armed as the United States government military, right? Like there's no rationale that you can't have any of the weapons that the army has in a militia organization. But if, you know, having political idea, and especially when you have something like Antifa, I think the real crux here is that they're decentralized, right? And so because they're decentralized, well, they're sort of decentralized. They get funding from NGOs, they get funding from leftist organizations and, you know, political organizations, but there's no leader of Antifa, right? There's chapters that, you know, get banned on social media and then they pop right back up, or people that are in an abandoned building somewhere. And so it becomes a moniker and an ideology. And then it's like, well, how do you designate an ideology or a moniker? Antifa.
So Scott, that's exactly where I want to go. And I haven't forgot what you get. I'm going to shoot to you, friend. Like my response was, well, like if you're talking about, you know, like saying the Oath Keepers or the Klan or what have you, right? Or the Libertarian Party, right? Like if you're saying that those are one of the domestic terrorists, well then that's at least an organization with membership, right? That you can go after. Or what was that other one that got banned in Canada by Enrique Tarrio, the something boys?
Proud Boys.
Proud Boys. Thank you. Proud Boys. Yeah, but yeah, they were.
Well, and in America when we jailed them.
But I don't think they didn't get the designation. So I'm make that distinction. Yeah. So like they had they had members, right? It was a clearly defined group, like you said, Scott, right? Like Antifa is literally, it's just an ideology, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Ghost of Tsushima just came out. The voice actress has a post being like, "I'm Antifa, and so is my wife," right? As part of the big controversy with people with not wanting to support, or you know, vice versa.
Fair
Ghost of
enough.
Tsushima, right?
I haven't heard of that, but okay. But I mean, I believe you. I'm not saying you're lying. So I hear you, right? This is a diffuse organization. So then, like, because there is no membership, because there is no Antifa Central or anything like that nonsense, right? Well, then who is, like, according to the government, who is Antifa, right? Like that could be anyone, right? So like I'm anti-Zionist, right? Like, and I'm very proudly so, right? Won't stop saying it. But like, is that anti-fascist? I mean, I one thing I specifically said, and you guys, I know you guys disagree with me, of course, that Zionism is fascism, and so that means I'm anti-Zionism. I mean, I'm anti-fascist, right? That's Antifa. There we go, right? We have Antifa.
Well, so I mean, like you see this meme often with Antifa, right? Like, which is like I recently saw some streamer and they were like doing the meme, right? Where they were like, "I'm Antifa," right? And it's like, "Oh, so you're saying you're pro-fascist?" Like, of course I'm anti-fascist, right? And it's like, okay, tell the dude to say white lives matter and watch him fucking crumble, right? Like he understands that the term Antifa is referring to something other than the moniker just being anti-fascist. The same way that people understand BLM or Black Lives Matter is not necessarily just saying that the lives of black people matter, but that it's support for a neo-Marxist organization and critical race theory and things like that that are antithetical to like conservative or libertarian thought. What I would say is, you know, and I know you don't want me to get too ANCAP with it, but I do have to answer the question, is that when you have, like, what matters is two things, right? When it comes to crime and how you can be punished for crime. And the first thing is actions, and the other thing is what it is that you communicate. And so the first thing, actions, should be, we should prosecute people that actively engage in terrorist activities. Obviously, I think most people would agree with that. And then we should prosecute people that materially, knowingly materially support those activities, right? So printing placards, maybe not so much, right? But if you drop a pallet of bricks off the night before a protest, well, it's kind of fucking obvious when you're buying that you're trying to support terrorist activity and violence by dropping off weapons in the location that the protest is supposed to occur at another time, right? So that's one thing. That's actions. The other thing is words. And what I would say is if you say I am Antifa or you say I am a communist, what you have communicated is that you believe might makes right. You believe that anyone that has the power can use that power against you, and therefore we can do whatever the fuck we want to you until you recant that position. You don't get to simultaneously say, I believe in human rights, but also I believe in supporting terrorist organizations.
Okay, so I'm going to disagree with you there, but I didn't want to make a whole thing on this. But my problem is, and then I'm going to let my friend Gibbs go. Is that I think specifically, like I have a problem with the whole narco terrorism thing, right? I think what's the conversation about Chende Aragua, and then other South American gangs is like crazy, right? I have my own problems with that, but specifically with Antifa because it's just a diffuse ideology, right?
Can I meet
That
you
if
halfway?
we
Maybe.
one second, I'm only make the
Yeah.
point. Yeah. So because it's just a diffuse ideology, we're giving the government, specifically Trump, a blank check to use violence against anyone he designates an enemy.
Yeah.
That's my
Here's my olive branch to you, right? I think Tren de Agua is obviously a terrorist organization. I think Antifa is obviously a decentralized terrorist organization. I also believe that especially after 9/11, that the concept of designating an organization terrorist organization gives the state an expansionary power that was certainly not, something that the founding fathers intended, and also not something that is really meant to be used in that way, and is utilizing a loophole to potentially use resources or take actions that otherwise wouldn't be allowed against American citizens. And so, I do take issue with the designation of these groups as terrorist organizations to some extent because of the expansionary power that Congress over time has given blank checks to the executive once it becomes a terrorist organization. But it's I feel like almost like we're trying to say organizations that are clearly terrorist aren't terrorist, because once we say that, that's an admission of a certain power of the executive to use that the executive maybe shouldn't have that power to begin with.
And I would, and last thing again, because I keep saying it, I'm going to go to my friend Gibbs. I agree with pretty much most of what you just said. But what I'm also not saying is that we shouldn't be using police power against individuals who've done actual crimes, right? So if you do an actual crime, so even if we don't, designate them as terrorists, right? Whichever one of these groups you prefer, that doesn't mean that the police power, the federal power, whatever law enforcement agency you want to throw at them, right, can't actually do their jobs, right? It's a fallacy to think that they haven't been doing it any which way.
That's
right?
not true, though. There is another problem here. Like, on the flip side, to give the devil his due, which is designating them a terrorist organization allows the federal government to be able to take care of this in jurisdictions where they're not fucking taking care of it, where local prosecutors and things can take, vandalism or, like, without federal troops there, assaulting
terrorism?
local cops or right. But there's all of these actions that Antifa does where they get a slap on the wrist and then they get let out because Portland is soft on fucking Antifa. But the moment it's a terrorist organization, then all of a sudden federal government, federal judges, federal crimes can. It happens all the time in Portland, specifically Portland. I'm not saying about America. I'm saying Portland, where Antifa is a serious problem, and soft on crime DAs that are soft on Antifa is a problem, and has been for years.
Could you give me a source on the assaulting cops in Portland? I would love to see it. But go ahead, Gibbs. I'm sorry, I've been stepping on you, friend.
Yeah, it's fine. This is going to go back a little bit in the combo, right? And I think that I just dropped all my notes that I had up. Okay, yeah. So this is going to go back a little bit in the combo, right? I'm sitting here and I'm going to give you an example of what we were talking about, how non-enforcement can. Hold on a second.
Something's happening with your mic.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it. That's
okay.
It was the quick.
One second. Ali says he's got to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap. I feel like shit, guys. Sorry, I think I'm coming.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, thank you. Have a wonderful night, guys. Look forward to seeing you guys again. Be well.
Yep.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, so sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, so I'm going to give you an example here in Texas. I think is a good example of what I'm talking about with some of these other states using the laws to not enforcing things to kind of change data in their favor, right? So in Texas, two things have happened, right? Two big things, one in 2019 and one in 2021, right? In 2019, we had the Texas legalized hemp production. Right in Texas. And when they did that, it allowed for, we've seen a dramatic increase in THC, A, B, C, all these other ones go up, right? Now we've seen a massive increase in sales of those products all over the state. I think it's a several $billion industry. They actually were able to lobby against alcohol and tobacco when they tried to lobby back against them recently for some stuff. And so what I'm seeing here, right, is after the 2019 thing, and then there's another thing that happened in 2021 that I'll get to in a second. But after 2019, we see a mass reduction. We see a drop in drug-related prosecutions by half. And the reason for this is twofold. One is the availability of it and the softening of in a lot of the cities. They had a lot of cities here in Texas started doing it at the local level, not punishing for have up to like 2 ounces. Some have more, some have less for possession of marijuana or in their possession because it was hard to trace at the time. They can't tell indistinguishable from normal marijuana and THCA or THCC, right? They're indistinguishable unless you send it to a lab. And so they decided it was not worth it financially to keep prosecuting with these two things. So in 2021, they had a failed attempt at more full legalization, which failed at the state level. However, backed by the groundswell of support overall, many of the major cities have implemented basically furthermore like implemented they're not prosecuting for now like 2 ounces or less overall. And so we're about to see a change in 5 days. A new law goes into effect basically where they're saying, oh well, we could prosecute people under 21 for having this, so you have to provide an ID now. So we'll see if the numbers go up. But after this, they did this
Right,
thing in
a group of the
2019. We see a
jackboot
dramatic
incels isn't
drop,
really a threat to
drug
anyone.
possession drop
If I'm
of every city
Antifa,
in Texas
Cell
except
sees one of
for San
them,
Antonio.
they're likely to
And
do
I'll get to
serious
why
bodily
that's an
harm
exception
or
in a second.
worse.
But the arrest
Ended a
rate
guy
on
in
drug
the wrong
possession
hat.
fell
Oh
by
yeah, I forgot about that.
31.7%.
That's not Antifa. That was
Sales
just
of
that one
manufacturing
crazy guy.
arrests went down by 31.2%.
I'd kind of forgotten about that.
And so it's like by not prosecuting these crimes, even though they are technically still legal, you're having a drop of 32% in two different categories in all these areas, right? So you're seeing it across the board.
Yeah, I read
Crime
it,
is
but I
way
knew
down.
you
It's
meant
because of
jackboot thugs.
reclassification
It's
at a
funny.
local level where they're not going to prosecuting these crimes and they're not no longer reporting them to the federal level. The reason why San Antonio is an exception is because San Antonio is the cocaine hub in Texas after Corpus Christi, and so like it's the cocaine hub, and there are a lot of distribution things. They're having major issues with cocaine here, and where they're arresting people left and right, which seems to have taken up for a lot of the weed market since we're now at record high cocaine production and what's it called, importation in the United States since the 80s. And so like I said, there's the one exception statewide with that, and it seems to reflect a trend that's at the national level where federal drug possession charges are not being prosecuted. If you're now reclassifying things that are technically crimes and saying, okay, we're just not going to punish them, or we're going to say they're a misdemeanor and you just pay a fine, obviously that's going to skew statistics. Now, in this case, I am in favor of drug legalization, right? However, you can apply this logic to almost any of the things that are done locally, right? So if I pass a law saying we're not going to prosecute for property crime under $1,000, if it's just a fine, no longer a federal thing, then obviously incarceration rates, which we can look and see, like California, for example, their incarcerations have gone down, prosecution's gone down, and that means that crime is not really actually down.
Well, sure, hold on. Okay, so if you're talking about in that sense for those types of crimes, well, then I can agree with you, right? I think we've seen a movement across many states, right? And in this case, I'll agree with you, blue states, right, where there've been like pulling back on like your drug enforcement laws, right? Like there's a movement. Like,
and property crime is the one I want to talk about right there, real quick though, before you go on. Is just if I like it also incentivizes people not to report the crime, right? So if I get robbed and they steal $500 worth of stuff from my store, why am I even going to call the cops? Because it's going to waste my money. It's going to waste time for me to do it. I'm going to have time out of my day. It's going to cause an investigation to slow my business down. And you're just not going to call and report the crime because the cops aren't going to prosecute it anyway because it's less than $1,000. That's going to lower reporting. You're also going to have no crime because even if they do report it, they're going to go in here and say, oh, we're not prosecuting. So then it's not going to get reported. No one's going to get incarcerated over it. Then it's not going to be reported. So when you have this game where like, yeah, crime is down. Well, is it really down? or is it we're just not enforcing these laws anymore and people are getting away with more? And my argument is that it seems like they're not enforcing it, so the crime's actually still up. It's just the people are suffering in regards to property crime and just not being able to do anything.
So my response to you is, well, one, again, when we're talking about like, I don't know how to the best way to classify the crime. The other crimes you were discussing, not the property crimes, but like
Sure.
I'm sure there's
I'll just use that as an
classification.
example.
Yeah, no, I understand, right? I would agree
Who's
that
to
there
blame for
has
homeless
been some
encampments on private property?
reclassification there, right? So so then that's the point that you were trying to prove, and so I'm going to give you that because, like, if you're saying there's reclassification, you just give an example of that. Well, then there you go, right? However, specifically what I was talking about was violent crime. Violent crime has been decreasing, right? There hasn't, as far as I know, right, been some sort of mass change in how we handle violent crime. I mean, now there is, like, especially not with since like the Trump administration has started. As far as I know, there hasn't been any specific change. Like we were seeing a decrease, right? Or at least, sorry, not. I'll even go a little bit farther. Like since 2024, right? That there's some sort of large shift, right, to make the crimes any better. So like for violent crime specifically, we've seen year over year decreases. In fact, we've seen multiple years. There's been a downward trend in violent crimes, period. So
Since COVID, yeah.
like
There was a
yeah,
there was a spike in COVID.
There was a spike
but
in
then
COVID.
of course,
I agreed.
but that also
Well, it was also
coincided with
BLM.
right. But
The
that
riots.
also
It coincided,
coincided
yeah.
with defunding the police, which of course reduces the number of reports. And that was the other thing that I was trying to explain, that it's so much more
increases crime.
complicated, right?
But
I
there's
put in
more
the
police-
group chat, right? Just one example, just kind of like a thought experiment, right? Which is this video that Reason TV did on this property owner in Seattle, right? Where he was had to shut down his store, wasn't profitable or whatever, right? And then he built a fence to keep the homeless out. And then Seattle fined him because homeless were there, hundreds of dollars a day, even as they investigated it. And so, and because he tried to get rid of the homeless, there's nothing he can do about it. And then so it's like, if you report problems and homelessness and things like that, obviously this isn't a violent crime, but just reporting squatters can mean that the city of Seattle can charge you hundreds of dollars a day for the crime of you not taking care of the homeless, even though you're not allowed to physically remove the homeless. And then they can do an investigation on whether or not you've achieved fixing. And it's like, well, like when the more tyrannical, or I guess anarcho-tyrannical, right, where the state is not dealing with crime, the more anarcho-tyrannical a state or a city or a municipality becomes, the less reporting of crime you're going to get, because property owners themselves can actually be the ones that get in trouble for alerting the state of property crimes. And so it almost becomes better for the property owner to not tell them that they have a bunch of squatters or vandalism, because telling the state that they have squatters and vandalism could cost them tens of thousands of dollars in fees and problems.
I hear you, friend, and I also critical of squatters' rights. I've heard the stories. I've heard the horror stories about that. Right, like I understand this. There's case.
It's not a
there's,
squatters'
issues-
rights issue. This is an issue. This is an issue of, and you see it in a couple of places. You see it in California. You see it in like super, I guess probably liberal, not leftist, because there's no real leftist cities, but super liberal cities, like places where you have a lot of
Hopefully
NIMBY and stuff.
city one day.
Yeah,
Of course,
maybe. Well, New York might be that, and then it will no longer be the financial capital of the world. Yay!
Right.
But anyways, you see this consistently where property owners are punished for crimes because the state is like, we're going to crack down on vandalism, and the way that they'll crack down on vandalism is by punishing property owners for their property being vandalized. This is common in California. It's common in Seattle. It's common in places like that. And so I just wonder, like, well, what does that do for the general? I understand you were making a distinction about violent crime, but if the culture, kind of broken windows theory, right? Like Robert is it Robert Merton, Robert Fuller. Anyways, right? Like what does it do for the state when you have a growing increase of permissible shoplifting and a growing increase of permissible vandalism and things of that nature, and you have people that are growingly knowing that reporting this can become abusive to them? You not only create a culture of crime, but you also create a culture of non-reporting of crime.
So I hear you. I hear that. One, I think that the way uh, uh, some jurisdictions have been handling crimes, and where some people have been like let out, who shouldn't have been let out.
Yeah. Like that guy in North Carolina that was
repeat,
talking about his daughter, where that guy had 23 felonies and 39 arrests in 10
I
years,
don't.
and then he brutally murdered his daughter.
I'm unaware of that one.
Spent less than
I'm just
2
unaware
years
of
in
it.
jail for 23 felonies.
Yeah, I mean that sounds pretty bad, right? And that
It's
might be
probably
one
an
of them.
outlier, but still, yeah.
You
it's
don't believe in
horrible.
second chances, Scott?
I don't
Uh-huh.
believe in 39 chances. You know what I mean? Like,
What's one more? What's one
you know what I
more?
mean? Like, yeah.
No, I know, I know. I mean, I agree. Like, and trust me, I wish I knew exactly the answer to handle all this, but I don't. But yeah, so anyway, the point is that
Libertarianism. It's always the answer.
Okay. But, well, actually, no. I'll say like I've been convinced in various ways. Like I've taken on some libertarian ideas, right? I think you've seen that. Like if someone presents me with a good idea, I hope at least you can understand that. Like I take it, I am taking it, and it can become my own, right? So I don't have. I'm not completely ideologically like aligned or against or something. Anyway, I'm sorry. So I have disagreements about how all that is happening, right? I think there's plenty of points where we can come together, where we can find points of agreement between you and I. However, specifically, right, the point of this conversation, where it started, right, was talking about Donald Trump and him sending troops into American cities. And as far as I know, and maybe I missed it, and I do apologize if I did, right?
I'm just riffing off of the topics as they come up because I don't want to go full ANCAP. That's literally all I'm doing right now.
I know. But like, but this is not just to you. This is not just to you. This is also to Gibbs, right? The point that I've been trying to get out is that I might have missed it, but it seems like the point that he was pushing forward was that there are violent crimes in this city, right? They are war zones. He specifically has called Portland war ravaged. War ravaged Portland. Like, what the fuck, right? Like,
I mean, blacks were calling Chicago Chirac for years, and nobody had a problem with it. But now that a conservative says it, it's an issue.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, but yeah. So, he's specifically saying it's war ravaged.
Okay, so you agree?
Violent crime. So that was a serious point about the Chirac.
No, I mean, it's a serious point about the hypocrisy of being like, how can you say it's war ravaged, but like nobody had any issue when people were calling Chicago Chirac.
Okay, hold on. Let's put Chicago aside. We can tackle Chicago in a second, right? Had they were calling Portland Port North Korea? Port DPR.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, but we're specifically talking about Portland. He's talking about Portland being war ravaged, right? Or Seattle as well. They were war ravaged. This is not the case. This is a fantasy, right? He was talking about violent crime. He wasn't talking about all the things.
So when people called Chirac, that was a fantasy that you were against?
One second, friend. Please. It's just, I had to take this one at a time, right? I'm happy to talk about Chicago, but 1 second, please.
You mean Chirac?
So specifically,
I'm not distracting by saying Chicago. I'm pointing out hypocrisy in your current argument.
I'm not trying. I was like, okay, all right. I don't know how that is hypocrisy here, right? I don't know how that works, right? When we're talking about people with state power, it'd be one thing, right? Yes, if the Democrats had been saying, well, Houston or not Houston, Dallas is a conservative city. I forget which one. Yeah,
Dallas is.
Right?
Austin is the liberal one in Texas.
Austin
Dallas is the one. Dallas is basically the only conservative city in America, really. And it's pretty dope.
We'll go to my friend.
There's not too many cities like metropolitan.
We'll go to our friend afterwards. Austin, okay, only same spot in Texas. Great, right? But if Dallas was we're saying that Dallas is a war zone, right? Obama saying it's a war zone. Something's got to be done, right? And he's starting to
I'll
use
put it in chat.
state power against it.
In the group
Yeah,
chat,
then
Stacey.
I'd have a problem with that, right? If there was some sort of meme within, liberal or culturally woke circles or whatever the fuck, right? And then they use that as a justification for state power against a Dallas that's perfectly fine, right? For as far as Dallas is concerned, right? Then yes, I'd have a problem with that. You're saying rappers were calling it Chirac, and other people, I'm sure as well. Maybe you were being reductionist, but other people calling it Chirac, they weren't calling in federal troops. They weren't calling in federal troops.
That's a perfectly fine distinction, right? But to say that someone you weren't attacking Donald Trump using that as rhetoric to be able to deploy the troops. You were critiquing Admiral Gibbs in saying that it was war ravaged as if this was a ridiculous thing. And I was simply pointing out that the culture was perfectly fine with calling Chicago Chirac, that's not actually the issue here. I totally agree with you that rhetoric supporting a decree that you find to be either unconstitutional or at the very least morally unconscionable to deploy troops in cities for law enforcement mechanisms is, a bridge too far. I as a libertarian, of course I can agree with that interpretation. I would say though that people certainly use that rhetoric to support socialism and the welfare state and policies in Chicago, which are equally, if not more violent than Donald Trump deploying the National Guard to stop crime.
Okay, so before I'm going to go to my friend Doobie. I got a $5 super chat for Fairy Queen. Thank you, Fairy Queen, for actually sending that super chat. It's actually much appreciated. I'm testing a new software where I can see all of my chats at the same time, because before it was like a mess, right? So
someone did a $2 super chat to tell you the People's Republic of Portland might be what you were looking for.
Of Portland. Okay, shout out to that person. Yes, thank you.
Stacey,
to be fair to that,
yeah.
just for fun, you all get a chaos. I mean, in Texas, we've called Austin the People's Republic of Austin for like 40 years, I think. Before
there you go.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know.
Very quick. So let me just read Fairy Queen's super chat. We'll react to that, and then we'll go to our friend Doobie. $5 from Fairy Queen. I can also put it up on screen. That's right. I can do that here. Let me do that for everyone. We, the people of the United States, deserve welfare and a sexy California president. No, I would be a terrorist for Newsom. Would you? Fuck no. Fuck Gavin Newsom.
You're talking about someone else, because I think that name is spelled wrong. So some random.
It is, but like I wasn't
gonna
say that.
All you need to know about why Gavin Newsom was probably going to be a bad president is that he's like this close to getting endorsed by Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes loves Gavin Newsom.
Oh my God.
Which is bizarre, by the way.
No, it's not. They're both not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. They're both national.
Because he's a white man with a fucking white family. They're both socialists, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why you're surprised.
Fuentes would be a terrorist for Newsom.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think a really big difference is their stance on immigration. I think that's like probably a very... Right,
Yeah,
I don't
I
think...
mean, listen,
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure that
aura farming
Nick
and
Fuentes-
having a white family beats out, immigration policy for a lot of people.
And this is all because J.D. Vance's wife is Indian. Yeah, I don't see why the Indians get so much hate. I'm fine with the Indians. They make good food.
They're good people. They're just
criteria?
rude to customer service, and sometimes they smell. That's it. That's
Oh my
why
God.
they get so much hate.
Not endorsed by the Prime Kind channel. All right.
That's where the hate comes from. It's
Twitch, not me.
genuinely where it comes
Not
from.
me,
It's
not
normies.
me.
Not me.
Normies
Not
have that
me.
opinion. That's the problem.
Okay. So I appreciate the horny energy from you, FQ. Right. If there was a hottie representative. What's her face from Texas? Who I like, the representative. A friend. Scott likes her too because she's
Jasmine
black.
Crockett?
Jasmine Crockett. Oh.
Physically speaking, like not morally.
No,
but yes.
yes, I know. Ideology.
Jasmine Crockett is a
What
hottie.
about
She's fucking retarded,
I
but
know.
Paulina Luna, Scott, would you...
bro, I cannot stand that.
She's
bitch.
Republican. Really? But she's like right-leaning. But she's not like...
Dude, she's just annoying. I'm going to be
think
honest
so.
with you. I don't like fucking e-girls in most places, much less in fucking political power.
I'm gonna look
She
her up.
operates like an e-girl.
Okay, hold on. We gotta. Now we gotta.
Trying
I
constantly.
think she's probably the most attractive. I think she's the most attractive woman politician that I've
Probably.
ever seen.
Hold on.
She doesn't do it for me personally.
We're gonna Google it. Paulina Luna.
I think it's Paulina Luna, or like Luna Paulina or something.
Luna. I don't see Luna. Luna. Paulina.
It's definitely.
Anna Paulina Luna. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
I mean,
look at the MAGA swimsuit that she wore.
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna have to send me
Fucking
the
e-girl
thirst trap.
bullshit.
Swimsuit.
post the
Yeah,
back
I've been-
chat.
I've
I
been
would-
seeing
You can
that
just
one.
literally look up like MAGA suit, and she did like a whole thing where she was in a Make
He
America
already
Great
has
Again.
you already got it memorized, do you?
I know it's just intuitive googling.
I appreciate your horny energy, Lack. I love to see it from you specifically.
This is why, if you want
well,
Republicans to win, the number one
I
thing
vote
you
for
can
her.
do right now is you need to get RFK to slap the shit out of JD Vance every time he puts something in his mouth that is going to make him gain weight or is unhealthy. Because if JD Vance can fucking get a hardcore jawline, like Democrats are fucked.
He doesn't have
Like,
one.
yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Anyway, she's not as high as Jasmine Crockett, but
Oh, she's more attractive than Jasmine Crockett.
I would do some unspeakable things to that woman.
Sorry,
She's hot.
we got our horny energy, and we're gonna blame FQ. We're gonna blame a woman for that, right? We were on topic previously. FQ sent us down this rabbit hole. Thank you, FQ, for the $5. Now, my friend Doobie has been waiting quite patiently. I would love to hear what he has to say.
So the Portland dismissing crimes thing, like riot-related crimes, like isn't that more like a Portland issue? Like, so if they're voting in a DA who is doing this, right? Couldn't they just vote him out? And in fact, I think they did vote that DA out, and they replaced him with a guy who's promised to go after these kind of criminals, right? So like that seems like something that could be handled at the state level. Seems like Portland's already doing that. So I don't really understand why we need, the federal government to come in and put their hand in that. Now, what I'm curious about is, so I am like sympathetic to the idea that having the National Guard or somebody come in force to clean up the streets might be a good thing in some cases, right? And I'm thinking of like Skid Row here in California. The issue is that like it's like the streets are dirty for a reason. These homeless people are there for a reason. So like, what do you do with them? If you have thousands of people, tens of thousands of homeless people on the streets, if you're going to clean up the streets, where do they go? Do they just walk off to another area? Then you have another area that's fucked up. Like, you need to have a solution for that. If you're suggesting that they come in and push these people out. So, Laxwood, what's your plan?
I mean, I'm not proposing like these sweeps of people. I'm talking about like in DC, for example, right? Like I think that if they see like crime happening, like that, this is the benefit of having police officers, right? They see a crime and then they come all over and they're like, no, you can't do that, and then they'll
but these guys
stop it.
Probably aren't like trained to do that kind of like enforcement, are they? Or like policing.
But here's the thing: the other benefit of cops is that them simply being there is a deterrent, right? Because the calculation the criminals make, criminals tend to be almost by nature, very short-term planners, right? And
it's
so
all about whether or not they think they're going to get caught.
Getting caught is a much greater deterrent. And by the way, sentence length is a deterrent, right? But the fear of getting caught is tremendously greater. And so if you just simply have like a bunch of armed troops walking around.
Why wouldn't we advocate for this to be like a common thing, like federal soldiers all over the country, like patrolling through cities? Like, why wouldn't we advocate for something like that if we think that their presence is going to bring down the crime rate? And it might bring. I'd agree. It will bring down.
It did in DC.
Yeah, so I agree. This is like going to be a natural consequence, right? Yeah. Like if that's the benefit, and we are seeing the benefit, like why not advocate for that?
Well, I think in some ways a lot of Trump supporters and Trump himself is sort of advocating for that, right? He's saying, look, there's all this crime. We have ICE there that's trying to do shit and they're getting stopped. We gotta send in the dudes. They're gonna go in and they're gonna kick ass, right? Now, my contention with this is not that it doesn't work for like reducing crime or like protecting ICE agents, and I think there can be like situations in which that's reasonable. But
High
that
time preference. Yeah.
with criminal enforcement or with any kind of government service, I'm looking for risk, not like basically cost versus benefit analysis. If we're paying to have federal troops occupy every square foot of land in the United States, this would not be a good use of money. If we have a city that like it explodes into crime, maybe that specific city might make sense to send more law enforcement.
So then shouldn't it just be advocating of, I don't know what the actual statistics are, but like just by whatever top 10 or top 20 most violent crime cities, and then just target there? And is that? Can you demonstrate that's what Trump is doing?
Well, the issue is
maybe he is. I don't know.
Well, Trump can't do that. Trump can't do that, right? Legally.
Well, that doesn't seem to stop him, or that doesn't even stop.
Well, but it is.
Attempting.
So there's one place that he can do that, and that's in D.C. That's a federal city. He's got a lot of power in D.C. But when we're talking about Chicago, when we're talking about Portland, the federal enforcement efforts need to be tied to some kind of federal purpose, and it's currently tied to ICE, right? So ICE is setting up in these areas, doing these raids, and they're getting protests, they're getting riots, they're getting attacked by people. This is happening, and then the response is, okay, well, we're going to defend these ICE agents by sending in the National Guard to defend them and to patrol the area and defend those people from the attacks. But without that federal purpose, generally speaking, you just can't order the feds to go do like general policing. And so like the top 10 cities, like if we could just order the feds to go in and do policing, doing top 10 would make the most sense, just flat out, right? You take the top 10 and just like every year, whichever city has like the top 10 cities have the most crime, they get federal troops.
Yeah.
It's a sweepstakes, right? But Trump can't quite do that, right? He can do DC, which also happens to have one of the most crimes in the United States.
He can do it if like the governor invites him, like in Memphis.
If the governor does,
yeah, like
but
I think Memphis
Chicago,
is
Portland,
well, isn't Memphis
LA?
Yeah, sure, but isn't Memphis like, for example, I think this will be a good test of this, right? Memphis is allowing them in, and I think they're the highest murder rate
Tennessee
in the United States, right? And so they're sending them in.
It's
I think
up there.
Alabama's pretty high.
Yeah, Alabama's yeah. So
no, Memphis is bad.
Grid mentioned this earlier. If we actually see a tangible, they like they'll come in and flood them with the surge, and that allows police to get them. It's kind of like, all right, this is gonna be a kind of funny example, but y'all in the Dark Knight, yeah, we're back. My headset's on this last night, I think. But I all remember the Dark Knight.
All that money,
right?
Bad headset.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I mean, it just started happening like today. So
just get a real mic.
We'll just order one tomorrow. Anyway, listen. So if we go in here and we got like Memphis, right? He goes in there and they clean it up and they do kind of like the Dark Knight, where it's like, okay, we might not
blow
get
up
the
the
top
bridges.
guys. Well, yeah, maybe the bridges, but they go in there and they get the like. It's kind of like
It's
what
the
Harvey
FBI
did.
that likes to blow up bridges.
It's like,
not-
hey, we go in
not
there and we arrest
president
all these people.
specifically.
It's not necessarily that you're gonna get all the shot callers and shit, but if you get to like, I don't know, a year of clean streets or 8 months or whatever, and you get these people off or however long, then it's like, okay, we could focus on like getting, other things. We can clean up the city. You can put like security and then withdraw, and you have long-term effects based off that initial surge kind of thing. And I think,
Yeah, I mean, I think what they're. Sorry, I thought he was done.
Oh, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. My headset's not gonna go ahead.
Your mic is done, that's for sure.
Yeah, his mic is done.
I'm ordering a new one right now. Yeah.
He's literally on Amazon right now, hitting add to
Yeah,
cart.
I'm literally there.
So I think that the thing about Memphis is that the actual trouble area, like in a lot of cities, is actually really small. I want to say it's like 8 or 10 blocks. And so they're just basically going to contain that area. They're going to, try and work with the people who don't commit crimes in that area to find the people that do commit crimes and take care of that. And I don't understand. I mean, I really nobody has yet to really explain why you want less resources for your local police if you're having a crime problem, which it seems like most of these bigger cities have. I still
they're
don't
not
get
having
it.
a crime problem. That's the thing. One, they're not having a crime problem.
I can, but it'll derail.
Crime is.
I know that you can, Scott.
Crime is lower, according to one study. Crime has been dropping to below pre-pandemic levels. Yeah, like this thing they're talking about is
maybe just because
homicide and other violent crimes
tabulating
continue to fall below
National
pre-pandemic levels
victimization
and
survey
sample of
isn't
42 U.S. cities. So
Scott's
like
right.
Right. So
Can you send me that,
crime,
Scott? That could come in handle. That come in
right.
handy pretty.
Yeah.
soon.
So I'll send you national victimization survey. Right. So
Yeah.
there's two ways that people that like are serious about like criminologists and people that study crime, right, or like structural functionalist sociologists that deal with crime, right, is they deal with reported crime statistics from like police bureaus, FBI, Bureau of Justice, Bureau of Justice and Statistics, et cetera. And then the other thing they look at is national victimization surveys, right? Because that is dealing with like if a crime occurs, especially violent crime, then there is a victim, right? And so a lot of times you might have underreported crime, or you might have like police don't catch every crime, for example, right?
Right.
Or not
Yeah, I
every
mean, the
crime
only
gets
reason
reported.
that
And so National Victimization Survey looks at victims, and then you can extrapolate obviously crime based upon looking at victimization. And according to National Victimization Surveys, crime has not gone down to pre-COVID levels yet. It's still showing a drop in crime since like the BLM, George Floyd, COVID lockdown era, whichever
of Love.
thing you want to think is Summer of Love, all that stuff. It's still going down since then, but it's not
Sure.
still at those pandemic levels.
Okay, so we're
I'll
having
grab,
a
I'll
hold
grab
on,
National
let me-
Victimization Survey.
so one second, we're having
Trying
a
to tag
downward
along.
trend in crime. So that's happening. And I
Well, we had a
was trying to
spike
say,
in
right?
crime, and
We
then
had a
obviously we're
spike
having
in trend, and now we're having a downward trend in crime. No, I hear
But we
you,
also have
and
to
I'm not.
understand-
I'm not trying
Right.
to like minimize what you're saying, right? But like I
we're
but
having
in
like
the
a two
end-
steps forward,
Well, I
one
mean,
step back situation. I don't know
But
that
I
we've
think
gone
that you have to
2
understand how the
steps
crime
back.
is tabulated. I mean, the problem is that if you redefine something as not a crime, then it's no longer a crime, and by just the statistics.
we're
are
talking
gonna
about
go down.
violent crime, though. We're talking
Yeah,
about
he's-
violent.
he's
That's
looking at
why I
violent
brought
crime.
that up.
But
Trump
again,
is looking at
hold on.
violent crime. Yeah.
I understood that part. So
Sorry.
the problem is that if you change a category from a like an assault to just a mere battery, which it doesn't make the line, then it doesn't get counted. Or if it's not even if people just don't even bother to report it, the only all crime statistics are literally just a measure of what is reported or directly observed by law enforcement. We actually have no idea how much actual crime takes place in this country, because for a crime to make it into any of these statistics, it has to be reported to the police.
Right, but again, isn't this a local issue though? So if we send the National Guard into an area that has crime issues, and they bring down the crime rate, isn't this in some way shielding the local police force, local DA who's actually behind the surge in crime in the first place? Because now you're going to have an artificially reduced crime rate. So
We
it
can
seems
look
like,
at it that
if
way,
there are
but
crime
I-
issues, that should just be left. How they deal with this should be left
Right,
to the local community.
So I think that a lot of departments are currently feeling overrun, or they just don't care and they need that backup. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't know, because I'm not in those departments. I can just simply say that it seems to have worked in Washington. It seems to be working other places. It looks like it'll work in Memphis. And again, nothing you guys have said have given me, except for Scott, have given me a reason to say why you don't want extra help for cops trying to control crime. It's literally like you're just saying, well, crime's okay, but it's really not okay. People are really fed up with the amount of crime. People are fed
Why
up with
wouldn't
the
you
amount
have
of all of it, right?
Why wouldn't you have troops in all cities, in all of them? Right?
I
There's
don't have a
crime-
problem with that.
Yeah, why
Do you have a
shouldn't
problem with that?
the military just act
it
as
is
an
an
occupying
allocation of
force within the United
resources
States?
issue, but I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Can I
Would
give
you?
I get grid? Let me give an answer. So the first potential reason people could be against it is the politics, Republican president. These are Democrat areas. They don't like the idea of this president doing something to them, right? Just on
Right. And I
partisan
can
grounds.
understand that. That
The,
would
the
be a
other the other
fair
thing here the other thing here is I think there is like a rational basis here, and I think Doobie's actually got a pretty convincing point. There's a rational basis to say, look, yeah, maybe crime is going down, but like I would trade a higher crime rate for not feeling like an occupied citizen in my own city, for not having to like look out and see these soldiers walking around everywhere. Like I don't like that, and I don't want that there. Now you and I might feel differently about that, but I think that's because we're valuing crime as like really, really bad. And if you don't value crime so bad, if you're somebody I think everybody generally values crime as pretty bad. But if you're somebody who's like more concerned about federal troops in your city as opposed to crime, then maybe you can come around with like a different conclusion. And what Doobie's saying is, well, what about the people, like the local people who just like, they want the progressive DAs who let them get away with shit. And that's just like how they want to live life. And if you don't like it, you can move. I mean, that argument would appeal to Gibbs.
Beauty of
Yeah,
democracy.
what you essentially have is like people
Punish
from
the
outside of these
minority.
communities saying, "Hey, I don't like the way you're enforcing law within your community, so fuck you, I'm gonna set the National Guard in there." Like that doesn't really make sense in our, you know, in our. I think
Criminals don't have rights, right? So like, if
we're talking about the right of the community to elect people that are going to enforce the laws in the way that they want them enforced.
Right,
So
but
if they vote for this
criminals
DA
exist-
who's going to dismiss a bunch of right-related cases, that's on them. They voted for the guy. That's what they wanted.
Right, but I mean, but that's the same thing as like saying 9 out of 10 people vote for gang rape. You know what I mean? Like, just because the 10th person, you know what I mean? Like when we're talking about crime, we're talking about rights. Criminals don't have rights. You cannot argue that the criminal has any right whatsoever. You can say they have a right to life.
Criminals
If,
do
let's say
have
they only
rights.
stole, right? But well, alleged criminals in our current, you know, from a legal positivist position of like our current framework have, you know, right to a fair trial, et cetera, right? But if we're objectively speaking that someone is, let's say, a murderer, right? Objectively speaking, they have no right to life. Okay, you can do whatever the fuck you want to a murderer.
Okay, but if you're a cat burglar, you do have a right to life, right?
Right, if you're a cat burglar, you have a right to life, right?
Unless you're an actual cat.
Yeah, if
you
you
So most criminals have
You
rights.
cannot argue, right? You can't argue that you not be kidnapped or that you not be held and forced to pay restitution and retribution for the crimes that you've committed, right? A murderer has no right. You can do whatever the fuck you want to a murderer.
Right. So only a very specific. I mean, I
rapist,
disagree,
a
but a
thief,
very
right,
specific subset of criminals you're referring to.
And the cat burglar being tortured indefinitely.
But no criminal has a right to avoid being taken into custody and forced to pay for their crimes, regardless of the crime that they committed. Now, I understand the argument.
We're
I
not talking about
understand
the right of the criminal, though.
I understand the argument.
We're talking about the right of the DA and right of the community to
right.
not
I do
enforce law
understand
that way.
Right. I do understand the concept of the right of the community to not have, you know, things that they don't want in their community that they didn't vote for. But the problem is that the community's rights to house anarcho-tyranny in their community and punish those people that do want federal police or do want some type of law and order cannot outweigh it's the contradiction of democracy. You were saying that
how?
Because even if the community 55%, right, want a bunch of soft on crime DAs and want people to shoplift and loot and, you know, do whatever without facing any real repercussions until they actually kill somebody, there's still that 45% of the community that is being terrorized by violent and property crime, and they have a right to have their communities protected by their own self-defense.
But
one
why
that the
wouldn't this
state has stolen from them, that then becomes incumbent upon both the local representatives as well as the federal government to enforce the
Okay, I understand.
law
But why
and
wouldn't,
order
why wouldn't
against
this
those
apply to
criminals.
every other law, right? So let's say a law passes with 45 to 55. Like if the federal government says, "Hey, that law is bad, and we disagree with this law that you guys have voted to put into place," why couldn't they just come in here and say, "Hey, you don't get to enforce this law because 45% of people here don't want this"?
Well, I mean,
Like,
we see this.
It just
we
seems
see
like
this.
you're
like, first
stepping
of all,
over a line there.
Well, first of all, in reality, that does happen, right? We've seen that with weed legalization over and over and over again, where states have voted for legalization of weed, and then they've used interstate commerce and drug scheduling and all those laws to enforce, you know, if an area,
Do you think that's a good thing?
especially in the beginning, right? No, I don't think that's a good thing, because it's a nonviolent crime, because it's not an actual crime, right? The problem, I do agree that there is a problem where crime becomes a voted democratic thing that the state or the executive decides arbitrarily, and then labels something a crime that isn't a crime, and then uses that as justification to enter a city. But when we are talking about things that are objectively a crime, right, which is violation of people's right to their body or their property, right, those people have no right to not be kidnapped and forced to pay restitution and retribution for those crimes. And insofar as the state makes it illegal for me to go and take care of myself, or for companies to take care of it, or for private security to go take care of it. So long as they say you don't have the right to vigilante justice, then it becomes their duty to ensure that those criminals face punishment. And that is true of the local community. And if the local community is failing, that's true of Donald Trump to send in somebody to take care of those criminals.
Yeah. So Scott, like here in California, right, with this massive issue when the Democrats pushed through this law or this. Well, no, I think we voted on this actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we voted on this as a state. The change of the law that made theft a misdemeanor, right? So you up to like $1,000, if I remember correctly, or $500. One of those, I can't remember. So you had a ton of like shoplifting happening, like overnight. Just the rates of like reported shoplifting, I think actually dropped because people just weren't reporting it to the police. They weren't even bothering to call the police.
What's the point? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Walmart in reality, you had a ton.
But
I think
felony. To be fair, felony did go up because companies very quickly figured out that if they use CCTV footage,
they can keep track of people
and identify a person,
and
then they'd go above 1,000. And so, because of that, grand larceny claims did go up slightly. But you're correct. Petty theft went way down because it was basically unreported.
Yeah. So, and we saw like the consequences of that here in California, right? Like suddenly everything's locked behind some plastic.
Everything but suntan lotion.
Yeah, it's really fucking annoying. Right? Really annoying. But so in this case, this is a terrible law, right? Terrible change to the law that we voted into place for some fucking reason. Like, why are you saying that you would be for the federal government coming in with the National Guard to just reject that law, to impose the prior law, or to say, hey, you guys don't get to these people that you guys are not going to arrest or not going to report for theft or whatever. We're going to arrest them anyway, based on federal law. Like, is that
so? I would say that the initial law is anarcho-tyranny, right? It is by the very nature of making it illegal for private security to, forcibly kidnap people that are shoplifting and then force them to pay back the funds or return the things that they stole. That is the government instituting forced lawlessness on its own people. I would be perfectly fine, with the FBI setting up, some type of organization or sting to, find, repeat offenders or people that are, because, like specifically, I wouldn't want the moment the FBI or like the National Guard steps into the city en masse, right? That becomes an entirely new problem, right? It's not following what I would consider a gentleness principle, but it becomes an entirely new problem where private property owners now have these forced, militarization of their streets. Their businesses are fucked in some ways. There's like all these trespassers. This is not the appropriate way for the government to do it. That is the least invasive way. But if, for example, the FBI was tracking Discord groups, right, where people like come to, or Telegram or Facebook chat groups, like where sometimes they show up and there's like 50 people coming in and stealing clothes and then they throw them in trucks, right?
Yeah.
If the federal law enforcement were tracking that, knew when that was going to happen, and then boom, they were just there when it happened and the roads were closed and they arrested every one of those fuckers, regardless of what your state laws are, I would say that that is a reasonable use.
I think most people wouldn't have an issue with that, right? But the reality is
that's my
answer
to the question. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying I support the National Guard in these cities, right? I'm giving context on what it is that I believe and what the problems are, what the contradictions of the state are, and promulgating my philosophy.
Okay, then let me ask
you
a great thing.
I'm not pro-Trump sending in the National Guard into into Portland. I think it's a stupid waste of taxpayer money. I think it causes more problems than it solves, and I think it's mostly a magic trick show to either get someone hurt so that they can have justification for extreme law and order crackdowns that would be very bad, or to just create controversy that distracts from whatever the fuck is going on with Israel, whatever the fuck is going on with TikTok, whatever the fuck is going on with the Epstein files and things like that, and to drum up support from his base where they're like, holy paste, he sent in the National Guard into Portland because he's badass, when, he's not delivering on the promises of his deportation or basically anything that he said that he would do.
So Grid, I mean, it sounded like you were more in favor of this than Scott was. Like, would you be opposed to that? So California, that unpopular, well, it was popular at the time we voted for it, apparently.
Mhm.
So this terrible law, when it passed,
Yeah.
would you
Yeah,
be in favor of the
familiar with it,
National Guard coming in to patrol the streets to make sure that we didn't enforce that law in the way that we wanted to?
I mean, you're talking about a misdemeanor, so no, I wouldn't be, unless of course it started turning into people getting hurt and nobody doing anything about it. I know that during that period of time, people were not allowed to stop the people from shoplifting. They were, basically store security was just told to let them walk out with it. It got so bad that Walmart left the area. So no, I wouldn't be in favor of that. But now, if we're talking felonies, like people are assaulting people, people are throwing bricks through windows, people are damaging, vehicles, setting them on fire, that sort of thing. I think that what you're trying to do is say, well, it's this tiny little misdemeanor law that happened, and would I support? But it became a big thing. I understand, and I agree. It did actually become a very big thing. I'm glad I wasn't there when that was going on. But I think you're drawing a
right.
So if you told me
if you're
if
saying
you
that the
told me
line is
that,
violence,
well,
right,
let me give you a what it I'm going to do a what about. I rarely do what about isms, but what about this? Let's say instead of California passing a stupid ass law about shoplifting, they passed it about assault. Like you could beat your wife once a week. That was okay, but if you did it more than that, then it became a felony as a problem. Would you be? I mean, would that be equivalent?
we sort of have this in California too.
Holy shit! No kidding.
It's not about like beating people, right? It's the what is it? It's like a misdemeanor to intentionally or knowingly give somebody an STD.
That's how we're going.
Right.
HIV.
You're right about
that's
that.
fucking crazy.
Like Wiener pushed that through, believe it or not.
I forgot. You're absolutely right about that. I totally forgot.
How did Anthony Weiner do that? He's from New York.
Yeah, he did it in California. It was absolutely what Anthony. No, I wouldn't be surprised if this exists in New York too, but this absolutely exists in California. I don't think it was Weiner though.
Yeah.
Well, no, wasn't he funding like the DA? I might just be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong on that one. I thought it was him.
Yeah,
But
I
I do have to interrupt for a
involved in
second,
someone.
only
I believe
because
it.
someone actually paid me $50 to ask this question. So someone just wanted to ask the panel, why is offloading millions of dollars of crime onto working class people better than allowing private enforcement of law onto companies who would be put out of business through boycotts given poor or neglectful enforcement? The ANCAPs came in, right?
Well, I think this is so during this shoplifting spree in California, if I remember correctly, it wasn't that the security guards could not legally stop people. It was that the stores told them not to because it wasn't worth reporting them.
No, because and
then of course they don't want to risk lawsuits if the security guard beats somebody up or whatever the fuck.
Right. So I think that, and I don't know which city it was in. I want to say LA, but it could have been somewhere else. They actually said that private security guards could not stop people from, physically can't stop people from doing anything. That became part of the that became codified, I believe. So they can't touch people. Now, if they're armed, I think there's a crossover between like your regular, store security guy and like armed guards, but I'm not really sure because I don't live in California anymore, and I
don't know if they codified that. I mean, I think like when I used to work for a bank, right, and they were like, hey, like if someone comes in and robs you, like don't go chasing them down the street, right? Like that's not your job. I think I would imagine in this case, and maybe I'm wrong, right? It's possible that I'm wrong, but I imagine it's like, it's not worth it because, and I saw like footage, of like people
it's
like
illegal
walking
thing.
out with stuff, but like they don't. Yeah, one, it's illegal, but it might be illegal, but they don't want the liability, right?
That's what I'm saying. The liability.
Yeah,
There's a solution to this though. The solution is you have a law indemnifying, or not really indemnifying, but immunizing stores from liability if you can prove that the person's committing a crime.
Is that qualified immunity?
Qualified immunity for retail stores.
Yeah.
Boom.
In the UK,
that's the world we live in.
That will solve the problem.
In the UK,
and
there's
create,
this
and create
company.
no new problems. at
No.
all.
Yeah,
No,
in the
no,
UK,
just don't
there's this-
steal. Easy.
No, you can totally trust the.
In the UK, there's this company called TMI, TM and then EYE, right? It's a private
I hate it
security
already.
firm. It's a private security firm that has, I think, very close. It's like a 99 point something % success rate in prosecutions. And they, what they do is they use facial recognition as well as plainclothes people in stores and wait until shoplifters have reached the level of grand larceny, then do citizens arrests, and then use a team of lawyers to ensure that these people are prosecuted. And they work pretty well. They're only in neighborhoods where places have enough money to be able to do that currently, and they're heavily restricted. But yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of what the panel, the person was asking is, you know what I mean? Like why do we need the fucking the federales in the goddamn streets?
I can
when we
answer.
could just unshackle the goddamn market to solve this problem.
So I'll answer the question as the non-ANCAP. The concern would be that the private security forces could be enforcing the law in a mismatched way to where they aren't getting boycotted by the people who pay them, and if they get boycotted by the people who don't pay them or can't afford to pay them, they don't have to care, right? If I'm a private organization and my customer
They
base
don't have
is gonna
qualified
pay me-
immunity. Sue them. They would actually, you would literally have far better success than you would ever suing the
okay,
police
you're going to
department.
sue them in the private court, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what if they have a deal with the private court?
What do you? Oh no, you mean like
Or-
we're going
or
full
what
blown
if they
ANCAP?
refuse?
That's an
Yeah,
entirely
yeah.
different. That's an entirely different scenario than unleashing the market and maintaining everything else being
Okay.
equal.
Yeah, if you maintain some kind of like level, you can sue them. I mean, we currently have this in a lot of states, like bail enforcement agents, otherwise known
Yeah.
as like basically bail agents, mercenaries by another name. Like they will, yeah. Like I don't know. I get it. On the other hand, like somebody not from the government coming into my house.
Oh no, I'm not
Like,
even.
I don't
I'm
like
not even
anybody in my
arguing we go that
house.
far. We're not. I'm not
But
arguing.
like
that
some
go that
fucking
far right
Joker in like a Mickey Mouse like
No,
outfit,
we're not
like,
even
come-
that.
like coming in.
We're not even that far. I'm saying deregulate security enough to allow security to do citizens arrests and build cases against people the moment that they are caught shoplifting. Like
I still like my
in these
idea of.
places.
I still like my idea of qualified immunity for retail stores. I think that will just solve the problem. Because the problem right now is like, okay, somebody steals some shit, right? And then you tackle them. Oh, my back! You hurt my back. I'm gonna sue you. You can't tackle me. Oh no! All the company should have to do is prove you were trying to steal shit. I took reasonable action to stop you.
Yeah, I don't
tackle
disagree with
you,
your. I don't.
tase you,
I was
something
only
like that.
dealing with the super
and then
chat.
you should
I
just
agree
be
with your
immune.
position, right? Like there's you should not be prosecutable in any way, shape, or form, both civilly or criminally, for injuries that a person sustains in the act or commission of a crime, right? Like if they're stealing, I should be able to tackle you. Now, granted, maybe we can have some common law for now, so long as we still have this current justice system that like proper escalation, that you can't like pull out a gun and shoot somebody, but like, you know what I mean, because they're stealing some Twizzlers and you're like,
tackle them into a bullet?
So I
Tackle them
thought
into a
about this.
bullet.
Well, I thought about this, and
Yes, a still bullet.
I agree with you that, like, politically speaking, like this would be a complete non-starter. So sure, I guess we can't have the executions for the Twizzlers. But on the other hand,
I guess
if you had that rule in place and then somebody stole Twizzlers, knowing full well that this is the potential penalty.
No, I said you'd have to have
Do we
proper
really want
escalation of
that?
force. So you,
No,
you
I
could
understand.
tackle somebody. You couldn't
No, I
shoot
hear you,
them
Scott.
Until
Sure,
there was like
but Scott-
reasonable, etc.
But Scott, but think about this for a second. I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody knows that, like, okay, so let's say this retail store has like a camera mounted, like a ceiling mounted camera gun, and it's like got a laser on the guy's head as he's stealing the Twizzlers, and he continues to steal the Twizzlers. Okay, like, I don't want to say he's asking for it, but
Are you trying to say no means
You are
no?
saying that.
but like.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
Why steal the
It sounds like
Twizzlers
you're
if you
saying-
know
I would
the
say-
result is going to be death?
I would say
Put the Twizzlers back.
I would say that just outside of this panel, maybe we can have a conversation, or you could just read up on the gentleness principle, right? Like there's a certain level of objectively correct means of rational force, right? And so like you couldn't nuke a target, for example, because someone was stealing Twizzlers.
Because collateral damage.
Right, but even still, like you couldn't like fire off a machine gun into the store, you know, in the hopes that it definitely killed this person, right? Like there's a reasonable level of. I don't want to get too into the principle, but like
I get it. So what I'm saying though is like, and when it comes to like the main reason why I think like I'm really opposed to this is because like, what if a child who doesn't understand the potential consequences steals a Twizzler? Like they got to be exempt somehow.
There's a pointer on the head.
But that's where the tackling comes into play. Huge tackling.
Yeah, that's where the tackling comes into play.
Fortnite. Sucks to be them.
But like, here's the thing. Like what kind of person? Like, what kind of like upstanding contributory citizen is this person?
You might be crazy.
Where they're going to
have a mental illness, and you're saying like, and what happened? Because I literally, sorry, Gibbs, I see your hand.
It's not an excuse for crime.
But no, hold on. I saw
sort of is.
I saw this individual, right, who was like she was homeless, and I'm sure she has some sort of tragic backstory. I'm positive of that. But she was in.
It's getting more libertarian every day. I'm sure she has some tragic backstory. Whatever. Anyways. More and more libertarian every day, Prime.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Whatever. Fucking empathy. Anyways, next.
It was some encampment type thing, right? And I saw this woman. Like things were starting to disappear from the encampment. Like what the fuck? Like I know this thing was right here. They were disappear, right?
Wait, what was disappearing from?
Sorry.
Where was it disappearing from?
Like it's like an encampment. Like basically there are a bunch of different tents and stuff, right? Like a protest type thing.
Okay.
Yeah, just like imagine a bunch of like tents and shit, right? And anyway, this individual would like go ahead, right? Like and just like start taking things. I remember she's like walked right in front of me, right? Like I know this lady, and she just started taking stuff. I'm like, hey lady, what are you doing, right? And she just started taking my stuff, right? And then she just like went into this into this little tent thing that she had, right? And so like we started talking about it. I was like, yeah, we got to do something. So like the camp came together, and we went to her tent. Like all our stuff was there, right? And we had to demolish this tent and like toss this lady out. But like she was like out of her mind. She was like a deep kleptomaniac. And I can imagine her in the store, the CVS or the fuck, right? Like honestly doing exactly what you said, taking the Twizzlers. Now she was otherwise harmless, as far as I can tell. Otherwise harmless, but taking the Twizzlers, right, with the laser pointer at her head because she literally can't help herself. And like yeah,
but what do you do with this kind of person? What do you do with this person?
We put her in a mental institution or something, right? Like we locked her away. It was like what we should.
Who's going to pay for that?
Okay,
all right. I think I have a solution. You know, it's
okay. How about tranquilizer darts instead of machine gun? Compromise.
Hold on. No, I got a solution.
Tranquilizer darts fine. I don't care if like 0.1% die from because they had.
Well, hold on. I got a
or some
solution
shit.
here. I think that there's actually what we marry y'all's two positions, Fabian's and Lactoid's here. One, I actually think that Lactoid brought up a good point. I don't want like some Mickey Mouse bullshit where they're walking up in and they're like not beholden to having to have warrants and they come in and they got their little own thing and I
that wasn't my argument.
That. Sure, I know it's not, but I mean, we all know that that's what they're going to do. We're going to have police agencies hiring private firms to go and do this investigation because they don't need the warrant to do it because they're a private citizen, and then they're
that's completely unconnected from anything that I said or what.
Sure, I know it is, but
it's.
No, I mean, I think it's reasonable. Hold on. I think it is reasonable within the realm of possibility for that to happen.
Not at all. But I was arguing making legal.
Sure, but hear me out. Just let me finish here. I think there is a solution though, and it's maybe back to what we were talking about earlier today. Is maybe the AI, and what we do is we set up an option with these private companies where they can install an AI mounted like Gatling gun and maybe an electric net system, and it identifies the AI, and the AI can identify if they're under 18. And if they're under 18, under maybe mental distress, they get
Scan
electrocuted.
for mental illness,
yeah,
too.
Yeah, and they get electrocuted.
Yeah.
Or if they're like over 18,
Psychopaths now?
Yeah, and then instead, hold on. Instead of having to worry about these people sitting in a mental institution, they can just get mowed down for when they have their psychiatric break, and then we don't have to pay for that shit no more, and we don't have to pay for their crime. And then guess what? That saves taxpayers dollars. We create a new industry, and it's going to solve the problem of people stealing shit. Because guess what? If you're going to worry about getting caught by an AI Gatling gun every time you go to steal, like buy a Snickers, and maybe you won't steal that fucking Snickers no more.
I have the solution. Prime. You're gonna love this. They shoot a tranquilizer dart, and then they wake up employees of the store, and then they have to work for like a certain amount of time.
Just wake up in front of the dishwasher, just like, what the fuck?
Like
This is a very ANCAP solution to
It's
that,
not. No,
right?
Gibbs' solution is an ANCAP because it's a violation.
No, I'm talking about
the
the
rights
factoids.
to just full blown
Yeah,
shoot.
you
them.
work off the debt.
Yeah, to work off. The
But
reimbursement.
being tranked and then kidnapped and then forced to work off the debt is absolutely an ANCAP solution. Now, if
Yeah,
they're
that's what I'm saying.
underage, if they're underage, right? Then
we
the
should
children
rely-
have
They're gonna have to
guardians,
pay for their incarceration.
right? So then it would be
Nah,
the,
let's
it would
just
be
slow
like
it
the
down.
If they're
We
underage,
should
you rent someone
rely
back to
on
their
computer
parents.
generate computer
Yes,
systems,
literally.
right? Computer systems that have a facial
I
recognition
got
system
lactoid with that one.
that are famously good
Oh, men
with
love
distinguishing
Gatling
black
guns.
faces, right? Famously so. We should.
Bro, you don't harp on that shit from like
rely
10
on
years
the-
ago from Apple. Like they're fine now.
It's not
Facial
it's not
recognition
fine.
software
It's
is not
no,
as
it's not
bad as
fine.
it was.
No, it's not fine, and it depends on the vendor. These things aren't universal, too. Right?
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some AI sucks. Yeah.
I'm pretty excited for BlackRock Gatling guns at the convenience store.
Do you have anything to say, Doobie? Then from there, I want to move on to the topic at hand because
fuck it, why not?
They're not going to lock up our ice cream anymore.
I was gonna ask if they would use so I mean I'm sure you guys would consider an adult marrying a minor to be like an act of abuse, right?
Yeah.
Many states have a very low age of consent law. California has no minimum marriage age, right? So if you get a judge to sign off on marriage with the parent there,
Why did the Muslims go to Michigan?
He's gonna find that I'm true, or he's gonna find that I'm correct, right? No minimum marriage age in California. So if it were the case, right, that children are getting married to adults in California, which is, I think most people would consider to be some sort of abuse, right? Because, like, would you be in favor of the federal government coming in and cracking down on that? Like, what is it? What is the limit? So
there are some crimes, yeah.
Yeah, so so I understand like violence, like direct physical violence. I get that.
Are we
right?
talking
That's
like a David Koresh kind of cult sort of thing, or are we talking just one or two guys, getting younger?
I mean,
because
some
again,
dude
I think it's scales.
got like parents and a judge to sign off on marrying their 9-year-old daughter, right?
That judge should probably be excised. Like that judge, like the feds should come in, arrest that judge, and say,
Right.
"Look,
That's poor judgment.
bro,
I am
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I am in
judgment is
favor.
able-
I am in
it's already got his phone
favor,
number.
given the current status quo of the FBI arresting people for sex trafficking and child abuse. Yeah, obviously. That's all that is.
Okay, so you'd consider that sex
we would
trafficking
invade the
child-
island,
I see.
Doobie."
I see. Okay. So
Would you invade-
so
would
you're
you invade the
saying,
island?
Lactoid, in your America, a state can't vote democratically to have, like child marriage.
No, so there's I think that states can vote on things, but there is a range of acceptable things they can vote on, and if they go outside this range, then they're like, yeah, we're gonna bring back slavery. No, and then we're gonna say, hey,
or
buddy, you can't do that.
segregation.
My position is
Or
very
segregation,
clear,
right?
and the most concise, clear way that I can put it is this: is that
Or segregation, Brian.
if the state takes away
Power.
the ability of the population to pay to enforce justice, and they say we are the monopoly on power and violence and the justice system, then it becomes incumbent upon the state to house and or punish criminals for actual crimes. That does not include crimes that don't have a victim, right? But crimes in which you have harmed the property or persons of another human being, it is incumbent upon the state. If the local government votes away both your right to vigilantism or private courts or insurance, etc., your ability to enact law and justice, and allows those criminals to roam free and allows those victims to go, without that justice, it then becomes incumbent upon the federal government to enforce that justice in the most unobtrusive and cost-effective way possible.
Okay, but this
is going to be my metric for all
I get it, but this is the issue that I have, right? Because there are states where a 15-year-old girl can get married to an adult, right? 16-year-old, 17-year-old. Like, so what is the limit? Like, where's the line for what we say? Hey, this is now sex trafficking of a child, and the federal government should come in.
Age of consent is always going to be a difficult one, especially when you have parental permission as well as a judge's permission, right? Now, if we're talking about no parental permission, no judge's permission, then like the state should probably use the arbitrary category that they've decided upon, which is 18. But if we have parental permission and judge's permission, it gets the waters get more murky as we get closer to 18. Right? My personal position is that it should be 25, unless a parents both agree and the children agree to emancipate the child, or a child goes to court to get emancipated, right? I think you should be an adult at 18, but I think certain things should require a parent's sign off or either an emancipation. Things like federal student loans,
I get
where
that,
kids are
but I
going
think-
into massive debt, etc. But given our current paradigm, we don't live in Ancapistan. I have to engage in the world we're currently living in, right? Like, if there's no judge's permission and there's no parental permission, we should deal with 18. I don't know the perfect line in when you have parental permission and a judge's permission, right? 9 is obviously too fucking low.
So what about 50? So in Mississippi, for example, there are plenty of red states like this, right?
Yeah.
Where 15, 16-year-old girl, like in Mississippi, it's 15. So a 15-year-old girl and a 17-year-old boy, for some reason, there's like a 2-year gap there, can get married to like a 40-year-old dude if they want to, right? In Mississippi.
Right. I think that's disgusting. I think that's
I understand.
wrong.
Well, I understand your position.
Justifies the FBI.
I understand your position. I'm trying to understand the position
bad.
of the others, right? Who were in favor of the federal government coming in and imposing or enforcing sex trafficking laws on these judges and these parents and yada yada. So, like, what is like grid? How do you justify? How do you justify
I forgot that
not
he advocated the high school BJ's classes? So obviously,
like, grid. How do you justify like?
So obviously, this is a LARP by Doobie.
No, hold on.
My bad. I thought I was muted. I was talking to my chat.
To be clear, I'm not in
fun of you.
favor. I'm not in favor of this, right? Of the federal government coming in and doing this. I'm asking guys what your line is, because you are in favor of the federal government coming in and imposing some kind of federal law that contradicts state law on these states. Right. So, Grid, what is the argument
what
for
contradicts state law?
Okay. So, what is the argument for not having the National Guard come in and impose an 18 marriage age on Mississippi, where 15-year-old girls can get married to 30?
We have states' rights, but again, you keep trying this tactic, and I don't see where you're going with it. We're not talking about a couple of people getting married. You're talking about
I'm talking about the sexual trafficking of children.
Right. Okay. Sure. And you know what? The feds.
I bit the bullet. You bite it. You bite the bullet like I did. All right, boy.
You in Moss, we've gone after sex trafficking, have we not?
Okay, but again,
literally, the FBI has been investigating all over the country.
And
with,
this is,
by the
this
way,
is legal in Mississippi with
occasionally
parental consent.
having to use federal marshals and other federal resources to assist in the arrest. So, what is your point?
My point is, given that Mississippi has legalized child sex trafficking, do you think the federal government should come in and impose federal law?
I don't know that that's sex trafficking.
Wait, hold on. You don't think a 15-year-old girl marrying a 40-year-old guy?
I think it's gross. I don't think it's sex trafficking.
Okay. Do you think
a sex crime?
It's only sex trafficking if you do what Destiny did, which is fly them across state lines.
True. Okay, that's true. So, but, I mean, I hope you would think that's abusive. It might be abusive in some way, or is abusive in some way, right? We're talking about like a 15-year-old and a 40-year-old dude, even with parental consent, right? If you get some parent to sign off on this, like, still,
yes, the Fed should rate it.
Yes,
it's
not okay.
So
you guys are saying that Grid, you're saying that. Well, I think your position should be that Mississippi should be subjected to the federal government coming in with the National Guard and changing that law or not allowing them to have this law in Mississippi?
No, you can't do that because you're trying with it, and it's not equivalent. You can't do
Why?
that because it's a well. First of all, states have states' rights.
Well, apparently not. They have some
Well,
rights.
yeah, they
but
do. Of course they do.
Well, okay, but they have some rights. But
Right,
yeah,
but
I
you're
was just
not. Hold on,
explaining
hold on.
that-
Here's
okay,
a
so what
problem
the-
you have.
okay, go ahead.
Here's a problem you have. We're not talking about going in and changing Portland's laws. We're going in and saying, hey, these crimes are not being in, these laws are not being enforced, or they're not being, these police can't, I guess, not competently, that's not the right word to use, but they're not capable of enforcing laws currently.
Empowered, I guess.
The existing laws, Doobie.
No,
Have we,
I understand.
Give me the example of where the federal government, other than like, well, actually, I can give you an example, but I want you to give me an example of where the federal government has gone in with troops and said, you're going to change this law the way I want it to be changed.
I think that would be, wouldn't that be like the end of segregation, where they came in with federal troops and forced them to, you know, they
Yeah,
the,
like
that was gonna be my
1960.
example,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened.
yeah,
But
yeah.
is
So,
that happening currently in
no,
any
but I'm
of
telling
these
you,
places?
this is what I'm trying to understand, right? So, given that all the that we just went through about states having the ability to, you know, within a window, vote on things,
Sure.
given that Mississippi has legalized sexual abuse of children in some way, like why shouldn't the federal government come in and say, hey, you guys don't get to have this law, so we are going to make you enforce an 18?
Because
marriage
again,
age?
we both know you can't do that.
Okay,
That's
but
not how
why?
That's not why that's not how states' rights work.
What if it was
Okay,
like what if
can we do it?
Mississippi
Yeah,
said,
can we
hey,
do it? Can we do a
10-year-olds
thought
can
experiment?
get
Hold on,
married
can
to
we
a
just do a thought
12-year-old?
experiment? What if it's 9-year-olds? What if a state, right, said like has a rampant growth?
Well, you know, Tennessee used to have 12-year-old.
I do
It
know.
used to be
But
in the
hold
laws.
on, but hear me out. Hear me out.
12.
Hear me out. Let's say
let's relax
let's say
our things from falling in
Michigan,
the
let's say
wrong
Dearborn,
era.
Michigan, right, changes their law because they have so many Muslims, right?
Fuck was
'Cause-
that?
Right. So
What are you talking
Dearborn,
about?
Michigan changes right, like changes the local law, and the state like, you know, just is permissive. They're like, oh, okay, whatever, you guys can do that or whatever. And they make it to where you can marry any adult, any age can marry a 9-year-old child, right? And this starts happening everywhere. Like mosques across the country are celebrating child marriages of 9-year-olds to
Mormons,
45-year-old men.
evangelicals.
Yeah,
Right.
that would be that's a
Should-
hard one for me. On the one hand, I'm kind of a constitutionalist, so I mean there's states' rights, and I would hope that the state would not do that. But you're right.
Right, where's the
then
line?
You make a
You know what I
great
mean? Like-
point. You make a great point that that it could happen in a place like Dearborn or somewhere similar to that. It
Right, so
could.
like
I mean,
where
it-
where is
No,
the,
don't put this
where's
on the
line
Muslims.
where it
Christians
goes
do this.
from
Like you don't need to put
Hold
this
on.
on the Muslims. Like Christians do
saying
this.
it could happen. He's got a point.
Muslims
said it could happen in
largely
Dearborn.
permissive of it. Yes, Christians.
he didn't-
Some
he
Christian
didn't-
denominations are right. Like
He
I
said it
don't
could
care.
happen specifically in Dearborn. It could.
I just use Muslims because
Are you
there's
denying
a
that?
very very specific age that their religion says is
Right,
permissible.
Yeah, I
which
got
is
it. I
not
picked
good,
it up.
right?
Yeah,
like
no, I understand.
that's why I use Muslims,
Well,
right? Like because
Christianity
that's
doesn't
the
really have
perfect
Doobie,
age.
Doobie, what's wrong with the answer that I gave and a lot of people here gave, which is just yes, like for that thing you send in the troops and you stop it. What's the problem?
I think what you're advocating for is the invasion of most of the red states in the country that have laws like this on the books. And if that's what you're advocating for, Lactoid, then
I'm
okay.
cool with red states having the FBI come in and stop child brides.
Yeah.
I'm
Here's
cool
what you
with it.
do.
Yeah, I mean, I would.
You issue a
I think the FBI
proclamation.
marshals, I don't know that we'd have to send in troops, but sure. I mean, I would.
No, you mandate they change it. You say you change this, otherwise the troops are coming. You give them a 10-day grace period. Good luck.
Or just cut the funding. You say,
Yeah,
hey,
just
you
cut the
don't change
funding,
this,
yeah.
we're not going to give you any more money.
Interesting.
Right.
So you think that
Like
so
we
Scott
do with
thinks that
cigarettes?
the age should be 25, right? So you guys would say 20. I mean, I'm sure you guys would agree with Scott.
Basically.
Would you say 18?
Wait, 25 for what? For
The
marriage?
age of consent. Yeah, I think Scott meant.
Wait, age of
I
consent
said,
or the age of marriage?
I said age
Yeah.
of consent without parental permission, or without the child emancipating
25?
themselves. I said if we have to pick an age,
It was,
if we have
it
to
was a
pick an
good.
age,
You missed it. It was good.
no, if
no,
we
I'm-
have to
I'm-
pick an
I'm
age,
okay
hold
with
on,
18.
I'm gonna explain my position real quick. Sorry, Grid, I know I'm interrupting, but
No, it's
if
fine.
I have to pick an age, right? I'm going to say certain things that are severe, right? Such as rental agreements, student loans, any form of contract, and including sex, should require either parental permission, or there should be a process where both the parents and the child, if they agree, can sign a document that says you're emancipated, you're good to go once you're 18. Or if a child wants to fight for those rights, then they can go to court, right? So if you're 26, you're free from your parents no matter what. But if you're 18 and your parents disagree, you can go to court as long as you
Okay.
can prove that you're of sound mind and body, that you can make rational decisions, that you're a moral
Sure.
actor, which most 18-year-olds would be able to do, then you could be emancipated, right?
So okay,
Yeah,
hypothetically then,
right.
25. Hold on,
Go for
but
it.
hypothetically, 25-year-old girl, or I guess you said 25. So 24 and
Right.
300 something fucking days. Okay.
Right.
And
she was
and
24
then-
and 364 days.
Yeah,
That'd be
yeah.
fucking
And
crazy.
she's lazy. She never bothered to go to court and be emancipated. And then I swoop in and lay down my Casanova skills, and I have sex with her. Okay.
Mhm.
Is this? Should I get in trouble for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sick
What
fuck.
what would the punishment be for me in that
Wood
scenario?
chipper. Wood chipper.
Yeah, I mean,
Wood
I think,
chipper.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think
For a 24-year-old woman.
Wood
Or
chipper.
sorry,
Yeah, I
girl.
think-
I don't want to poison the well.
She was
I
she
do
was
think-
17
I do
and
think-
9 months.
I don't know
bro.
the perfect number, but there's a reason why I give two numbers, both 18 and 25, right? Like I would consider this like a misdemeanor crime, right? Like this would be something like I don't want the
you get a
state
ticket
fucking
for
going
it?
around trying to like this would be like a ticketable offense, something that we're trying to deter. But I
Tickets.
understand that like a 24-year-old that's lazy and doesn't get their shit done, and this is assuming that she told you the truth and that she didn't lie, right? Because then she would be the one
this
that would be the ticketable offense.
Would this apply to like when you talk about contracts? Would this also apply to the military?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that with the military. I think it's crazy that we let 18-year-old
We're gonna
boys.
lose our whole military then at 25.
I don't. Yeah. Oh no, we bomb less people because our military is.
I don't
using-
know if we're drafting
Well,
people
you
to
lost
go
me
bomb
there,
people
baby.
these
You had
days.
me considering it. Now
I
you
didn't
lost.
say. I never said anything about drafting people. I didn't say
I mean,
anything
with
about
the
drafting.
with the advent of like drone
Fair enough.
warfare,
You
like
didn't.
they're using like Xbox controllers for these drones. I think you start losing your gaming abilities after 25. So we might
Yeah, I'm cool-
fuck
I'm
ourselves
cool with
long
it.
term.
I'm cool with it.
I don't think that's true.
Again, if the parents are cool with their 18-year-old going and joining the army, which a lot of parents in this country are, by the way, then they can simply emancipate their child with a piece of paperwork. That is what I'm talking about, is that I think there should be a level of protection for people that are like, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old that are fucking below average IQ, that are not very mature, that are not very worldly, going
could buy
out
up
into the
21.
world immediately and being able to, sign contracts or, engage in promiscuous sex
What would
outside
the
of
legal
marriage
age of
or do things that are
alcoholism be?
Also 25, I would assume.
Alcoholism is like, what do you mean?
I mean,
When
when
drinking
could-
alcohol?
when
When your
could
parents
you
sign off on the
buy
alcoholism,
alcohol?
you're good to go
I
for
mean,
the
what-
alcoholism.
I mean, at that
Again,
point,
I would use 18 and 25 for all of these things, right?
For
With
all of those.
parental
All right.
with parental
Okay,
permission,
all
if an
right.
18-year-old wants to fucking
I mean,
drink,
I'm
they can
fine.
drink. Without parental
think 20
permission, I don't like the idea of 19-year-old kids at a fucking college.
25 is so
fucking
old.
Getting drinking.
25 is old, dude.
Just because you're middle-aged lactoid
No,
doesn't mean
25
Yeah, I'm
is when-
fucking. If that feels.
This is when they
Forever.
retire.
No matter what number you pick, it is going to be an arbitrary number because everyone develops at different
we got
rates.
lactoid
But
too.
25,
They're expired 25,
is
bro.
where the average, both male and female, has a fully developed prefrontal cortex. They
Yeah,
are
if
the
I
adult
showed
that
you
they
a
are
study-
going
Oh
to
my
be.
god, the pre-prime.
Hold on.
It's
If I showed
usually
you evidence showing that
24 and
it's actually the final pruning happens until you were like 31, 32, does that change your opinion at all?
I would have to look at the neuroscience behind what the substantive difference is here.
Sure.
Right? Like
But
it's like
if
a
there
2%
is-
difference or something. You know what I mean? Like then like
Well,
I
it's-
don't
it's
know
final
that it would change
pruning.
my opinion.
Okay, so there's like once the brain stops developing so fast.
Again, Every
then-
number that we pick is arbitrary. It does not matter what if you so long as you pick a number, that number is arbitrary because people are going to develop at different rates. Some people are high IQ, some people
Yeah,
are
there
low
might be a
IQ.
special
Some
9-year-old
people are
that
very
has it, right?
mature for their age, some people are very immature for their age. Right? This
touching
is
that.
why I have this large window between 18 and 25 that says, "Hey, if you can prove or if the parents agree that you are of sound mind and rational to be a rational actor, then boom, we just fill out this paperwork, you're done." But if you can't prove that, and the parents are like, "No, our kid's retarded," right? Like he needs to stay at home, he needs some extra home training, and you can't prove it to a judge or anything, then like, yeah, then your brain needs to cook a few more years.
Scott, I'm not criticizing like you keep saying that like it's arbitrary whatever age you pick. I agree that I'm not like criticizing you necessarily like the logical consistency of your point. You could have somebody say 80. I think that you come into sufficient wisdom to consent to these things when you turn 80. You could have this person say this, and then I could say 80 seems a bit steep, and they would say, well, I mean, what's the difference? Like, I can justify 80 just as you could justify 21 or 18. Fair enough.
But
like,
well, not just as easily because I have a rational argument for why I am picking.
I can come up with a
25.
rational argument too. The wisdom, right? There's a sufficient level of wisdom at 18 to make these, or sorry, at 80 to make these decisions.
You're saying Biden was wise.
Yeah, again, this
right?
is the problem with the fact that age of
you'd agree with
consent
that.
is
Few.
indeed
one of the few.
Is indeed an arbitrary number, right? So we have to do this upon a consequential basis. Like that is just the reality of the situation.
Right. Well, hold on.
And so
That's what I'm doing. That's what
Right,
I'm
and
doing, and I think 25 is a bit high for that consequential kind of analysis.
And I'm okay with that debate. I'm just giving you my argumentation as to why I think 1825 is one that works and preserves rights to the best of my ability.
So Lactor, so you're okay with imposing the arbitrary number of 18 on the country, like top down from the federal government?
I like Scott's idea of like 18, or it's like 21. Or between 18 and 21.
So you
is
like my idea,
kind
but
of
25 is too steep. Maybe like 20.
Exactly. Yeah. 25 is too far. But
I
like
mean,
between
maybe
18 and
that's-
21 is pretty
Hold
big.
on. This kind of seems like.
Wait, hold on. What'd you say, Doobie?
This kind of seems. Hold on, real quick. This seems kind of like almost.
You said something shitty.
I
I didn't say anything. What are you talking about?
Doobie would never.
I said something.
Doobie.
No.
Doobie said something.
Okay, anyway, so it seems almost like the Mimi kind of thing, where like I don't know, I'm sure y'all played Helldivers or at least heard of Helldivers now. They have a little cutscene in there, and one of the cutscenes is like, hey, before you like try to procreate or do any activities that could lead to sex, make sure you fill out whatever triplicate form C, right? And like this almost seems like what y'all are about to be advocating for. Like, oh, instead of let's look at instead of age, I mean the next step's gonna be, why don't you just apply every time you have sex to an AI, turn this form in, and then the AI is gonna decide if you and this person can have sex based off,
Well, the AI that you want will decide life and death. Will
I'm just,
so why not for sex?
No, well, hold on. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, at this point, let's just go full managed democracy, like the Helldivers, the way y'all are describing this shit. Because it's like
when I'm
because
at
the
that's
AI,
silly.
hold on, the AI can sit here and go, oh, based off their biometric data, this person matured to the same mental age as a 25-year-old, right? Or oh, this person, even though they're 19, they have the same biometrical like this intelligence as a 30-year-old, right? Like they're going to be able to sit here and figure that shit out, right?
Right, but
so like let's
so
just
why
do
are
that,
you arguing this
at
straw
this
man
point.
that has nothing to do with my
Well,
argument
what
whatsoever?
I'm saying is
Are you
what I'm
pussy?
saying is no, I'm not pussy. What I'm saying is
Okay, so
I mean,
argue against
sometimes
my
I
argument
like to
instead
eat
of this
pussy, but I don't know what that has to do
made-up,
with anything.
managed
But like when it
democracy
goes
video
from,
game meme.
when it goes from well, I'm telling you how what it goes from what this seems like is a slippery slope. Because first we're going to start with this, where it's like, oh, well, we have to sit here and if you don't compile this form about being emancipated, or if you don't reach this metric because it's an arbitrary metric, well, why don't we just let the AI start deciding it, and we can just go buy
That's a completely different leap. That's not a leap of this. That's not a slippery slope.
It's a slippery
right?
slope.
Like so, no,
It's right the
it's
same
not a
path.
slippery slope, and I'll explain why. Right? Because the argument that I am making, whether it be 21 or 25, etc., right, is utilizing systems that already exist. Number one, and the logic behind it is the logic of guardianship of children, preserving children as would-be adults until they are at a point where they have sufficient mental capacity to be rational actors that are aware of the consequences of their actions. Okay, and so what I am arguing is that not everybody right at the magic number of 18 is ready for that. And what I'm arguing is that if parents think that their children are ready for that, then they can relinquish that guardianship. We already have driver's licenses.
Ready for it now at this point,
but that's an entirely different thing. One is about guardianship and parental rights and the concept of rational actors as children. The other is about a technocracy utilizing the state's arbitrary metrics. Now, I agree that there is an arbitrariness to the ages that we pick, such as 18 and 21 or 18 and 25, but the rationale is not arbitrary. It is not AI based. It is not technocracy based. It is based around consent and based around whether or not a child is ready or is mentally ready to be an adult, and whether or not the guardians of said child agree to that, those that are closest and those that have the most that are custodians of those children's rights. We already have driver's licenses in most states where it's like horizontal if you're an adult and vertical if you're not an adult, right? So that you can very quickly show your ID when you're buying alcohol or tobacco or things like that. All I would do is, instead of having this horizontal at 18 and then vertical at 18 and horizontal at 21, I would just do the same process. But if you fill out the paperwork and the papers say, yeah, we emancipate, you're good, then you get the horizontal ID. And if you're good, and if you're if you're a dude in your fucking 40s trying to fuck girls that are 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, I don't think it's that crazy that if you're going to be a fucking Destiny level sex pest on fucking teens, that you fucking go, let me see your ID. I don't think that's fucking crazy to be like, let me see your ID first, if you're going to be a 36-year-old man chasing after fucking 19-year-olds to make sure that they're fucking actually emancipated and that their parents have decided that they have the rational capacity to be able to make those decisions.
Should probably also make sure they're 19.
Wait a minute. Very important detail here.
Mm-hmm.
So you said, I'm going to roll with your situation where it's between 18 and 25, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Does this apply to voting?
I would apply it to voting as well, yeah.
Okay. But can a parent specifically approve or deny their kids voting based on how they assume they're going to vote?
No, I would say you don't get voting until you are considered to be a full adult that doesn't need a guardian's co-signer for you.
Okay.
Like I think it would be crazy that they could let you go to college and let you take student loans and let you get married but not let you vote, right? Like I think you are either an adult or you are not an adult. And this is, albeit an arbitrary means, but I think a better means than our current system of being able to determine who are rational actors and moral agents. Because I see a world where there are a lot of 18 and 19-year-olds that are now, as life becomes easier,
you see
as
a lot
there
of
are
18
less
and 19-year-olds?
challenges. Sure, you get that where life becomes easier. Well, I saw a lot of them in the army. Let me tell you, where life becomes easier, where there's less challenges, and where people are not struggling as much as they grow, and you have very immature, naive teenagers that are taken advantage of by older people or by government institutions that put out student loans, and they don't know what fucking they want to do in college, and then they're 80 grand in debt with a fucking general studies degree or some bullshit that's not helping them, or they're fucking married to a man that's 45. And yeah, I'm sorry, red pillars out there. I think it's fucking weird when there's an 18-year-old naive girl and some 40-year-old dude, and there's no parental involvement, right? And there's a power imbalance there. And yes, some 18-year-olds are very mature, and some aren't. And I see increasingly more that aren't, that are being taken advantage of systems that are designed to prey upon their naivete and their lack of maturity and understanding of how the world works. And so I would like to stop that abuse, and I would like to do so in the least obtrusive way that violates the least amount of rights. That's why I present the system.
So, okay. It looks like,
for the record, I avoided most ANCAP shit until I was forced into it.
I know. Oh, I'm not blaming you for anything. I'll blame you for other things later on, I'm sure, but not this.
I'll blame him. I got it.
But I don't like we're gonna get to the
yeah, probably not.
That I planned out. It's an evergreen one, so we can save it for later. There's another topic that I've been meaning. There's only one reason I haven't used this topic. There's another topic. I promise you guys I would do this again, but I just haven't gotten around to it because of Doobie. Literally, the only reason I haven't done it. Yeah, there's a topic that I want to do. It's because I'm unsure, right? If you'll be available, because I want you around for this topic, and and that's the only reason I haven't done it.
What's the topic?
You guys remember this? It was like last year. It was about a town in I'm pretty sure Mexico. Yeah, Mexico, where the hotel was like draining the water, like the water from like the aquifers, and they had like limited aquifers. Yeah. Corey remembers this. Corey's got the memory. Yeah. And we were going to discuss this. But I wanted Doobie there. Doobie bailed on me. And we didn't have our Mexican correspondent. So I don't know
Okay, fuck you.
I'll be right back. I'm listening though.
Yeah, I'm not Mexican, okay? I'm a brown American.
Okay, all right. But I wanted Doobie there, and I don't know when Doobie is going to be around. So we can schedule it next week if you guys want to do it. Ali, I know, wanted to do that topic a lot too, right? Like, we can schedule next week. Fairy Queen was there; she wanted to do it, but our Fairy Queen's gone, unfortunately. So we could definitely do that. So I got a bunch of evergreen stuff. Sorry. Where I was going to go with this is that since we're not going to get to the topic that I actually did pick out, like I was going to engage with the voting thing. So I disagree with my friend, like, what's shocking, right?
About what?
About so many things. About so many things.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Well, Brian,
exactly, right?
I don't think that you necessarily have to like not go to the next topic. I think this is related to the next topic, right? We were talking about in the next topic that you wanted to do for the day was talking about how some of these teens are sitting here going and they're doing stupid things like subway surfing and all these things. They're dying, and we're talking about regulating laws around. Should we like regulate a law to sit here and implement like their safety, or is this something we should just let people do? And I think this is kind of related. If you're sitting here saying that these kids are so stupid we can't stop them from riding on a subway train, I guess that kind of like leads to Fabian's point of maybe they aren't smart enough to go and have sex at all. And I think that's kind of a similar vein. I think that they're kind of related. Do you want like the government to regulate based on people's brain development? I guess
I do see what you're saying. I don't want to shortchange that topic, but sure. I think what you just said is perfectly reasonable though, Gibbs. Yeah. I want to have a larger conversation on that and expand it, just not even beyond subway riding, but in any case,
right.
Yeah, but I'm going to dovetail on what you just said there. Yeah, so in terms of voting, it seems like the argument that Scott was saying, and what I believe I've heard Lactoid say oftentimes, is that people don't have the wisdom to do so, and so they should wait, right? Like it should be some later age.
Well, to be fair, my argument is that if somebody doesn't have the sufficient wisdom to vote, if they don't have that wisdom to vote, then they also probably don't have the wisdom to have sex. But if they do have the wisdom necessary to have sex, then they should also have the wisdom to vote.
Okay, yeah, you have said that before.
Also, I don't think it's wisdom. I think it's IQ testing, which is a separate thing.
No, it's not IQ testing.
No, he's saying.
Well, no, I believe you're in favor of
two
IQ
separate
testing.
arguments.
That's
I'm in favor of IQ testing for voting, but that's different. That's not like on the age basis.
Okay. I don't want to get into the weeds of like what wisdom actually means, but like
a mix of like development and then life experience. You have to have some kind of heuristic.
I'm against voting for all.
Okay, so then how are you going to establish then if someone is wise enough? Is it not through IQ testing, or is it some sort of?
It would just be age. So here's how my system would work, right? So when you turn 18 or potentially 21,
you're infused with wisdom.
No, I think that you gain wisdom throughout your life, and you gain like life experience. And then when you're 18 or 21, you have a sufficient level, right? That I think that is on a heuristic basis, like you have a sufficient level to be able to consent to having sex, to sign contracts, to vote, to do all that stuff. And then when you go to vote, I think that your vote should be modified by your IQ and your ability to pass a poll exam. That's like a second order level.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So what are we talking about? Are we talking about like?
I've been trying to get it out.
I've
been trying to get it out.
It's like, are we talking about voting? Are we talking about some hotel? Are we talking about train hopping? Like,
we're talking about. No, we're going to talk about the hotel some other time.
Other time.
Hopefully next week, if we can get Doobie to show up, then I definitely want to do it. Right?
Subway surfing should be allowed. Anyway, go ahead.
You're going to be here next week.
Yes.
See, that's why.
Hold on. It's not really like. Yeah. I don't want to say it's not my choice. but it's basically not my choice. Okay, like I've got a wife, I got a baby, I got a baby, we got shit to do. Okay, like I'm a very busy guy.
I understand, friend. I understand.
Throw away that crown.
Give it to your woman. Yeah.
Okay, Lactoid, fuck you. Lactoid, you don't. Okay, you're old. Okay, you're aging. You're white.
Yeah,
you're gonna get
you're
old
right.
quick. Okay.
True.
You need
Actually
to
true.
settle down. Okay, so I can help you. I will help you find a woman. And then you can have your Baldwin advice
Autism
too.
rates increase with aged male sperm. Just so you know, all the other shit increases with women aging. Right?
Well, I'm not gonna be.
But as
I'm
it
not gonna
stands
take
right now,
Tylenol.
neurodivergent disorders
Lactoids kids are
seem
gonna
to
love
highly
training,
correlate with aged male.
Yeah,
sperm.
they're not gonna have Tylenol.
Lactoid
They'll
is pro autism because he hasn't had his babies yet. All right. He's waiting, like marinating his sperm that will produce autism babies. So,
Wait a minute. If I get with a 19-year-old, do the ages like mediate?
I'm
out
wondering
to, like,
about
an
that
average?
too. Actually, like
So
No,
like, the
no.
research
Lactoid sperm quality is very
seems-
low. The alcohol.
Yeah, the
bad
research
diet.
seems to show
The motorcycling somehow.
that like
Yeah.
that the
Vibrant
primary
cathode.
effect of
true.
neurodivergent like diagnoses is more correlated with aged male sperm. Basically every other disorder, disease, developmental thing that can that you can have problems with become worse as the female
Okay,
ages.
so the least bad one is correlated with mine, and then everything that's
I
actually
mean,
bad.
yeah. Have you ever seen a non-verbal autistic that is
I
low
actually-
functioning? Like it's pretty
this
rough.
is
Have you
gonna
heard how
surprise
honestly
you?
he describes them? You know, they
This is
can't
gonna-
do anything at all.
I know.
I'm
I've actually worked with nonverbal autistic.
I would produce like the beautiful mind type autism, you know, like just like the one who does like astrophysics, right? Like that's the one I'd produce.
I agree. Like with autism, there's a certain level where, but if we're talking about just like the sort of can't really make eye contact, but like a whiz at computer science, that wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'll take that.
All right.
I mean, I'm just going to say that, I had my second child at 50 and he's awesome. So,
Well, shout out to your kid. I'm
Look
sure
at
he's
that.
wonderful.
See, you guys shitting on me. Didn't think about that, did
Yeah,
you?
but he doesn't have a testicles
Fuckers.
full of microplastics. Like it's different.
Hey, Lactoid,
I probably
just
do,
buy a
yeah.
train conductor uniform and you'll be fine. All right.
Dude, I have this joke that I put
To
on
pick up
Twitter.
girls,
That I put on
or-
Twitter, like
because autistic people like trains.
I had this joke that I put on. Yeah.
That was
so-
worse than I thought. I did not.
Yeah, no, you didn't get it. It's okay. I had this joke that I've put on Twitter like 3 or 4 times maybe over like the past few years. And I now realize that there's a bunch of people like Prime guys that just don't get the joke. And I thought it was fucking hilarious, but every time I post it, it gets like 2 likes. I'm like, what the fuck? Like one day it's going to be a banger. And the tweet
What don't I
is,
get?
I like to date autistic girls because just like me, she wants the trains to run on time. And I feel like that's a banger of a joke, but everyone apparently it doesn't hit because nobody
No,
fucking
I get it,
understands.
I get it.
You get it now because you didn't earlier.
Well, I remember you saying it earlier.
When
I'm sorry,
Grid was talking about his friend, was like, I understand.
know he talked
Mussolini
about
said he wants
Mussolini,
trains to
but
run on
I
time.
didn't remember. I know you.
Never
just
mind,
because you make
never
the
mind.
trains run on time doesn't
But
mean
like, so
everything's
like,
great.
because he's autistic and you're fascistic. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the
Can I,
joke. Yeah.
can I read a
Yeah.
comment actually on your chat that actually I think is an interesting idea?
Whose chat?
On
Shed.
yours, Prime. What is it? The solution is to impregnate as many women as possible and to send the undesirables or disappointing children to the mines or the fields. Prime, in two sentences or less.
The
could you
Genghis
argue
Khan
against this position?
method.
They yearn for the mines.
Yeah. Children, they yearn for the mines.
Because, like, statistically speaking, like, yes, as I get older, the risk goes up, but like the risk is still going to be like single-digit percentages probably. And if I keep like cycle impregnating,
Yeah, like if you just like Andrew Tate harem sex traffic a bunch of young girls, like you probably have plenty of healthy babies.
well, I mean, we don't have to like make it like that.
Yeah, you don't have to label it. You don't have to put a label
Yeah,
on it.
don't
buddy.
label it.
I'm just, you know what I mean? Like
You don't have to describe reality.
go back to school and then be like an OBGYN, and then you can be like a sperm donor doctor and
Yeah,
just
this is sounding
replace
pretty bad.
brace
Yeah.
them
Yeah,
all
yeah,
with
like a
your
doctor.
sperm.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of white couples come in for that. And then it's all of a sudden black babies start coming out. It's gonna be a bit of an issue for me.
Yeah, it was definitely the IVF clinic's fault. Yeah, that's definitely what did it. Yeah, it wasn't the fucking gym instructor.
Yoga.
Okay.
Yoga.
So what I was going to
No, the yoga
say,
instructor's white usually.
I'm trying to get it out there. Is that yes, I disagree. I think that we should have, in fact, younger people should be allowed to vote at younger ages.
Bro,
I think
you're gonna get
yes.
so cooked. You have no idea what you're asking for. There's so many Gen Z men that are gonna be voting for fucking fascism.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not doing this
You're gonna be
for
so
my
cooked.
benefit. I'm doing it for democracy, right? Oh, I mean, if they're voting for fascism, then maybe democracy is over. Fair enough.
Yeah, you're doing it for
I'll give you that part.
democracy. Hitler was democratically elected. Yay, democracy.
Fair enough.
We can't have these people voting, Prime.
Hold on. But and well, here
Look
we're
at
going to go to the heart of my argument here, right? So, like, why can't you have them voting at 16?
Have you met a 16-year-old recently?
Yeah.
No, Scott. I'm not hanging around teenagers and high schoolers. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah,
I
my
don't
brother's
have, like,
16.
This is the.
He
this
should
is,
not
this,
be
yeah,
voted.
that is the argument.
Yeah.
There's a reason
Right?
why you're not hanging around them. It's because they're not the kind of people that we should let vote.
No, that's not why.
Solid.
That is why.
Prime is not trying to catch a case, is why.
That shouldn't
So
be
you're
the only
saying if the
reason.
law wasn't
Wait,
there,
wait a
you
minute.
would be hanging out with high schoolers?
I ran into that
damn,
one.
this is getting
Or
real
maybe
dark.
you wouldn't hang out with them because they're fucking retarded and you shouldn't have sex with them, and it doesn't matter whether the law is there or not.
A friend. Okay, I ran into that one, and I accept the consequences. But one, I haven't hung out with a bunch of teenagers. But that's not my point. Before I get to my point, and I will, right? Fairy Queen, being so kind, for $10. She says, "All right, you've all convinced me. No man, even if he once looked like a skinny, sexy 25-year-old Matthew McConaughey, deserves to be president if he allows child marriage. Guess Erica Kirk will have to give up."
Erica Kirk. Oh, God.
Oh, God, I took a hard turn at the end. FQ. Hell no. 25-year-old. So.
Wait, is she trying
She's
to
saying
raise
Gavin
Erica Kirk
Newsom
now?
looks like a skinny, sexy
yeah.
25-year-old Matthew
but
Wait,
McConaughey.
hold on.
that's
Is
the part
she
I don't
trying to? Is
understand.
this like a secret riz of Erica Kirk right here, though? Kind of. She's like, I don't have to do. I need a.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm a little confused.
First of all, Gavin Newsom looks like an aging model, right? Like he's like past his prime, right? But he's still trying to keep it all together, and so he's getting work done. And he's like,
I don't know. He kind of looks like a trust fund kid to me, more than like an aged model.
Prime is right on this. Prime,
but fair enough.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I get it. He's for the most part easy on the eyes.
Will
yeah.
Gavin Newsom get a BBL? Is the next question.
He's a shit lib. He's a shit lib. Fuck Gavin Newsom. But I appreciate. I appreciate the support. And I think that there's so many better politicians. Like fall in love. Hold on. JB Pritzker.
Anna Paulina Luna.
JB Pritzker in Illinois, I believe, right? I think he's a good-looking guy, especially he's a billionaire, right? Right? And money like takes off the pounds.
He is not attractive.
For all the money that he has, I think he's extremely attractive. I think,
maybe.
And
Well, I'm
for
looking
his
for a sugar daddy
politics,
now.
and his politics, I think are so far.
Look, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying he's not attractive. Okay.
I'm saying that the money makes him attractive. I think.
Brother.
I think that's part of the equation.
You close your nose, and then you get the billion.
He
That's
looks
what
like the memes of JD Vance where they keep adding weight to him.
That's true.
Yeah, he does.
I'll give you that one. Yeah, that's fair enough. I have better taste. Fairy Queen. That's all I ask. Have better taste. But shout out to you. Okay, back to it. I'm gonna get my point out. Hopefully now we'll see. The implication here, I imagine that 16-year-olds lack wisdom. Is that the implication? Okay, great.
And they also lack a sufficient level of brain development. They're like actually stupid. Like, or as Scott would say, they're like actually retarded. there. Just
Sure. I look at the Facebook moms. I look at the individuals who cannot distinguish like reality from from a computer generated image. I look at all these individuals who can vote, and clearly we don't presently. We'll actually would like to change this. This actually discriminate on wisdom or knowledge or anything or IQ. We don't do that. So I don't think that should factor in. What I understand is that the law, right, is like we're telling these young people that they are going to have to interact with a society that doesn't actually take their voice into account. That laws and policies that affect them, they aren't are voting on. So yes, we should lower the age so that they can interact with that. I think it's good for civic, just for civic. What is it? Civic engagement. Yes, civic engagement.
So
We
should they be
want
able to have
people-
sex?
1 second. For civic engagement, we should be training people younger and younger to interact with politics, right? To think about these things critically, get them started young. Because if we send them
Should
out
we
in
get
the
them
world,
started young with like sucking penis?
What about OF?
We got to teach them. We got to teach them to engage out into the world. in sexual relationships.
we gotta send them out into the world, right? And
We're a
like,
service economy now.
we don't
have
have
service.
It's not
You know what I
really-
mean?
We don't actually train people to engage with civil society. We don't actually do that in this country, and it's a shame, right? And so people know very little about it. They know very little about how their government runs. So I would think this would be a great way of doing that. Get them started young, get them engaging, and thinking about these topics so they can do it critically. Yes, absolutely, we should do it.
But can you answer my question though? Should we get them started young with blowjobs?
You got to practice for the service
gateway
industry that
drug,
America's
really.
moved to.
I'm
You
being
gotta-
genuine.
I think
here. I know it's a joke, but I'm being 100% here, right? If the rationale
you gotta duck and
is
weave
that
this,
this
Brian.
person has the mental capacity and the maturity to be able to make a decision that affects the lives of 330 to 350, depending on how conspiracy theorists you get with illegal immigrants, right? Right? But let's just say 330 million Americans. Should they not also have the right to determine one person, which is their own body, what happens to their body? How can you say that they lack the capacity to be able to do with their body what they want to do with their body and engage in sexual relations with other people because they understand the consequences of their actions and what it entails, that they're incapable of that decision, but that they're capable of having a voice of what happens to 330 million other people's bodies and property?
Yeah, so like I said, we don't actually judge this based on wisdom one way or the other, right? We draw arbitrary lines. I think you at least agree with that.
But that doesn't pertain to the argument. That only pertains to the argument if the arbitrary line is the same. What is the principal difference between
I'm just saying
voting and
It's
sexual
a
activity
heuristic, Prime.
in which the sexual one remains stable and the voting gets lowered, right? How can you argue that someone is simultaneously responsible enough, knowledgeable enough, wise enough,
Just
whatever
like-
it is, to be able to
Yeah,
vote for the lives of 330 million Americans, but can't decide what to do with their own body?
Okay.
question.
I'll deal with this. Prime will never make a case for children having sex. Okay, Prime won't do it. Prime will not do it.
So then will you give up on your belief that
No,
they
absolutely
should then
not. Of
vote?
course not, because voting is different from having sex. Those are two different
Okay,
actions.
so explain to me why my question is wrong
friend,
or answered.
I'm literally talking. You're like, let me
You're
get it out.
dancing.
I'm not dancing about anything. I'm giving a very
Go ahead,
reasonable
go.
preamble
Go.
that
Give it.
Prime will never
Don't distance
like,
yourself from the
advocate
question,
for
man.
child
Come on,
sex.
just bite the bullet. What's the difference?
I'm not-
Why?
I'm not biting. I know. I'm already giving you my answer, right? We draw arbitrary lines in the sand. right? I don't think there
That's
is
not
a
an
good
answer.
reason. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give you my answer. And then you can respond after I give you my answer, right? And then we can go have a back and forth. But if you keep interrupting me before I give you the answer, then you don't actually have something to work with. So let me give the answer. Please.
Give it. Come on, I'm waiting.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So, regional.
Hurry up, Prime. You gonna give your argument? Go ahead, Prime.
Regional arbitrary lines in the sand. And I'm fine with saying that sex is another arbitrary line. That sex, and you guys have heard me argue this before, that should be 25, right? We actually should make that later. But specifically here, I say engaging with civil society is an important enough goal that we should be lowering the age. We should be encouraging people to be able to do that, because there's a greater good for the country, right? If we have a more engaged population, I don't see the greater good for having a more sexualized teenage population. Maybe if you can think of one, fair enough.
Well, I'm against voting, but
okay,
but
fair,
nevertheless,
okay,
right?
Sure,
so the argument that I'm putting forward, right, is that I already explained that yes, that age is a contradiction here, right? That is arbitrary here, right? That some people mature faster and some people mature slower, etc. The problem that I have here is that what you are claiming is that this person has the capacity, be it wisdom, be it intelligence, be it whatever, to be able to determine or have a portion of the determination of the bodies, lives, property rights, economy of 330 million people, but that they lack that same capacity when it comes to sex. And the answer of, well, it's just arbitrary, I'll accept that answer. But I want to dig into that. The reason those two are arbitrarily different is because even if you can't articulate it, you know that there's something wrong with a child having sex. And what I am saying is that something wrong that you are feeling is that they lack the capacity to understand the consequences of their actions, their body, to engage in meaningful relationships. And because of that, that is the reason why they also lack the capacity to be an informed voter. And that, yes, I have no problem with you saying, let's have public education, have more training on civic engagement or in how our country's politics works and things of that nature. I mean, obviously I do because I'm against public schools, but like that's a rational argument for your perspective. But it's not rational to just say, oh, it's arbitrarily different without engaging in why. Where is that feeling coming from?
So, one, I think that, and I'm not sure the best way to articulate this. I'm just going to try to put this out here, right? That the type of intelligence, the category, there are categories of intelligence that a person can be competent and capable in one particular area, right? But that does not transfer to others, right? Like, for instance, you can be a billionaire, right? You could have like won the game of capitalism. That does not mean that you are wise in all areas. You know how we like listen to billionaires about like opining about fucking everything, even though it's completely outside like of the industry that they happen to have succeeded in, right? That's silly. But expand that in anywhere else, right?
I love this argument. I love this argument. I know exactly where you're going with this. Sure. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sure. So there are areas of competency, right? And I think the way that you get competent and in different areas can change, can be different. Now, specifically for the topic at hand, without like spiraling too much here, specifically the topic at hand, I think when we're talking about engaging in civil society and learning about politics, learning about how your government works, I think that is a perfectly teachable skill, right? I think I think me, I think most people on this panel, right? We could sit a person down, let them know how the government works, give them lessons about politics through the lens of our own ideology, of course, but still, right? And like teach them, get them on board, right, with like interacting with politics. I don't think we can do that in the same way with intimacy, right? Like I think there's, I think we have plenty of discussions. I think we have plenty of like information out there about like the dangers of like foolish sexual interactions, right? But people still do it any which way. This is just like one of the areas where like it requires like straight up personal experience. That no matter, even if I tell you, hey man, like this guy, right? That this guy is bad news for you, bad idea. Well, the fact that I even said that to you makes you want to go fuck him, right? Like, well, this I don't know.
Yeah, can I engage with that?
Can I go ahead?
So I'll engage with that. So your argument is that there are different areas of competency that an individual can have, right? And that but that you do not believe that sexual maturity is one of those teachable areas of competency, that it requires a certain level of maturity to be able to see bad actors. I would make two
that much
arguments.
More concisely than I did. Thank you.
Right? I would oh, sorry. Well, it's okay. I had the benefit of listening to it and then being able to compile it. Because I know you, much like me, think through speaking. So two arguments about that. So I'll go with the second argument, more of an internal critique. If it is true that that an individual lacks the emotional maturity or experience to be able to discern between bad actors and liars and things of that nature, then this would also be true of teenagers voting for politicians, being unable to determine whether or not a politician is actually true to the words that they're speaking, or whether or not they can trust the character of the individual involved, right? Maybe a 16-year-old has a much harder time understanding that Trump is full of shit and blowing smoke up their ass because they lack the real world experience to understand how politicians lie or how people, the tells and things of that nature. So your argument against one would also be an argument for why they are not prepared to be voters. The first one, right? So the second argument, is also that your claim that there are different levels of competency that can be teachable, I think is a great argument against the very concept of voting itself, because it is impossible for any member of the electorate to be incredibly competent at understanding economic policy, foreign policy, being incredibly competent in understanding CDC policy, pharmaceutical industry policy, policy that as far as it contains to housing, policy as it contains to farming and agricultural reform. All of these things, when we look at all of the things that the state does, nobody is that competent in all those domains, right? I am competent in 1.5 things, right? I'm super competent in ANCAP philosophy, and I'm mildly competent in like psychotherapy. That's it. Corey, for example, super, super, super competent when it comes to probably bioethics concerns and certain things as it deals with, like tangentially, maybe he's very competent in epidemiology, but not as much as an epidemiologist or things of that nature. He's probably more competent than RFK, right? I'm just throwing that out there. That I don't think that's a crazy statement. But Corey, I've talked with him. Not very competent when it comes to fucking economics. All right? No offense, Corey. But I don't think you reach the capacity to be able to actually have a meaningful decision in economic policy in our country because you simply lack the knowledge
in America.
Right?
We don't.
I would say the same thing is true of Canada, right? and so this is so if the argument is that different people have different areas of competency in different things, and that these can be teachable, I agree. But it is also an argument against the very idea that adults that are incompetent in so many domains of their knowledge of the world, for some reason, get a say-so in the election process. So that's number two. And then number one is, of course, the same rationale that you would use for why people are incapable of being teachable in their ability to engage in sexual relationships is the same reason why they would be incapable or insufficient in understanding politicians and who are liars and things of that regard. So I challenge you again to tell me why it is that it is okay for someone to be able to vote, but it is not okay because of some other capacity for them to engage in sexual relationships?
Sure. So, okay, I'll handle the first thing. I think that I don't know if there is an age, right, where people suddenly are able to distinguish like a politician's lies from truth, right?
Yeah,
I
some
think,
people never reach that age.
Yeah,
a lot
right?
of them. We call them MAGA or we call them Democrats.
Fair enough. Look, and I'm with you. I'm with you here, right? Like I've watched both sides do that. I've watched. Okay, I won't have to. I won't drag it out. But like I agree with your statement there. But so yeah. So I don't know. Like that in itself doesn't factor in, right? The fact that yes, a person might have difficulty telling an intimate partner, like telling if an intimate partner is a liar or not, right? One, like that, even we have 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds who still haven't figured that out, right? We still foolishly get into
movie,
those
40-Year-Old Virgin, right?
Yeah, and again, I'd say that we don't actually judge. That never like comes into the argument as to like when they should be allowed to like have those relations. Like
the argument is that age is an arbitrary number. I get, but it's about the distinction between the two.
Yeah, well, Prime's kind of a good point here, though. I think that to some extent, right? Like, if you say you can work at 60, and you have to pay taxes, so do we not believe in no taxation without representation? Like, I mean, I think there is some validity.
Yeah, I would get rid of taxes for underage people.
Well, sure, I know that you. I mean, I'm okay with that as well.
Get rid of taxes for everyone. If I could.
I think though,
overage people.
If you're paying taxes and you're affected by economic policy, the idea that you should have some say in it, I mean, at least hold some water for you. I think, like,
yeah, I mean, like early America's, the way that they distinguish who could and couldn't vote was by property ownership, right? But if we instituted that today, what you would have is a whole bunch of boomers that were voting to inflate the housing market so that fucking young people couldn't do that. So
I think we should
Prime,
vote
here's
by
what I think is the actual
you
distinction.
get more votes for each acre.
Yeah, there you go. Landlords becomes the most voting power. Yeah, that'll work out great. So, Prime, here's what I think the truth is, and I'm not saying that you're lying, right? I'm not calling you a liar, but here's what I think the actual point of distinction is for you in your mind. And maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you see it, maybe you don't. I think it kind of comes down to that famous quote that Stalin said, supposedly to Winston Churchill, which is the death of a million is a statistic and the death of one is a tragedy. I think that what is happening is that you look at sexual intercourse with a specific person as this abuse in an abusive relationship because they lack the mental capacity to engage in appropriate relationships as a tragedy, because you're thinking of it at the individual level. But when you think about someone voting for 330 million people's economic taxes, property rights, and things of that nature, you think of it like a statistic. You are separated from the actual tragedy of what occurs when taxes go up and someone loses a job and becomes a fent addict somewhere in Appalachia, or when regulations increase and small businesses get pushed out of the market. But you think of it in a more abstract way because it's 330 million Americans. And so it's very easy to say, well, these people, these teenagers are affected by the law, so why not have a say? But when it's an individual relationship where abuse can be a part of that mechanism, you start going, oh, well, I see this abuse and that feels wrong and I don't want that person to be taken advantage of. And maybe you haven't connected that the very idea of voting is an abuse of 330 million Americans.
So, one, I don't believe it is an abuse. Though I acknowledge your...
It is for the losers.
Position. I acknowledge your position, Frank. Well, I mean, I don't think that my friend Gibbs, like who voted, or Lactoid who voted for Trump, right, abused me, because Trump is a fucking disaster, as it's been proven, right, destroying the economy. But I don't think that.
What if he says I voted for this?
Like the Lactoid or said.
Well, let's say somebody votes for Trump, right, and they voted for Trump because they love tariffs. and you're at the grocery store paying, or you're at fucking Best Buy trying to buy a new microphone for your setup, and you're like, fuck this, and then someone goes, I voted for this. Why would that not be abusive? When they used their ability and intentionally tried to put someone in power that made your life harder, made your life more expensive, and put a burden on you from the pressures
You're
of
gonna
state
radicalize
power.
him, Scott.
I think
that's the whole fucking point. That's why I'm here.
It's not worth the win. It's not worth the win.
No, I don't. I think we're expanding the term abuse here. Look, hold on. But before we get there, like I just want to like engage what you had said previously. When you had been talking before, I had considered this. So before you said the thing that you said, right? Like saying like, oh, you know, the death of millions or something, you know, is a statistic, right? I had arrived at that conclusion when you were speaking. Like, hey, okay, am I saying that a bad decision in one area is fine because, you know, it's more personal, right? But like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I think that like the reason why I don't think children should engage in sex doesn't necessarily have to do with abuse, right? Abuse is part of it, right? But I also know that children do engage in sex, even though crime does not promote that, right? But they have plenty of good experiences. I think a lot of pre-adult sexual
Getting a little
experiences.
Voshy here. Like, be careful.
I'm trying to be very careful here. I'm trying to be so careful. That
What's that queer theorist, David? Oh, God, I can't remember his name. David Halpern. Right, you're getting a little David Halpern, that queer theorist, talking about age of consent and queer theory and the concept of children having sex in an age of consentless society. Super famous queer theorist in terms of the literature.
Prime is being very careful with his words. So, but I know that people do, right? And so, like, if I look at the statistics, like, and the cost, like, analysis, it could be the case. It could be the case that, and I don't know if it's the case, but it could be the case that if we did lower the age of sexual consent to 16, which I'm not advocating for, but if we did, right, it might be the case that the vast majority of individuals have positive experiences. But should we allow children to do that? No, I think probably we should have them wait, right? I think we should try to protect them as long as possible from this area. Like I said, that
I agree.
Can't, like, necessarily give them competence.
I agree, but the problem is the distinction between that and them having control over other people's lives.
Again, that control is. I'll handle. Okay, before then, I'll go to the second thing you said, right? About like anyone being able to vote. Well, like I've had this conversation with my friend Doobie, and Doobie is very skeptical of the idea of voting, right? And very much so limited. I think him and Lactard are very, very simpatical here. Very much want to limit the franchise for all the reasons that you stated, right? For the lack of confidence. And
I look at voting the way anarcho-syndicalists look at property. For the miners, the mines. For the schools, the teachers. You know what I mean? Like, why are fucking people that have no concept of something voting for things that they have no concept of? Children or adults alike.
I can't fully disagree with you. It's hard for me to argue against Doobie's point. I think Doobie makes a very compelling point when he lays out his preferred system of government. My only problem is that, like, who is actually going to be making the decisions afterwards, right? And I know as an ANCAP, you have your own answer.
Oh no! I totally understand that fear. That's a legitimate fear, right? Like, I don't want the CEO of Palantir to be the only guy in charge of data in this country, right? Like I understand that there's a my vision for a future of Ancapistan is very different than a policy in the current status quo where we restrict voting towards those that are only experts, because really then we just funnel things more into the economic calculation problem where you have central planners. But again, the argument is about the distinction between the age of consent and voting.
Yeah, but I'm handling another part of what you said, right? So, like, I understand that no one, like, that voting is a flawed system. Democracy is an extremely flawed system. I don't look at it as perfect. And what Connor was saying previously when he was here, right? It's like democracy is the worst system except for all the other ones.
The Winston Churchill quote, yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that statement. And so like understanding that we're working within a flawed paradigm, right? Understanding that all we have are flawed individuals. I'm willing to try to get people on board and engaged and hopefully to be better participants in civil society earlier as part of their education, like fully integrated into their education. Hey, like not telling them who to vote for, of course, but like, hey, elections coming up soon.
I don't know. Sounds like transformative social emotional learning, right? Getting children engaged at a young age in a critical democracy. It doesn't sound like you have any actual specific arguments for the claim, right? Which is that there is a substantive difference between the individual having sex and and the individual having control over other people's bodies at a larger scale. And the thing here is, right, is like when I was arguing about what I was doing is I was doing an internal critique of your logic, which was that you believed that this was an area in which they could be trained for, that there was that given sufficient knowledge, they would then pass the bar of some level of understanding or competency in order to be able to make rational decisions about that. And that if we agree that there are varying degrees of competency, that presents a problem for the very stupid Facebook moms that you denigrated earlier, or for whatever other uninformed voter. And so if you're going to make that argument, I kind of don't necessarily disagree with that argument, but I wanted to just point out to you that argument is an argument against the effectiveness of democracy itself. And then the other argument was about the distinction between the age of consent and the age of voting being based upon the concept that someone at 16 lacks the emotional maturity to be able to tell the difference between good people and bad people, liars and manipulators, and those who have their best interests at heart. And if it is true that those people lack that capacity, why would they not similarly lack that capacity in being able to tell which politicians have their best interests at heart, or are good people or bad people or manipulators?
It doesn't matter the age. All of them.
Sorry, I have to go.
So
good to see you guys.
I also have to
go. I actually have to bail as well. I was trying to hang out
like dominoes.
It is 10:30 or
11:30.
Yeah. All right.
Time zones.
Okay.
No,
See you
it's
guys,
11:29. All right, you fuckers are leaving a minute early.
Yeah, a minute early. This will be held against you, all of you.
Good.
Have a good one,
against
friends.
I'll be good.
Yeah.
Scott, give me hit me up sometime. We need to talk about the.
Yeah, for sure. Are you available tomorrow?
Yeah, actually, I am. Shockingly, that's a.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing just like random work. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, so yeah, hit me up.
Yeah, man.
Or I'll hit you up. It's fine.
That's even better. All right, see you guys.
See you, Grid.
And I got to remember. Oh yeah, do it like this.
Okay.
Boomer moment. That's what's happening right now. Okay, I was like, what's going on?
We'll he's doing his best. But yeah,
logging out of Facebook.
Logging out of Facebook.
I'm sorry to hijack what is more commonly Lactoid's argument, right? But I have a lot of ego, and I thought I could do it better, so I did.
I do want to hear because I've been referencing Lactoid a lot, so I do want to hear from him. FQ, $5. Thank you, FQ, for being so kind. Who the hell is this Pritzker you recommend? What is this lag? This massive lag between these comments, these super chats, and like the thing.
She might just be behind in the stream if she's on YouTube, because she is on YouTube.
Yeah, she might be way behind on the stream. All right, well then you're gonna.
That could be it.
Okay, why have you offered me a politician with obesity where you can clearly see that I prefer the anorexic? Newsom is not anorexic. Like, hold on.
She's joking. Like she called him a skinny 25-year-old Matthew McConaughey, and he is kind of a
compared
little dude.
I wasn't sure if she was
compared to JB Pritzker. Pritzker, right?
Anyways, yes, true. Fat joke.
He is definitely on the skinnier
no,
side.
It's not a fat joke. He's a bigger guy, right?
JB Pritzker is without a doubt morbidly obese. medically.
But he's rich. To Prime's
But he
point.
is rich. He is
very,
rich.
very wealthy.
Very
I mean,
sexy.
rich and morbidly obese. How long do you have to stick around before you get that money all to
Even
yourself?
Sexier.
You know what I mean? Like a little.
Thank
can
you,
afford some
Third Queen.
GLP-1.
When you see this comment like 20 fucking minutes from now, all right. But okay, so and I do want to hear what Lactor has to say. So please stick around, friend. Like once again, like I think that people interact with different systems or different societal conflicts, scenarios in different ways. I think extremely competent people overall, right, can be foolish when it comes to their own intimacies, right? People who've proven themselves very capable individuals in all kinds of areas.
Like Tiger
They're
Woods.
Oh my God, Tiger Woods. Oh my God, Tiger
I'm
Woods.
just, am I wrong? You know what I mean? Extremely competent in fucking a lot of
100%.
things. Not very
100%.
competent at not fucking Swedish models on a bus randomly.
Oh my God. It was amazing.
It's a tough situation to be in, though, Scott.
Yeah, I've never had to deal with that level
his
of
wife
temptation.
Was like,
you know
his
what I
wife
mean?
like fucking Swedish or some shit? Like, anyway, whatever.
She's Asian or something, isn't she? I thought.
No. She was white. That was a blonde woman. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't follow him that
I'm
closely.
keeping track of all the white women. He knows.
No, because he thought he was white. I mean, he wanted to be white.
Prime, would you be able to withstand such pressures? A bus full of Swedish models all trying to get at you.
Oh, Prime isn't
Grabbing at
married.
you.
Prime isn't in a monogamous relationship, so Prime.
Let's say you were married. Let's say you were married.
Well, Prime would.
A busload models.
Prime would be in an open relationship, and so.
You're not.
All my life.
Stop dodging. Stop dodging. You're not in an open relationship. You have some boring wife at a time, I guess. Bus, a whole bus.
Okay. Sure.
What are you doing?
Self-control.
Yeah,
I'm asking Prime because I don't think this is his answer.
I don't know. My answer is that if I've made a promise for monogamy, then I'm following through. Absolutely, 100%.
I before it was ever a meme, I went with the fucking Mike Pence rule, man. Like I had plenty of opportunities, and I was like, "Nope, I'm not alone with you. Nope, no, thank you."
Talk to them,
Yeah, I mean, I talked to them like if I needed to for like work or school or something. But like when they were like, "Oh, let's come, I'll come over to your place and do a project." I'm like, "No, you fucking won't." Like, nope, not happening. Not putting myself in a position where that could become a thing.
People have different competencies in different areas, right? We don't. You're saying that there is some sort of like, is there a qualitative difference? I think there is. I think there is in how people interact. People interact with sex, with intimate partners differently than they interact with like data about like larger societal trends.
Agreed. What would
right?
that difference be? Hormones? Like that would have like what is it? Again, the problem is that you are creating two arbitrary metrics, right?
Okay.
Right? And that they're not married together. And so the concept of whether or not someone is a moral agent, a rational actor, right? If you're going to say this is an arbitrary line where they are a moral agent, a rational actor, they are capable of making decisions both as a voting person for the country and what happens in our country and as an individual sexually, that they have the capacity to be able to act on their own without parental permission, without a guardian protecting them. And the problem is I do agree with you that this is arbitrary. I do agree that people have different capacities and for all of these things. The problem is that when you separate these, it comes into this contradictory state where you're saying someone is both a rational actor and not a rational actor. That they're both capable of making decisions based upon critical thinking in the future and making rational decisions that impact people's lives, and they're not capable of making rational decisions that impact other people's lives. And so that is really the crux of the problem here is one, it's not that it's arbitrary. It's not that people develop differently. It's not that people have different capacities. It's that if you're going to have an arbitrary metric that says, here is the age where we presume, without, mental institutions or like, emancipation, which does happen for underage people sometimes, especially in abusive homes and things like that, etc. Outside of those outliers, that this person is presumed to be a rational actor that can participate in society. And when you start saying lower the voting age, but don't lower the sexual age, and you start giving reasons why it's probably not a good idea to let 16 or 15 or 14-year-olds engage in sexual relationships with whoever the hell they want without parental permission, it becomes like there's a contradiction here. There's something's going on here. And I don't think you've adequately shown me what that is just by saying that there are different capacities. All of those things are understandable arguments, but they're only understandable arguments in terms of where that line is, not in your argument that we ought to separate that line into two different age categories.
I don't understand why it isn't. I think it is. I think that does perfectly explain it. But like, before we get there, right, and we can go back and forth. I want to make sure Lactoid gets in because I've referenced him a bunch. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I basically endorse most of what Scott said. There's like three main things, I guess, that are in my mind on this. The first one being, kind of again, what Scott said, that it seems contradictory to me to say, here's this person who is sufficiently developed to have a say over my life, the lives of millions of people, but they can't have sex, right? That's too far. And yeah, I do apply the same logic to like tobacco and alcohol as well. Like I think that if you can vote, you should be able to drink. I'm also concerned with creating voter demographics that could vote themselves this shit. So like leaving aside like the kind of specific internal consistency problem for just a moment, if you let 16-year-olds vote, maybe the age of consent goes down. Yeah, maybe the age of consent might go down.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah,
because now this is a huge voting demographic that could vote for a lower age of consent. And there's going to be some adults, like, Puritans especially, they're going to be like, oh, this is bad, like, we're going to vote against this. But there's probably a lot of adults that wouldn't.
I don't think they... Sorry. Okay, so...
Well, if they can vote, like, hold on. If you... And this doesn't even have to be like on a
You might also turn a lot of adults, right? They're like, well, they're voting. Why the fuck can't they have sex?
Exactly. And you could have a situation where, like, let's say you have like a primary race between two Democrats or something, and they both appeal to younger voters. And, it's maybe harder to imagine on the general stage, but you can imagine one of them is like, we're going to lower the age of consent to 16. Well, then they might get a bigger share of the 16 to 17-year-old vote. That might be enough to get them the primary. And now you have this person. And the pedophile vote, right?
The pedophile vote.
I mean, they're already in that anyway.
Imagine how many white men Democrats are going to be able to pull from the Republicans if they can grab all the people with child pornography on their computer.
We're talking, I mean, just 16, 17-year-olds alone, we're talking millions of people, right? We're talking a massive group of people that can make a difference in primaries and general elections.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fine. But one, that doesn't scare me, right? Like, if we allow white people to vote, well, I mean, they could reinstitute slavery. I mean, they want to do that. I don't know, if we let black people vote, well, they could. I mean, they might make a voting block, right? That allows black supremacy, the militant black supremacy, right, to be the law of the land. Democracies can vote in awful outcomes. Like that alone.
The problem with this though is voting demographics tend to have a stronger argument when it comes to like asserting equality with other demographics. So there's a reason why now we can leaving affirmative action aside for a second because even their argument is that's about equality, but. Black people weren't saying, well, we should have two votes because of, all the shit we go through. It was
a tactical mistake, yeah.
Sure. The argument was, we are a citizen. We should have the right to a vote at one person, one vote, right? That's what we should have.
Also, I just want to point out numbers-wise for your argument, there are 8.3 million people aged 16 to 17 in America. And for reference, there are 39.2 million Black people age 18 all the way up. So this voting demographic would be about the the size of the entire black voting demographic.
Which is
that's how
already
big-
like a very which is
It's a
already
big-
a very
it's a big
critical
voting demographic.
And I think that the difference here is, unlike with white people and black people and et cetera, when it comes to this situation, we're saying you have the right to vote, but we are very specifically denying you something
Other
that
rights.
everybody else has the right to go and do, which is have sex. Something
Well,
that a 16 and
well,
17-year-olds have a shit ton of motivation to do, okay?
Sorry,
Something that we
well-
don't want them to do, and they could vote for this.
Oh, hold on, to tell you, we weren't disambiguating these things before, and maybe we should do that right now. Specifically, what I was talking about, and I don't think it was all clear when I was saying it, so I apologize. But like, what I was talking about is not necessarily like kids not having to be able to have sex at all. I think kids should be able to have sexual interactions with each other, right? 16-year-olds with and 17-year-olds with each other. I was talking about adult-child relationships.
No, I mean, I'm against both, but I understood what you were saying.
Okay,
But,
sure.
but even then,
understanding that, yeah.
Yeah, but even then, right? So, like, there is no rule that what can a black adult do? Like, is there anything that a white adult can do legally a black adult can't do? Can you name one thing?
I think. Okay, I'm not gonna say name an answer here. Just for simplicity's sake, let's just say. Well, I mean, a black female can't be president apparently. And
It's not legal.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
I know.
I'm joking.
But the obvious answer is
I don't think, as far as I know.
Is that because
the
one
answer
hasn't run yet?
There is no. there's no legal
yeah, I hear you.
like discrimination between black people and white people, or men and women, et cetera. But you are advocating for legal discrimination between people under the age of 18 and people over the age of 18, while simultaneously giving them both voting rights. There is something different about that than there is applying equal voting rights to all adults, because you're saying, look, once you get the right to vote, then you're treated the same, legally speaking, as everybody else who has the right to vote. Now, I agree, there's some key exceptions here. It's not based on race or gender, etc. It is sort of based on age. We're talking about like buying alcohol, but again, I think those.
But I'm still, in any case, you're making the point that if like there is a greater possibility of this bout outcome happening, right?
You would agree that is the case, right? You have to admit there is a greater likelihood of that.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you. I can agree that there's a greater possibility of this bad outcome to happen.
Okay.
I accept that, and I say the benefits are greater.
Okay, so, but I mean that was just the second argument, right? So we have the first argument, which is that it doesn't make any sense, from a personal accountability compared to group accountability basis. Second argument is it actually opens the door to the potential empirical effect of them voting in this kind of shit. And the third reason is just like a purely I would feel like the idea of here is somebody who can have a say over my life, like they can fuck me over politically, right? They have the judgment to do this to me.
Mm-hmm.
But society recognizes that they're so dumb. They're so dumb and undeveloped and everything that I got to be careful talking to them, and I can't get with them, and all that stuff. That just it creates such a mismatch, on a personal social level. Either they need to be relegated out into this category of untouchables, which is fine, right? And the justification for being relegated to these untouchables is that they're fucking stupid, right? They're dumb, and we can't trust them to make decisions. And this is why. This is the argument. Okay, they can't drink or smoke or have sex or vote or own property because they're kids, right? Reasonable enough. But then you start saying, well, actually, they do have a say over your life, but you still have to treat them like kids. I don't know. It just doesn't mesh.
It's contradiction.
I
Said it
don't
a
know.
bunch of times.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is for all the reasons I stated previously. yeah, like it also feels bad watching MAGA, who, in my opinion, are completely delusional and knowing that they can vote, right? And these people have a power of my life. It sucks that within our system, these people oftentimes have more of an impact, right? Because of the structure of the Senate, right? And they are having a greater impact
Endorse my proposal then.
of getting rid of the Senate. Well, yeah, I
No.
agree.
My three part. You have an age, like when you turn 18, you can vote.
No, that doesn't solve my problem.
Well, hold on. When you turn 18, you can vote. That controls for like the wisdom part. Then you have a polling exam because you don't like these Facebook moms that are idiots. You don't like the MAGA. You don't want them voting. So you have like a exam that you have to pass if you want to vote, and then your vote's modified by your IQ. Like you put in these three things, you are controlling for like a very specific kind of person, which is a adult who has relatively good judgment and is informed enough to pass a test.
All I can think about when you say that is, you ever read Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives?
No, I've heard you and Doobie talk about it though.
Yeah, it's like one of those like quintessential nerd fantasy books, right? That like everyone's like, you gotta read this, and they're super long.
I've read half of one, and they're good. It was good.
Yeah, they're long. They're long, right?
Yeah.
So there's a king. Spoiler alert from like 10 years ago, whatever.
No, don't spoil me. I'm gonna take that.
Really? Okay.
Took his headphones
really? Okay, so I can't make
how
the
Prime is about
comparison.
spoilers. Like this is.
I mean, I understand, but this is like this is critical to the argument to a certain degree.
I am pathological about spoilers.
Okay, well, your audience will just hear.
I want to read.
All right, so I'm gonna go. Okay, so take your headphones off, I guess. Taravangian is this
Prime
king.
still has to respond though.
Yeah, he still has to respond. Right. There is this king that is, begs from one of like the three great powers, we'll say, right? I'm trying to be unspoilerly to his chat, at least to a degree, for the capacity to save the world from like Ragnarok, apocalypse, whatever, right? And she grants him that. And the way that she grants him that is she grants him a power where he wakes up with a different IQ every day. But based upon his IQ, he also loses his like humanity to a certain degree. So he has days where he is very, very humble and human and kind and empathetic, but he's dumb. And then he has certain days where he is essentially a psychopath, but he has really high IQ. And then at one point, there's like one day where he creates a book where he has like a godlike IQ and he maps out like everything and is able to predict everything. And it's almost treated like a holy Bible by his people because his ability to interpret this may be the ability to save the world from devastation, or at least his people. But like, that's kind of like, you're good. That it kind of invokes that. Yeah, you're good. No more spoilers. Right? That story, that thing, right? It invokes that kind of that feeling, which is like IQ is only one metric of like someone's understanding of the world.
I'm proposing
it doesn't match wisdom. It doesn't match a certain level of empathy. It doesn't match they're like, just because someone is much more intelligent doesn't mean that they're actually meaningfully better at voting, or that they're.
I think it does.
I think it's one metric, and you're gonna balance that one metric, and that one metric may lead to more rational policy from a consequentialist perspective, but it has no bearing on their philosophy. It has no bearing on their values of like rights and things of that nature.
No, I
and on
get
top
that,
of that, like I think you might end up
but that's
with,
not what we're
with
controlling
a
for, though.
cold rationalist voter base that is favored in and may potentially be less empathetic, may potentially be less wise, and may potentially have like you may have more COVID lockdowns because a lot of smart people have decided that that is the appropriate price to pay because because now you have overvalued people that are high IQ, and I think high IQ people tend to be more likely to fall into ideological possession and become and I think that can be a problem. And I think you see this within the university system, where high IQ people are very often grabbed by ideologies. Like, for example, Marxism, right? You know, it's hard to be a ardent Marxist when you're low IQ. But when you're high IQ, it's very easy to justify Marxism.
Okay, but if you look at the averages, I'm sorry, when you look at the averages,
Marxists do tend to be lower IQ than the average person.
Yeah. So do like far right, like fascists. What I'm saying, look, I understand your objection, but what I'm trying to control here for is not like political ideology.
Yeah.
I'm trying to control for how well are you going to be able to judge your decision as in line with your own interests, because that's because that's the rule we have for children.
Maybe what you do is consequentially slightly better. I don't know, right? Okay. My biggest problem with that is you're dealing with an inherent contradiction, which is the concept of voting itself is anti-logic. And so because of this, no matter what arbitrary metric you put in to try and control or better that process, you're going to have unintended consequences. If we only give it to property owners, there's going to be problems. If we value high IQ people, there's going to be unintended consequences of that as well. And I don't know what those unintended consequences are going to mean in the long term. I just know that the system itself is inherently contradictory. And I don't know that what you're proposing necessitates that it is better. I'm not saying that it might not turn out better. I'm just saying that there's maybe some problems in the logic that it necessitates that it's better. Maybe we try it out. I don't fucking know.
Look, I think again, based on what I'm trying to control for, which is the measuring the ability and the judgment of somebody to act within their own interests. I think that my 3 metrics make sense. I think that you're right that there could be unintended consequences. I think empirically speaking, it probably would have good effects. And I think the most important thing is, I think politicians tend to actually be pretty smart, but they're reactive to what they need to do to win, right? And this is why they always sound like so dogmatic and dumb, because you're not appealing to people who can follow an argument.
Yeah, the incentive is to appeal to the voter base. And if
the voter base, right.
And presumably, if the voter base is weighted in such a way that they get more from a higher IQ perspective,
it's going to raise the whole political discourse, right? The whole conversation of political, like if politicians don't have to appeal to children, that means that when they go on the debate stage, they're going to have a smarter conversation. If they don't have to appeal to stupid people, when they go on the debate stage, they're going to have a smarter conversation. Or they
have to appeal to them
if they can,
to a lesser degree,
Right, but if they can appeal to children and dumb people, right, you're going to have the ability, I think, for politicians to appeal to. Yeah, they're going to be able to lower the quality of discourse.
Black IQ in America is 85.
I'm not making it about race.
Not going to pass. Well, it's going to become about race, because it's going to be that the IQ test is biased, that it's racist, that it's disenfranchising the black vote, and it's a fantasy to think that policy ever could actually go. But it is an interesting thought experiment. But ultimately, it would be impossible to get that to go through, because you'd have Jews and Asians getting the most votes, and you'd have blacks getting disenfranchised with less votes, and that's not gonna fucking fly in our current political dynamic when Jews get more votes and blacks get less. Like, you can see fucking riots.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna engage with that. Leave that alone. But in any case, I'm not, like I said before with Doobie. Doobie wants like a test as well. And he wants to create essentially a ruling class. I think.
I think he wants a technocracy. I believe.
Yeah, he wants a technocracy, a ruling class of like engineers and smart people.
I mean, we could just repeal what is it? The 16th Amendment? Was it it's not the 16th. Which one is the one that made senators elected? Right, because like there was supposed to be an oligarchy that was part of our government, right? The Senate is not supposed to be elected.
The Senate shouldn't exist, or it should just be radically reformed. In any case,
I agree with radical reformation. Let's go back to the way the founding fathers designed it. It was better.
No, let's go. Let's re-engineer it to make it more like the House of Representatives.
I'm gonna hop off in 4 minutes, so I'm gonna let you
Okay.
finish.
All right. So,
All right, Kanye.
I agree. I agree that like voting is flawed, right? The voting base is flawed. I don't know how you change it in an equitable manner. So I like that's where it all falls apart for me. But like the idea in itself that you're proposing, I don't necessarily disagree with it on a principle level. Like if we could do that in like I still man your argument, right? And we make the most perfect system that what you're proposing can create, right? Then I think I'd be with it. I'd probably endorse it in the end. But I don't think we get that. I don't think we get like the perfect version. And I think what we get in the end empowers a certain group, certain groups, and then like what they vote in will be disastrous for all the rest. That and not and specifically, I think that these groups like will vote in their self-interest. Let's say like there was an even distribution, ignoring the Scott's bait right there. There's an
It's
even
not bait, it's just a fact
distribution,
of reality.
even distribution of voters, right? Putting that to a system from all races, all like marginalized classes or whatever, right? Like that group votes in their self-interest. Like that's the problem.
Well,
right?
yeah, that's
Like,
the other thing too. Is like you'd have more votes to landlords, more votes to billionaires, more votes to millionaires, more votes towards highly competent, successful
I'm just
people,
accepting this.
and you'd see less votes.
I don't see that as a bad thing.
Rent, that are poor, that are whatever. Right. Well, I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing either per se. I don't. I think the voting in and of itself is the problem. I don't know that it makes things better or worse. Maybe it makes things better. But but it's just like it's literally just not feasible.
This is why then
But it is an interesting thought experiment.
Once you tell me that that's not a problem for you, I realize like then the entire the project is corrupt and a disaster, right? Like
well, it's not corrupt. Those people are just going to be higher IQ, right? Like wealthier people are going to tend towards higher IQ.
No, I'm saying that Blackwood's system is faulty in and of itself. If you don't even want to account for that, if you think that's just an acceptable outcome, that this class of voters, right, like of
it's a feature, not a bug.
The intelligentsia, right, they get to vote in ways that empower them and disenfranchise others, like to their advantage, and then the other ones just have to take it. No, fuck that. Now I'm completely against the system. I've reversed. But
well, you can only be against the system.
It's never going to happen
if you
anyway.
If you recognize, right, that the demographic groups that you so love are the low IQ groups. For the record,
I love
if it completely changes your opinion on it, and the reason is because the highly competent, successful, wealthy, and the landlords are all bad. You got to recognize the higher IQ.
I love them all. I can recognize that these individuals are still valuable people, even if they don't reach some sort of level of intelligence in an area that we find useful, right? That these people are still valuable members of society. They're still human beings. And they should.
Well, that's what I made that argument earlier, right? Like they're less economically productive, lower IQ people. But IQ isn't the metric end all be all of humanity and rational decision. Exactly. It doesn't look at values. It doesn't look at philosophy. It doesn't look at, what level of all the different personality traits. But maybe it is an improvement to weight higher IQ individuals voting better. I don't know. Again, I don't know. It's a fun time to end.
I want a better system than democracy. I have yet to be presented with that.
I think like taken to the extreme, and this it's gonna like if ants could vote, we'd lose every election.
Yes.
And so I don't want to let them vote.
There's more of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if
we
you
don't
want to know
compare
more
people to
about
insects,
animal
right?
rights,
But the people who
dolphins
like, I mean,
should
like,
be
you
able to
compare
vote.
these-
I believe in dolphin law. Right?
Now I'm on
Dolphins,
board.
some
Yes,
species of
dolphin.
dolphin are moral agents and moral actors. And if human children get to fucking vote, dolphins definitely get the vote. Come check out my channel, Fabian Liberty, on YouTube or on Twitter, and you may hear more base takes about dolphin law.
Something. Lactoid says something. Hey, if vermin can vote, like we might have.
I did not use the word vermin.
You didn't use the word vermin.
I was
but,
thinking of a species that had a shit ton
pests.
of like members.
Pests. Yeah, there's so
Pests.
many.
I don't even
of these
consider ants
pests
to be pests. They're
within
cute.
our society.
They're cooperative. They can get a little L shape out of a maze.
They're very collectivist.
They would.
We'd be fucked.
Okay. All right.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, and Corey, correct me on this, I think there is a correlation between collectivism or the lack of collectivism as you go up the IQ chain.
Loosely, I don't think it's strong enough.
I mean, yeah, I haven't actually looked at. The Lacton might have said it to me. But I still haven't seen the studies that says libertarians are the highest IQ individuals. I don't think Lacto's lying to me.
There's no study that definitively says that libertarians are the highest IQ. There is some preliminary evidence to suggest that the highest IQ people, right? So at the very ends of the distribution, those people tend to be fiscally conservative, limited government, low taxation, low regulation, and they tend to be socially liberal, like not care about, not care about not homophobic or not caring about
Not religious.
certain things about that. So you might classify that as libertarian, as in libertine, but they're not libertarian as in like the non-aggression principle, et cetera, et cetera. I mean,
but they're more
I meet
libertarian.
all of those people because they're very much closer to me than they are to you or to any Republican.
I would put them in the category of libertarian person.
Lacto has been saying
socialist
otherwise.
libertarian.
Socialist
I think
libertarian.
This entire time, and he likes to hit me with that stat all the time. So that's interesting. Okay, interesting.
But they're very low. They're very low on empathy. They score the lowest.
Yeah, when you define empathy with like your support for like socialist programs that help other people.
You can pull them in terms of how much they care about, let's say, their neighbors, or how connected they feel to their friends or family, and they self-report. I don't feel all that connected to my friends or family.
Yeah. So it's the fucking political heat map is the definition of empathy now. Like get out of here.
Like
it's a bad study. Measuring empathy is an incredibly difficult thing to do, anyways. To be fair.
Oh, then how did that study measure the IQ one? Does that
that's a measurement of like policies IQ. As opposed to like that's different. Like policies is different than measuring like personality or levels of empathy. That's a much more difficult thing because it's difficult to define what is or isn't considered empathy or empathetic. Really, you need like functional magnetic resonance imaging and like maybe like
those studies
measuring like how much their brain highlights their emotional reaction to traumatic or events or things like that. Right.
Okay. I'll leave it there. All right. So I'll assume that what Lacto is saying is bogus.
You have one more super chat before we go.
I do.
More glazing of Newsom.
Oh my god!
Actually, well, it's coming from very quick, so we'll see. Do we have information on the socially fascist, but fiscally leftist types?
So Gavin Newsom.
That's I just want to say that would be a contradiction in that would be redundant.
Oh God.
To say socially fascist but fiscally leftist is just fascist.
It's a Nazbol. That's what we're talking. Like that's what this is referring to. The right?
Fascists are leftists. They are socialists. Like they're just social. Like socially, they're for pro-social behavior, conservative values, and Nazis. You get like Ein Volk, Volkism, right? Racial issues. But fiscally speaking, they are 100% socialist.
So I haven't seen data on Nazbol specifically. Anecdotally, they are the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I agree, but I think that might be, and this could also be true of libertarians as well. I think that might be part of like, because that is a like socialized out of us, that is like already kind of like selecting for those that don't function well in society or aren't quite
Discord
right
does
there
that, yeah.
mentally, right? You know what I mean? And like the same may be true of of hardcore libertarianism, to be fair, right? Like it could be that like you don't reach my ideology unless you're obsessed with Austrian economics or you go through like trauma that makes you hate the government. Like that's usually how it works.
Okay. So I'll take you guys' word for it. So I went to raid. And there's where should I raid? I don't know.
Raid, you mean suppress the ant vote?
Suppress the ant vote. Yes.
I'll take you guys later.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here as well, brother. Raid someone
okay.
fun.
All right.
Highest IQ.
Preferably
highest-
someone a very skinny male, if you can find one, so the Fairy Queen can continue.
So Gavin Newsom.
Yeah. Dang it, forgot his name. Corey Campbell. I think it's Corey Campbell 84 on Twitch. All right, boys, it is past midnight. I'm gonna go get something to eat, relax, and probably have to work out some stuff with Grid tomorrow and put in a little work, and I'll see you guys Wednesday. I'm gonna react to that. It's gonna be a very Israel coded night, because I heard that Dave Smith got crushed by like a pro Israel guy, and I want to react to it. I want to see some of the arguments from the pro Israel crowd. I want to see him like I saw one clip where he was, where he constantly talks about like the memo that the 4-star general talked about. And then and he was like, dude, it's one fucking memo. Like, what are you talking about? One memo. So apparently he got decimated. I don't know, because there's so much Israeli pro-Israel and pro-free Palestine propaganda on Twitter and shit, and so much money being spent that like I kind of got to watch the debate for myself and see how it goes. So there'll probably be a lot of shit talking on both sides, in my opinion, and a lot of uninformed takes from me, because Israel-Palestine isn't my wheelhouse per se. Like I know some about it. I know some about the history. But I'm not like other streamers. I don't pretend to magically be an expert on something the moment it becomes, the big thing everybody's talking about. But I appreciate you guys. That's probably what we're going to do Wednesday. And we'll do some other stuff. We'll do, fuck England segment and hang out or whatever. But yeah, I'll see you guys Wednesday. Until then, join the Discord, put some streaming clips in there, hang out, talk to people, follow me on Twitter, and we'll have some fun. Thank you, sir. We'll see you when does day. All right, brother. I'll see you around.